Welcome to the ultimate AI editing masterclass course. AI has completely changed the way I edit videos, and it might not be in the ways that you expect. Because yes, of course, in this video, I'm going to show you how I use it to trim videos, how I use it to edit different podcasts. But also, I'm going to show you some more lesser known techniques of using AI to edit videos, which I've been doing for the last 2 years now. So a large chunk of this video is going to be the most interesting use cases and techniques that I found using AI for video editing. So whatever kind of editor you are, whether you're editing podcasts, whether you're creating motion graphics, whether you're building 3D scenes and animations, whatever kind of editor you are, just feel free to use the timeline down the bottom of the screen to skip to whatever parts you want to be shown so that you don't feel like you're wasting your time. Now, I designed this course so that it goes from the easiest possible way to implement AI, just basic plugins and extensions that you can download and use today, all the way to more advanced use cases where you might need to run some terminal commands and set up some new tooling that you might be completely unfamiliar with as a video editor. But don't worry, that's exactly what this video is for. Play it at your own pace, repeat it as many times as you want, and I'm sure you're going to learn a lot from this video. Again, all the timestamps are going to be down below in the description so you can click through to whatever moment you want, but you can also just hover over the video play bar so that you can see the sections you want to skip to. So on screen, you can see all the different things I'm going to teach you in this video, but you might be wondering how some of these things might be involved with AI video editing, like AI image generation. Well, the best way for me to explain this is that learning one of these skills interconnects with learning all the other skills. So if you learn AI image generation, it'll be much easier for you then to create AI visual effects and AI motion graphics, because you can use the AI image generation to connect and create better images, to create better visual effects, better motion graphics. And this goes for basically everything that I'm going to show you in this video. Everything is interconnected. And once you learn one skill, you're essentially improving your tech stack as an AI agentic video editor. So here's basically everything you're going to learn in this video. We're going to start off with Premiere Pro's built-in AI tools, syncing your video, adding captions, trimming, Lumetri color, which is color grading, extending audio, reframing and lowering background audio, and also upscaling audio. Then we're going to edit a full podcast episode from start to finish with AI. Again, this part is going to be inside of Premiere Pro. So if you're not a Premiere Pro user, if you prefer DaVinci, or if you just want to skip completely to the AI parts, then again, all of the timestamps are going to be down below. So after we have the basic editing covered, we're going to get into After Effects expressions. If you don't know what they are, don't worry, I'm going to explain that later in the video. But basically, these expressions are code that we can just generate with AI to help us with many different use cases inside of After Effects. Next, we're going to go and create our own 3D models and environments. So this, once again, is interconnected with everything else we want to do. So we can create scenes in After Effects with these 3D models. We can import them when creating AI motion graphics. We can use them in our AI images, many different use cases. That's why I want to cover them early in the video. We're also going to bring them to life by adding motion to some of these 3D models. From there, we're going to dive into AI motion graphics. This is probably the most exciting part of the video. I'm going to explain MCPs, show you why motion graphics are way better built with code. We're going to add sound effects to our motion graphics. We're going to recreate Apple style liquid animations. And you'll also see how to make a full product demo video with just one website link. So if you own a company and you basically want to turn your company's website into a nice explanatory video, we're going to do just that with one website link. Then I'm going to showcase FreePic AI to generate AI images, and I'll teach you how to actually prompt these AI images and video models and motion graphics. Once we have those images, we're going to turn them into 3D style animations. So image to video, basically. After that, we'll recreate a popular YouTuber's animation style with AI. So kind of like Kurzgesagt style animations, if you've heard of him. Then we're going to move into visual effects. So this is going to be for existing video that you just want to add some cool effects onto. And lastly, we're going to use AI agents to handle the entire editing process for us from start to finish. Now, of course, this is just a very broad overview of what you're actually going to learn. We're going to dive way deeper into every aspect of this and likely go on some tangents throughout this video so that I can explain exactly how you can become an agentic video editor in today's world. So firstly, let's start off with the easiest and most basic way for you to get into AI video editing, which is going to be inside of Premiere Pro. I'm going to show you all of the different AI tools that you can use, extensions, and I'm going to show you how to actually use Premiere Pro's AI built-in tools. So I'm only going to focus on the features that are actually in the Adobe software. Instead of paying for Firefly or all these other tools, which you can, I'd probably recommend it if you like to use AI tools, what you can also do is open up the text window panel, and there's a little trick because no one really shows you this, right? Over here, you have this funnel icon. So when you click on it, you can actually click on pauses, and this is going to select every single pause in the video that you have transferred transcribed. And then what you can do is click on the delete button and delete all. And as you can see, this went from a 10.5-minute video to a 4-minute video. We actually cut out 60% of the video for free. This is a tool that nobody will show you, and it is so worth it. This goes out to anyone who works with multiple cameras or multiple microphones. You want to synchronize everything. And why zoom in and do all this manually when you could simply select everything, right click it, and scroll down here to synchronize. When you click on synchronize, basically you can choose the audio track channel that it will synchronize to. And so all you got to do is click on OK, and you'll have a process which takes place that synchronizes both of these audios. And as you can see, both of the tracks are synchronized. But we can remove one of these audio tracks because we don't need it. And next up, we want to polish this audio. So again, another AI feature we have right now is enhanced speech, which you can do by going to an external website, dragging it in, downloading your clip, yada, yada, yada. But why do that when you can just go to Window and open Essential Sound? And then if you have your audio selected, you can see there's an enhanced speech label down here, which you have to enable, and then you can enhance your speech with AI. Now, depending on how bad your audio is, this is where you might want to play around with it. If you're in a very windy location or a loud concert, you might want to enhance your speech by a lot. But if you're just at a podcast studio and you just want to increase the audio slightly, then don't do it by a lot. Do it by literally less than 1 for the most case. So now that the audio is enhanced, what we're going to do up here is go up to effects. And again, if you don't see any windows that I'm showing you, simply click on window on the top and you have all of my workspace panels that I'm looking at right here. So for this case, you just want to make sure there's a check mark next to effects and find it, open it up and type in Lumetric color. Then what we're going to do is click and hold to drag it onto a video layer, close all these other effects for now, and we see we have Lumetric color right here. So under Lumetric color, under input LUT, we're going to click on auto. Basically, as you see, it auto color corrected the entire video with AI. Now if I were you, I'd still touch this up, but this is just a good point to start with if you don't know what you're doing at all. Plus it's a huge time saver. Now by the way, you can also open up the Lumetric color panel, and down here you can see there's another auto button if you don't want to use this Lumetric color effect. And this is exactly why you need to watch this video, because there's going to be so many of these tips throughout the video. You will save hundreds of, if not thousands of hours, depending on how much you edit. So next up is a feature that is insanely useful if you are doing shorts. It's turning these transcripts into captions, right? Now it's very straightforward. Your entire video is going to be transcripted from the very start as soon as you open up Premiere Pro. For the most part, I find it to be pretty good, but if not, you can just click through. It'll bring you to that point in the timeline. You can hear what you said and you can color up. When your captions are ready, when you like go through them, what you can then do is click up on these 3 dots up here and then create captions. Now it'll bring up this menu, but if I were you, I would drop it down. And I do not recommend you use these settings. They're really ugly. So what I would do first is I always change it to single lines down the bottom here. And I typically change it to 20 something because I typically work on shorts when I do captions, but 25 is fine. Minimum duration, I'll do 2 or maybe even 1.5. And the rest I will just keep as is. Now create those captions. And as you can see, your entire video has captions. So if you want to change your captions, what you got to do is select every single one of them, open up the properties window. And then over here, as you can see, you can change the font size, you can change the font and all the other normal boring settings that aren't AI related, which is why I won't show you them anymore. By the way, if you're watching this video, you're clearly interested in editing with AI because you see where the trend is going. You know you're going to get replaced if you don't, right? Right now, we basically have an enhanced audio, we have captions, and we have a color corrected footage, and we also trimmed the entire video. So what next? Now it's time to add some music. So let's open up Epidemic Sound, and I'm just going to add some basic electronic beat. So now that I added the music, let's go up to the window, workspaces, and let's change to audio. And as you can see, my audio finishes right here, and it's a bit of a problem because I only have about 30 seconds left. So I could obviously, duplicate the track, whatever, but instead of doing that, another tactic we can use is hover over here above Ripple Edit tool, click and hold with your left mouse, and go up here to Remix tool. And now with this, we can extend the audio to finish at the end where our clip should finish. And as you can see, it's analyzing, and as you can see, it extended it with AI. All of this was AI generated, and it's the same audio track.
Opportunities for you to actually...
This is where it should end.
Oh, and as a bonus, I run a video.
It just starts again, right? Because it analyzed the track, how it fits, etc., etc. There's honestly a super handy tool that's pretty hidden in Adobe. Now, obviously, this tool down here is a lot more popular mainly because it's so visible. It's just a big purple button. But the main use case I've always used this for is for stock footage. When you want to extend the stock footage just by a few frames and it's not working. In the past, you would have to, right-click, go to speed duration and turn down the clip or extend duration. But now we don't have the problem anymore because what we can do is click on this big purple button and extend the clip by a few seconds. Let it generate. And this is exactly where you need to know how to use AI as an editor, because these are the little things that are slowly becoming more and more popular that make your edits so much better, so much more expensive, save you a bunch of time. There's so many advantages to using AI as a video editor. I think the editors that don't use any AI or aren't even aware that AI is going to take the position, either A, ignorant, or B, just plain stupid. So don't be one of them and actually start adapting AI to your workflow. But this obviously takes a bit longer than the music generation because we're basically generating a video based on the last frame. So it's like an image to video. So as you can see, this ending down here is AI generated. Let's see how it looks like. I mean, that's pretty good, bro, especially at the very end. I might add a fade to that and you would never even be able to tell us AI generated. It's an absolutely crazy world we're actually getting into right now, guys. So yeah, I mean, look at this. It's fully AI generated. It even got my little flick of the wrist, you know? So with the generative extend too, by the way, you can extend 10 seconds for audio and 2 seconds for video, or 2 seconds for both. So you can actually extend both audio and video as well. Okay, this next part is something that, again, I don't see anybody covering, and it is super useful if you're working with a lot of music and dialogue. So for starters, what you want to do is open up Essential Sound, and then let's just click on our dialogue over here. And as you can see, we want to make sure firstly that our dialogue is actually labeled dialogue up here, which should be done by AI automatically, and our music down here is labeled music, right? So then in the Essential Sound panel, if we actually scroll down, you can see this setting called ducking down here. Essentially what this does is it lowers and raises the audio levels depending on whether or not the dialogue is talking, right? So let's say if you want to turn up the music when nobody's talking and turn down the music when somebody is talking, that is what this tool does. It is unbelievable. So I'm going to go to this moment over here where I don't do any talking, just to show it as an example. So what we want to do is enable ducking first of all, and we're going to hover over the dialogue and click on duck against dialogue clips. And I'm just going to do an extreme example, just going to do minus 32 dB with a 6 sensitivity. And over here you can choose the fade as well. And then when that's ready, you can click on generate keyframes. But first, let me show you what this actually sounds like before.
There will be work opportunities for you inside.
Pretty standard stuff, right? So let's go back on here. Let's click on generate keyframes. And now, as you can see, we have extreme examples of the song being turned up at moments where there's no dialogue. So let's see.
I run an editing agency, so there will be work opportunities for you inside. Oh, and
so obviously the fade is a bit long, but that's something you can customize, you can turn down. Guys, this is perfect for stuff like montages or vlogs. Like for example, if you have like a bunch of clips, 2 of which are talking, and instead of manually just adjusting those clips, you can now click on one button, generate the entire audio, and it'll actually do everything for you. This is insane. It's amazing how quickly these AI tools are evolving, and you really need to be on the cutting edge to make the most use out of it. And you also constantly got to be learning, which is why you should also subscribe, by the way. It helps the channel a lot, and you'll stay up to date with all these tools, save yourself countless hours, and make more money video editing. Anyway, let's move on to the next AI feature that I love. And just like with the captions, this one is helpful for short form, right? Firstly, go up here to sequence, and then down the very bottom, you have auto reframe sequence. So just click on that. You can change the sequence name if you want, motion tracking, yada yada. But the main setting we're looking at is target aspect ratio, which we're going to change to vertical 9:16 and click on create. So now what this done is this basically not only changed the sequence settings, like you can basically do manually up here in sequence settings, right? This also motion tracked my face automatically to stay in frame. As you can see, I slightly move right and left, and it's motion tracked with my face. This is fucking unreal. So you can see where this is going, guys. Like, I'm basically editing an entire video with only using AI. I've done 0 editing on this so far. I literally just used AI. I cut out all the gaps. I added music. I changed the level of music. I added captions. I reframed it into a vertical format. I mean, think of where this is going to be in like 2 or 3 years. It's not even that far away. And think of the amount of jobs that are going to be lost because people don't adapt. By the way, all the skills, all the prompts, everything throughout this video is going to be linked completely for free in the top link below in the description. So when you click on that, you can just see all the different toolings and all the different lessons that we have inside of here for basically for every different use case that we're going to go through in this video. By the way, if you want to learn exactly how you can actually land clients and make money as an agentic video editor, then just click the second link below in the description. Here I have a detailed 1-hour course on how to land the top 1% clients, which I've done because I have nearly 600 million views on my portfolio with over 50 clients, 19 of which are verified, 2 of which have over 10 million subscribers. So I know a thing or two about landing clients. If you want all my secrets, they're basically in here. Also, by joining the Editing Evolution, I'm also going to give you access to Evolute, which is my own website where you can create AI motion graphics, whether that's Remotion or Hyperframes or both. Some examples you can see here on screen right now, but I don't know how long I'm going to keep this loop open for. Basically anyone who joins Editing Evolution also gets this completely for free as a bonus. Here's just one example of some of the AI motion graphics that you can create inside of Evolute. But obviously these things I'm still going to show you completely for free in this video. So the thing that makes Evolute different is the workspace editor, where you can customize anything about the motion graphic, make stuff bigger, smaller, move it around, add some keyframes, add different effects. You can do more customization basically, which is kind of what I like for these AI motion graphics. So again, if you want to join the Editing Evolution, you get Evolute just completely for free as a bonus. But if you're only interested in Evolute, then there's also a link just for that down below. So if you are finding this video valuable and you are someone who actually wants to become an agentic engineer, I highly suggest that you just subscribe to the channel because 90% of you guys are still not subscribed to the channel. It's a completely free way to show your support to the channel and encourages me to make more videos just like this one. And also, it pushes YouTube to encourage more educational content on your For You page, so you actually see informative videos rather than just some AI slop. So again, if you haven't already, scroll down, click that subscribe button. And if you did, thank you very much. And one last tool I do want to show you, by the way, which is absolutely OP when you're editing videos that have already been edited. So for example, you can see all of these have cuts, right? When you right click and you go to scene edit detection, it detects a scene change, right? This could be from, full screen to, for example, a webcam in the corner or anything, right? What you want to do is apply a cut at each detected cut point. That's the only checkbox you want to have, and then click on analyze. It's going to analyze your entire sequence or your entire video, and it's going to create cuts for you at every single scene change. But yeah, as you can see, we have cuts at every single transition over here. It's pretty sick. So that was Premiere Pro. Now let's jump into podcast editing, so you don't have to do all this manual clicking around and moving stuff around and doing boring work as a video editor, basically. So let's jump into using AI to actually just edit entire podcast episodes for you. There's so many different tools to use for podcast editing. I've used every single one of them before. This one is the best, which is why I'm not even going to try these other ones. Now, what I love about Autopod is that you get a free trial. So if you just want to do one podcast, you don't even have to pay. Simply go to this website, click on start a free trial, fill out your details. Next up, you need to go to your email and check it, because there you will have your license key, which obviously I blurred out, and the link to download Autopod. So let's click on download Autopod. Again, fill in your email and then click on sign in to Lemon Squeezy. Then you will see your orders. So simply click on one of your orders and then scroll down till you see the installer. Then choose your operating system, click download, and follow all the download instructions. Now, once it's downloaded, make sure you close Premiere Pro, open it again so that it's reset, and then up the top here, go to Window, Extensions, and as you can see, we have Jump Cut, Multicam, and Social Clip. All we need to do is click on Multicam Editor, and here we have the Autopod extension enabled. Now, just before we dive into this, let's set up our timeline. So once you import all of your files into Premiere Pro, simply drag them onto the timeline, and let's organize them a bit. Okay, so basically, I just set up my podcast so that I have all of the clips above each other. However,
kind of like it's almost,
as you can hear, it's completely out of sync. But instead of like manually zooming in and like looking at the audio waves and trying to make it work, let me show you a quick way to do it. Simply select all of your layers, right click, and go to synchronize. Then just synchronize it to one of the audio tracks, click OK, and let it process. But anyway, our sequences should be synchronized.
and also like the rate of advancement is
Perfect. With just one click, we managed to synchronize 3 different camera angles and 5 different audio tracks, rather than doing it all manually. Now, I'm not going to use these 3, so let's just disable them right away. This is just a quick tip of mine. Never delete audio tracks unless you absolutely need to, because I've had many scenarios where the audio just messes up somewhere randomly in the podcast, and having the camera audio mic as a last resort is just a really good option to have. And while I'm here, I'm going to change all of the different camera settings I want to change with the podcast. So obviously I'm going to zoom in because there's a lot of empty space, and I'm going to position and frame the 2 guests how I want them to be right now. And I'm doing this now so that I don't have to like copy and paste the attributes onto every single clip after Autopod is going to cut everything up. And also, just because I've already used Autopod, I know that you have to start on the same frame and end on the same frame. But anyway, I'm just going to find a moment where I want to cut them all and start them at the same time. Let's just do it here for now and bring it to the very beginning. Then I'm going to go to the very end of the podcast and end them all on the same frame as well. If you don't remember, simply open up the window, extensions, Autopod multicam editor, make sure this is enabled, and click on the extension. Now, cutting method, let's do enable/disable. Wide shot frequency, I like to keep on low. Speaker, there's 2 speakers in my case. Obviously, choose how many speakers you have. And camera, there's 3 cameras. I'm going to keep this as standard. And speaker names, this is important. Let's find out who is actually speaking. So let's do a quick manual check.
so Jack, what do you
Okay, so in my case, A1 is David, and I know that A2 is going to be Jack. However, I advise you double check, which is what I'm doing right now.
AI opportunity.
And I am correct. Now, if you're wondering what A1 and A2 actually means, down the bottom here, you can see the audio track. This basically means audio track 1, audio track 2. And once you isolate the audio track and name the speaker, you can then tag the speaker based on the video track. So as you know, A1 means audio track 1, V2 means video track 1. So let's go to V1. Let's just disable all the other videos and let's see what V1 actually is. So V1 is a camera shot of both David and Jack. So now if we go to V1, click on the drop down, we can see there's an option for all speakers. So let's select that. Now V2, we can see it's just Jack. So again, let's select V2 and select Jack. And obviously V3, we're going to select David. Now, if you trimmed the start and the end, you won't get any errors. So all you have to do now is create multicam edit, click on this button. And as you can see, I am not doing absolutely anything right now. The AI is doing everything for me. Now, for everyone editing podcasts today, I'm going to show you a few little tricks, so make sure you watch till the end. But while I'm waiting for the AI to finish trimming, and just like that, our 2-hour podcast now has multiple camera changes throughout the entire video. Every time David is talking, he's on camera. Every time Jack's talking, he's on camera. When they're both talking, they're both on screen. This is so good. Okay, and the first trick I want to show you guys is The secret technique of camera changes. During a podcast, you want it to feel natural and you don't want to do any cuts. However, you can sneak in a lot of different cuts by finding the moment of a camera change and cutting in between them. So for example, if you listen to this,
and like, what can I do?
Yeah, and I just want to...
it's not bad, but there's just a slight delay, right? So what we can do now is cut out the pause in between the camera change.
Like, what can I do?
Yeah, and I just want to...
There you go. It still feels natural, but it's going to keep that fast pace and a fast energy, especially at the start and in moments where it's very obvious during a camera change. You should make some of these cuts to kind of speed up the flow of the podcast. Also, the next tip I will say is for any interesting moment that you find, you should select that clip and label it a different color. Why? Well, for two reasons. Number one, if you are going to go back and create a supercut, meaning all the most interesting and best moments at the very start of the podcast to kind of hook people in, then you're going to save yourself a ton of time looking through the entire podcast to find good moments, and you're likely going to miss out those moments. However, as you're going to be watching back the podcast, you're going to find these moments naturally, which you can then select. And another reason for doing this is actually for shorts. See, a lot of content creators create shorts from their podcasts. So as the main editor, you are likely going to be the one creating shorts, or someone else is going to be doing it. Or you should be doing this for the people who are going to be creating the shorts, since you're going to save them a bunch of time. One more thing you should be looking out for as you're watching the podcast is finding a good facial expression for the thumbnail. And again, these are just some tips, because if you implement these tips when you're working for a YouTuber, it shows that you're going above and beyond by sending them facial expressions, by using AI to speed up your workflow, by creating a supercut at the start of the podcast, and by prepping a bunch of shorts. You are showing that you're not just a podcast editor, but you can actually do a bunch more than that. So now you learned the basics of Premiere Pro and you've learned how to edit an entire podcast episode. Let's jump into After Effects expressions. Expressions are basically small bits of JavaScript code that you can attach to different layer properties in order to automate motion and create dynamic animations without keyframing everything by hand. So I think you see where the value in this is, and AI is very good at writing code. So let's jump into that next. Right, so let's begin. First of all, let's draw a circle and let's change the position so that it's dead center in the middle. It's just easier to work with. And let's make sure our anchor point is in the center of the screen. I use the anchor point mover from Animation Composer. So as you've seen in the intro, all I want is a circle that pops in, floats around, and changes colors. And I want to use expressions to do that. So personally, I'm really bad with expressions. I'd probably use keyframes to change the hue, and I'd probably just do it all manually. But that wouldn't allow any room for customization, any room for improvements, and it would really limit my editing. That's why when I discovered that you can actually use LLMs to your advantage to generate After Effects expressions, it completely changed my view on this. So first of all, let's open up ChatGPT. This is the macOS desktop app if you're wondering, but you can use the browser, that's totally fine. So to save us time, I wrote the prompt for you already, and it is, I want to create an After Effects expression. Obviously, this is the most important prompt you need to give ChatGPT. You need to specify what it is you're looking for, right? Here's what I need. Think of any expressions I need to make this possible. Give me more than one if needed. And then I simply gave it the animation I want, which is a red circle that floats around the screen, changing colors. Simple as that. So let's click enter. And as you can see, it's generating me code for After Effects expressions. In my prompt, I obviously mentioned that you can think of as many as you need. So it gave me a floating After Effects motion, a changing color expression, and even gave me a scale pulsing one, which we're probably not going to use. But that's fine. Let's see what I made. So over here, it tells you actually what expression that this needs to go in. So position expression. So I'm not even going to read this. I'm just going to copy it, open up position, options, click, and Control V. So all I did is paste that in. Let's see what it looks like. Now, obviously, this is a basic example, but there's still a lot I want to change about this position. First of all, I want it to start in the center, and it's not doing that right now. Right now, it's starting somewhere at the bottom. And my client said that his life is on the line for the circle to start in the center, so it's very important we start the circle in the center. One more thing I want to change about this is that it's not moving in a random pattern, it's just moving in circles. I want it to move in a random pattern and start in the center. So that's all I need to tell ChatGPT. And since it gave me 3 different expressions, I'm just going to specify that I want to start with animation 1. So let's start with animation 1. I want the position to start in the center, and I want it to move in a bit more of a smooth, random pattern. Right now, it's just moving in circles. Now, it's going to generate me new code based on our previous conversation because it remembers what we were talking about. But I want to make sure you understand this is not a Google search. This is literally like having an After Effects expressions coach right next to you as you're working. Any question you have or any change you want to make, you can simply add in as a prompt. If you're really curious with what this is, obviously it explains it here, but you can ask ChatGPT, explain this in more detail, explain this like I'm 6 years old. I still don't understand it. I still don't understand it until you actually understand exactly what you're working on. So it's not only a good way to generate these expressions, it's also a good way to learn. And over here we have the explanation of it. I don't want to read any of that. Let me just copy this, paste in our new expression, and let's see what it came up with. Okay, so the movement now is a bit more random. However, it's not starting in the center. So even though we specified start from the center, even though ChatGPT did exactly what we want, we have the randomness movement, which is kind of working against that because it's saying to go in a random position. So even though it's starting in the center, it then gets offsetted by the random position expression. But even if you didn't understand understand why it wasn't starting in center, you can just keep telling ChatGPT it's still not starting in center, find a reason for this. It'll explain to you why it's happening. But the more you know and the more context you give it, the easier it's going to be for you to generate these expressions. So I'm going to say it's still not starting in center. I think it's because of the autocode. It starts automatically with some movement. Okay, so this is a good idea. It's going to offset the start time by 1 second. So again, copy the code, paste it back in, and let's see what this looks like. Awesome. Now it's actually starting in the center. It's not moving in circles, it's actually moving in a random direction. So we have the movement covered. So now let's move on to animation 2. Okay, so this generated code and it says it can be applied to the fill color property. Easy as that. So copy the code, open up the fill color property. Again, options click or alt click if you're on Windows, and command V. Okay, but we have an error. So let me show you how to quickly fix this. I'm not even going to read the error. All you got to do is take a screenshot of your error. Boom. And let's just drag the screenshot into here. No context, paste, and let ChatGPT do all the manual labor for you. Copy the code again, paste it into here. Code fixed, colors are changing. It's as simple as that, guys. I'm telling you, this is the quickest way to generate expressions. Okay, this looks cool and all, but the colors are changing really slow. I wanted them to change faster. I don't know what to do. Obviously, we can go in and tell ChatGPT, I want these colors faster, but come on, guys, we're not that stupid, right? The thing that ChatGPT actually done is explain the code in plain English, what everything does. So even if you don't understand any code, if you understand English, you'll actually know how to change the code. And as you can see, speed is 0.5, speed of color change. I'm pretty sure you understand where this is going. If you want to speed it up drastically, let's change it from 0.5 to 5 to 10x the speed. And now we have the speed changing colors way faster, obviously. But you can customize everything here. Let's say we wanted to change something about the position. Just double click E to bring up the expressions. And here we have the position. So let's say we want to increase the amplitude from 200 to 600, right? Obviously it's going off screen, but let's say we wanted it to go off screen. Now it's moving around way more randomly. But okay, that was a really basic example. I want to challenge this GPT a bit and I want to show you what it's actually capable of. Okay, now I want to duplicate this, but I want to use opposite colors. To create a second version with opposite colors, you can invert each color channel. Here's the modified expression for the opposite colors. Okay, cool. Let me copy that. Duplicate the layer. EE, paste that in. Boom. And I mean, we do have the opposite colors, I believe. Like when it's green here, it's blue there, but it's now moving in the exact same position. So let's say, but now it's moving in the same position. Why didn't you think about this? It's blocking my view of the first one. Because obviously ChatGPT should have told me that it's going to block the position and we're only going to see it. You're right. Thank you. To make the second circle move independently without overlapping the first, we need to introduce blah, blah, blah motion pattern. I don't care. Let's just copy the code and paste it into the position. So let's see, I did want it to start in the middle and now it's moving in a bit of a different direction. So now they're not actually overlapping. The reason the colors are changing at different speeds, because if you remember, we manually changed the speed of one of them and we never told ChatGPT. So AI can't read our minds yet and doesn't know actually exactly what we're going to do. We could have told it that we changed the speed and it would have understood. I think you get the point. But guys, if you're not using these tools as a video editor, you're going to get replaced. I mean, even for the basics, like I want to show you guys one more use case for this, but I have no idea what to do. So I'm just going to say, I want to showcase just how powerful After Effects expressions can be. Given what we've generated so far, generate something to really impress me now. I have no idea what it's going to come up with, but we'll see. All right, let's take it up a notch. I'll expand on what we created so far by adding dynamic size pulsing. Okay, so the first thing that we were talking about. Honestly, I have no idea what this is. Let's just copy it and let's just paste it on the first one. Okay, I'm going to actually paste it on this one just so that we can see. I mean, this isn't that impressive, but I think you get the point. We can literally generate anything we want. And keep in mind, all I done is draw a circle. Everything else was done through prompts that I wrote in English. I encourage you to actually try use it yourself. Next time you're thinking of generating an After Effects expression, or even if you just have a cool idea but you don't know how to do it, try this tool. I've already used this for some pretty complex expressions, and I'm sure it's going to save you a lot of time and make your edits better.
So now let's jump into creating some assets with AI. My favorite of which is creating 3D models and environments, because I was never that good at Blender. So when I discovered you can just use AI to create these things, it really opened up a new world for me, which is the world I want to bring you into right now, creating 3D models and environments with AI.
Right, so we're in After Effects beta, and as you can see up here, we have parametric meshes. That's basically just a fancy word of saying 3D shapes. And if you click and hold, you can see that we have a cube, sphere, plane, torus, cone, and cylinder. Each of these are highly customizable. So I'm going to select plane, and I'm going to drag and drop it over onto the preview window over here like so. Then I am going to select the 2 view window over here and slightly angle this backwards because I just want to create a basic floor. And we can use the same concept to create the wall in the background, and boom, we have a wall and a floor in 3D in After Effects. I'm going to create a random shape over here, and after creating cube, if you just select it and open up properties, you can go down and obviously change the base color because that's where we don't see it right now. But the more interesting thing is material, because in this new update, not only did Adobe release all these new features, they also released
Substance 3D, which is essentially a marketplace with multiple different materials that you can download and import straight into Adobe. And they have 1,300 free materials for you to download. So I'm just going to download this metal one over here, and then we can simply drag and drop it into our project. And now under our 3D shape, inside of metal assignment, we can click on material and select this steel. And so as you can see, even the metallic surface is actually reflective to the light and has a really nice realistic touch to it. But with all of these new updates, I think you can start to paint a picture of how being able to generate an environment with any image or an object with any image using AI is going to be an extremely valuable skill set because of all of these new features that Adobe are releasing. Okay, so with the basic After Effects beta updates covered, let's generate a 3D scene with any image we want using AI. And I've spent countless of hours of research for this specific video, and after testing out all of these different tools, I found multiple different ways that we can go about this. So firstly, we'll start with going over the best overall tool for creating 3D environments with any image. Then I'll show you a free alternative that you can use. And afterwards, I'll even show you how to create custom vector landscape environments in literally just a few minutes. So as mentioned, the best overall tool I found for creating these 3D environments is Motion Bro. And I'll show you why it's the best in just a moment, but if you want to download it, I'll add a link to it in the description. And when you download it, just click on After Effects and download it through personal use. And once you have it downloaded, you're going to have to find your Adobe folder, scroll down to CEP, open up extensions, and you're going to be given a Motion Bro folder that you simply drag and drop into extensions. Then just restart After Effects, go up to Window, hover over extensions, and you can enable Motion Bro, which will pop up as a panel that you can just drag and drop into your top right, which is where I have it. Now using it is super simple. All we have to do is select an image and then open an image. Once you select the image, just convert the image to 3D, wait for it to load. And while it's loading, you might be wondering where to actually find images. So I just use Midjourney. You can do something simple like searching up realistic, finding a scene that you like, for example, this one, clicking down here by style. So we can copy the style reference for it. And let's say wide angle shot of an empty street in a favela. Go up to settings and make sure you have 16:9 enabled and send that off. And we can see that we created some images that we can use for our After Effects environment if we want. And that's just how I suggest you doing it, right? Just find a realistic style, implement the style, and then you have custom images of whatever you want for your 3D environment. So going back to After Effects, we can see over here that we now have a 3D model. Now, one little thing that I do not like about this is that there is edges that are kind of cut off over here, which is why you can select add mirrored sides when converting the image to 3D, and I'll show you that in just a second. But firstly, I'm going to import this into my timeline by clicking on add 3D model to timeline. And as you can see, we have a custom 3D environment of this garage, which, keep in mind, was just a basic 2D image. I mean, this is the image that we started with, right? It's just a PNG image of a garage that, once again, I generated on Midjourney. And now, as you can see, this is a full 3D image that we can import objects into, such as if you go back to the shapes that we generated previously, we can move these in and out of our garage. So maybe for this shot, we're going to want to generate like a customized car that we want to import into the garage, because previously, if you want to do that, what you'd have to do is go on Sketchfab and just try find a car, right? Maybe this one will work, maybe it won't. Also, you have to pay for these, right? Keep in mind, we're in the age of AI. That's why I'm so excited about this. Maybe we want a car jack, whatever you want, we can add to this now. But I'll get to that. We still need to cover the rest of the environments that I was talking about. So with the add mirrored sides enabled, if we add this 3D model into our timeline and open up camera, we can see that the edges are mirrored, meaning you don't get that weird black line anymore. But the previous tool was paid, which is why I also found a free alternative that you can use. It's the same premise. You basically drag and drop an image in here, click on submit, and it's as easy as that. It's the same concept. You import an image, it turns it into a GLB file, which you can import into After Effects. Instead, what I want to show you is the vector landscape that I promised you earlier. And if you're intimidated because you've never used Illustrator, don't worry. Me too. I've never used Illustrator in my life until this video, and I literally learned this in like 5 minutes. So it's super easy. So what we need to do is click on the rectangle tool up here and basically cover our entire canvas with a rectangle. So once we create this rectangle, what we want to do is simply type a description of what we want. I'm just going to say a mountain landscape during sunset. Then what we need to do is just click on view all settings and make sure we are in scene over here, right? Not subject, scene. Change some extra settings here if you want, but I'm just going to click on generate. Now this is going to use Adobe Firefly to generate a customized vector scene. But remember, not only is this a PNG image that we import, this is Adobe Illustrator, meaning each one of these is going to be a separate layer inside of After Effects that we can then use another tool to evenly distribute them out, turning it into a 3D environment with just a few clicks. As I said, I wasn't lying in the intro, this is really easy, you know? But when you generate the image, you're gonna wanna go up to layers, expand the layers, and simply click on the group that all the other subgroups are connected to. And let's go up here to release
to layers sequence. Do the same for layer 3 because I want more detail. And once you release the layers, what you have to do is take the layers out of the subfolders that they're in so that the layers are independent basically. You can spend some time on this if you want, but once you have the layers independent, simply save this as an Illustrator file. So now that we have our Illustrator file saved, what we need to do is go back to Adobe After Effects 2025 and import a .ai file, which means .illustrator file basically. And when you're importing it, you need to import it as a composition and click on OK. And now we have our mountain range. And if you're wondering where all the layers are, this is a composition essentially. So if we open it up, you see all of our layers here. So once we open up the composition, we have to enable all of these as 3D layers essentially. First, let's create a camera. So we have a camera, and if we zoom in, we can see it's not a 3D layer. It just scales everything, and everything scales at the same rate because everything is on the same axis. What Parallax will do is automatically adjust the distance between each of these layers and scale it accordingly so that they have distance to each other, but it'll remain scaled on frame. So it'll be easier if I just show you, right? Okay, so the first thing we need to do is select the foreground. So the way I found this is I found the background, which was layer 1. So obviously layer 16 is the foreground. The reason we do this is because that is going to depend on what to actually move backwards, because Parallax doesn't know what to move backwards. So that's what we are doing here by selecting the foreground first, meaning the foreground, this is the layer that needs to be closest to the camera. So we select that first, and then we select the background last, and then go up here to push, and we pushed everything back. And as you can see, everything is split into a 3D layer automatically. Everything is scaled already. It still looks like the same image, but when we move the camera forward, we can see that the image is actually in 3D. All of the different layers are moving at different speeds. And obviously going back to Illustrator, I previously made like this mountain range. You can make anything you want inside of Illustrator, which you can then use inside of After Effects and use this Parallax tool, which is paid for, by the way. And I'm not sponsored by any of these tools, unfortunately, but I'm just showing you the most effective way to actually do this, because this can be used as anything, whether it's a transition shot, you can add some text, let's say, then we can like keyframe the camera to like move into the text, reveal the text, to do whatever you want with this. My point is that this is customizable and super easy now with AI. Okay, but let's go back to this environment that we created previously because it's an empty environment. We want to add some objects, which is the next part of this video, and that is generating custom 3D objects. Once again, if you tried to generate custom 3D objects, you will know how many different tools there is. And so for this section, I will show you, firstly, the best overall option I found for generating these objects. Then I'll show you a slightly cheaper version. And finally, a free alternative, which, be warned, doesn't have any textures. So you're going to have to kind of import your own textures if you want to texturize it. And at the end, I'll show you how to animate all of these with just one click of a button. So in my opinion, the best overall website for this is meshy.ai. It lets you turn text and images to 3D objects. And if you tried this a few months ago, you should try it again because it's gotten way better than it was a few months ago. I think I made a video on this last year as well. I mean, this was just a text prompt that I used to generate this eagle. Right, so inside of Meshy, if you hover over the model over here, we can click on it and we have 3 different options that we can choose from. Image to 3D, batch images to 3D, and text to 3D. Text to 3D works pretty well. Only problem, by the way, is the animation focuses entirely on humans, not animals. So if I wanted to animate this eagle, I can't really do it inside of Meshy. And I did find a solution to that, which I'll show you in a bit. But firstly, let's generate an image. I want to generate an image like this, and it's a basic 2D PNG image of a Nissan R34 that I simply found, or should I say created myself, on Midjourney over here, as you can see, using the same techniques I showed you previously. And so all we have to do is import this image, select Meshy 6 preview, this is the best one, and then you can have the same settings as I have here and just click on generate. So what this is going to do is generate the overall structure of the 3D model that we want. And as you can see, it's generating over here under the name Red Thunder. So yeah, on the right over here, you have basically all the assets that you are generating. And there we have it. If you click on it, it'll pop up in the middle over here. And as you can see, this is a pretty good generation from one simple image prompt. And so for context, this is the angle that we gave it. But as you can see, we didn't give it any information about the exhaust or the other side of the car. But if we go around to the back, you can see it added a custom exhaust, a license plate, and all the other details that we did not give it. That's why this is such a powerful model. So if you're happy with the model, the next thing you can do is simply texturize it and then click on texture up here. And that's going to start adding colors. So we'll see how this turns out. Okay, so our texture is complete and let's click on it and see what it looks like. I mean, it's not perfect, but I think this is good enough to download and import. So if you want to download it, simply click on the download button over here. Make sure the format is GLB and obviously click on download. And then simply drag and drop the file into your After Effects folder. Click on OK. And there we have it. We have our 3D car inside of our garage over here. So we can position it like so. And so I added a little spotlight just to kind of give a little glow kind of under the car, and then we can also customize the ambient light so that it's not too bright, because as you can see, it looks really weird when it's glowing like that. It looks a little bit nicer. Obviously, it's not realistic. The sunlight's coming from the back, not the front, but these are little details that we could touch up. But for some of you, Meshi might be a little bit too expensive, especially if you're only using these assets a few times a month, maybe a year. So in that case, I do suggest you check out Magic 3D as well. This is not sponsored by me, and it's just a little bit cheaper with really good assets as well. And the free alternative I want to show you is Hunyuan 3D 2.0. It is made by Tencent, and the only problem with it is that it doesn't generate textures as well, but it can still generate pretty cool 3D objects. If you want to run it locally, I'll leave the Hugging Face to it down below. But I found Comfy Cloud UI has a template for this exact model, which you can just automatically use, and it's super straightforward. I'm not going to go over all the nodes inside of here. That's probably for another video and is beyond the scope for this one. Once again, if you do want a video specifically on Comfy UI and how all this works and how to run all of these insanely powerful tools locally, well, not really locally because it's in the cloud, then let me know, because Comfy Cloud is actually a really interesting drop that is very useful for us video editors. So the only thing you need to do to find this is simply go to comfycloud.org, create a free account, go up here to templates, and over use case, just select 3D, and you can select the many different options they have here, but I selected the MV version, which is the multi-views version, and then it'll open up this template for you here. So you can leave basically everything as is, and the only thing you want to adjust is the load image over here. So upload your file. I uploaded just a random image of a GPU. And when that's ready, just go up here and click on run. Now I just swapped to the regular version instead of the multi-view version because I only had one view of the GPU, and you'll be left with a saved GLB file which you can then import into After Effects. And as you can see, we have our model right here. It looks pretty good, but as I said, it's not texturized. But again, maybe you can use the textures that Adobe gave us for free and import it into After Effects and add a texture from After Effects onto this. There's many different ways you can go about it. I just want to show you the free alternative. Now, another important aspect of these 3D objects and stuff is actually animating them. So in order to animate something, you need to create a character, right? So I basically gave this a text prompt saying a regular man in a suit. And this is obviously on Meshi AI. And when you're creating the character, the only difference you should do is enable the AT pose. The reason is that when you want to rig your character, if he's in a T pose, it'll be much easier for the model to know how to actually rig it, like where his wrists are, where his feet are. So that's why we enabled the T-pose. So with our character selected, we can go up here to animate and then click on rig. And I just found out that they do have a dog option as well, but they don't have birds. So I'll show you how to do birds in just a second. But if you do want to do a dog or an animal, then obviously just select the dog down here. But we're going to select the human, click on next. And once again, we can adjust all these positions, but they all look great to me. So let's confirm. And now our character is being rigged. So when our character is rigged, as you can see, I already applied the walking, and it's super easy. All you got to do is go to any of these animations and click on add. Meshi has, I think, hundreds of different animations that you can use on your characters, such as fighting, dancing, just standing, walking, push-ups, whatever it is you want. And when the animation is added, you can click to preview it. And if it looks good, once again, you can just click down here and download it. And of course, we can just drag and drop it into our composition in After Effects. So once you have it imported, simply scale the character to whatever size you want, and then open up the GLB file. And under animation options, expand that, click on name, and select the animation you chose. So as you can see, he's doing this running animation, but obviously, first of all, it's super short, and second of all, obviously he's not moving his position. So we'd have to adjust that, because as you can see, it's only about 20 frames or so. What we can do is simply duplicate this a few times. Make sure you select the very bottom layer, then shift click to the very top layer, hold command and options, and then drag them out like so, because now they're evenly dragged out, and let go. So now obviously we have this looping animation. So then we can just create a null layer, parent all of these animations to the null. And we will basically just like move it forward so it looks like he's running towards the camera. Yeah, so obviously he's moving very slowly towards the camera. If we wanted to adjust that, we could really easily do so. Right, so as I said previously, the one issue with Meshi is that they don't have animals, but we just discovered they do have four-legged creatures, but they don't have birds. So if you do want birds, I suggest you check out mesh2motion.org. This, once again, is a free website and it's super easy to use. All we got to do is go up here to create, up here to import. We're going to select the eagle we have previously generated, and then the skeleton type we're going to select as bird. Now, firstly, if the eagle is in a different position, like as you can see, this is the shape that the eagle should be taking. If he's in a different position, you can click on X to rotate him, same thing with Y and Z, but we're going to click on move so that he adjusts, and he is perfectly adjusted, nice. Then we can just scale the skeleton to kind of match our eagle a little bit better, and then click on edit skeleton, which is where you will see all of these different little nodes, I guess. And a quick tip, I would adjust the bottom nodes first, because the bottom nodes are kind of independent. So if you adjust them, nothing else moves, and obviously it's symmetrical. So if you adjust the left side, the right will adjust. But if you start adjusting the top nodes and then you decide to adjust something below it, the top nodes will move along with it. And once you select a node, by the way, up the top right, you can see what node you're actually working with, so you know where this node should be. So for example, this is the wing. So you have all these different nodes that you have to adjust to the eagle. And once you're finished with that, you just simply click on finish. Obviously I didn't do any adjusting, so it's gonna be a bit weird, but you can see that we have an eagle that is sort of flapping his wings. If I spent a little bit of time just adjusting his head, then this would have been a really nice animation. So for starters, you're going to want to get to this website, and it is in Chinese, so you can simply translate it to English. Next, we're going to just click on login and select mail as an option. And here you just fill out your mail and get a code to verify your mail. Once you sign in, you'll be greeted with this screen where you see Vincent 3D and Tusheng 3D on the left. Now, Vincent 3D is where you can basically write a prompt for any subject you want to generate. You see here we have different models, then styles, but we're not going to go with this because Tusheng 3D is a lot stronger. And so down here, as you can see, we have different generation types, and we have multiple images or single image. So I just uploaded a single image of a man that we are going to use, just as an example. The generation type is going to be geometry plus texture, and we're just going to click on generate. It's going to take a few minutes to load. So here's our generation. Now let's drag and hold him to see what it looks like from behind, because last time the other 3D generation models, it wasn't good from all angles, but as you can see, this looks super high quality. The hands, face, and clothes are all extremely high quality. And down here we can also choose different styles like white mold or this albedo or just normal, which is this purple pink kind of style. But let's just choose texture for now. Now, as you can see, just up here, we have automatic bone binding, which is basically where you can add animations, which I'll show you in a minute. And down here, we have scene setup. So if you expand that, you can see that we can change the angle of the light, we can change the color, and we can change the intensity of the light. So as you can see, this is pretty cool already. And we're just getting started. So now I'm going to click on automatic bone binding. And here we have different action types that we can do with our 3D model. Standing, stride, fall, jump, kick, etc. If we enable show skeleton, you can see that it automatically detected the skeleton of our 3D model. And if you apply one of these actions, it will then generate an animation for our subject. However, because our subject had his hands next to his body, it did not turn out great, as you can see. So let me show you what it looks like on a well-produced 3D model. So I'm going to go back to the main home page and select this green Hulk avatar here, and just simply click generate now. So as you can see, this time he doesn't have his hands attached to his body. So when we click on automatic bone binding, it will actually detect his hands a lot better. So we can show the skeleton. And now if we apply one of the actions, let's say walk, as you can see, it looks a lot better. So let's try kick, because this is a more advanced animation, and as you can see, this is super high quality and it works so well. But now I'm going to show you the most important thing you need to understand about these models. It's the actual generation of them, because as you've seen in the first model, we couldn't do much with it because of the generation. So I'm going to open up florafauna.ai. I made an entire video on this website, by the way, if you want to watch that. So I won't go into detail, but basically we have an image and we can use these branches to generate multiple angles or styles or whatever you want from that image. So if I take this ninja, upload it and generate a 3D subject, you can see that the back of the subject isn't good because it didn't generate the second sword. It kind of cut off. So let me show you how to fix that. We're simply going to go back to Florafauna AI. By the way, I'm not sponsored by any of these websites. And we're going to click and hold on the plus sign on the right and let go. And this will let us to basically create 3 different boxes that understand the context of the box that they are connected to. And with this new box, we can create a text, image, or video. So we're going to create image and we're going to prompt it to say, turn ninja 180 degrees. So it's basically going to just turn him around, right? We're going to do the same thing and turn him around 90 degrees. And here you see we have 3 different angles of the same image, and the one of his back has 2 different swords because the image model understands this a lot better than the texture model does. So now you can simply click on the 3 dots and download the images, and going back into our 3D website, we can now select multiple images. And as you can see, we have a front view, rear view, left view, and right view. The front view is the only one that you need to import. That's why I only generated his right side. So I'm going to upload the front view, the rear view, and the right view. You can also upload left view if you have some specific detail that you want to showcase, but we don't need to do that in this case. So now with all of our images in place, we're using the 3D V2.5 model, and we're going to generate the geometry and texture. Click on generate, let it load, and here we have our subject with the 2 swords behind it. Now let's import our subject into After Effects and create a 3D scene to showcase the amount of stuff and editing effects that you can do with these 3D models. Because if you actually watch this video till the end, you will open up an entire new opportunity for yourself as a video editor to make much higher quality animations with basically very little upfront cost. So once you're happy happy with your project, simply select the GLB file up here and then click on the download button. Once you download it, you can import it into After Effects and it'll pop up like so. The first thing we'll do is on the right, just over here, you can see I'm changing to 2 views. So now we have a top-down view and a front-facing view for our subject. So then we're going to right-click into empty space and create a new solid layer. We're going to use this as the floor and simply change that to a 3D layer, open up transform effects, and let's just change the rotation to 90. Then reposition that down the bottom so that we have a floor for our subject. And let's just scale it up so that we don't see the edges. Now what we can do is create another solid layer, and this is going to be the wall for the background. Once again, create a 3D and just position that behind him. And because we have a top-down view, we can kind of see the floor and the wall and get a better perspective on where they are in the scene. So I'll position it right here and scale it up. So now we're going to go back into one view. And as you can see, I'm going to select my subject and just showcase that we can basically do whatever you want to our 3D model now. But in order to do so, if you do want to add any effects onto a GLB file, you got to create a new adjustment layer and then parent the track mat to our GLB file. Now just toggle the visibility icon to make sure it appears. And now let's add something like tree tone. And I just want to show you that that's how you actually add these effects onto a GLB file. Otherwise, you can't add any effects onto your GLB file, but the adjustment layer works great. Now over here, this button, alpha matte selected, you can see it makes a big difference in the colors of the tree tone, right? Basically, the alpha matte uses the transparency of the matte layer to reveal the layer below, and luma matte uses the brightness to reveal the layer. So now we can toggle between the two if you want to kind of get a feel for which one you want to use for your specific use case. But as you can see, luma matte just showcases more of our subject, so we're going to go with that. Here we can customize anything like the colors, highlights, midtones, shadows, you get the point. We can also add a deep glow effect onto this, which wouldn't be possible if you just tried to add it onto the GLB file. I mean, I used to render these as transparent videos, but this adjustment layer trick works really great. As you can see, we have a deep glow effect on our subject now. And look, there's a lot more effects that you can add. You can add a wave warp effect, for example. However, the problem with this is that it doesn't work as it should. And I'll show you that in just a second when we change the track mat. But if we add a wave warp like this and we change it around, you can see that it adds some sort of texture to our subject. You know, a good use case for this would be, for example, adding rain or water droplets on him if he's standing in the rain or whatever. And there's a bunch more customizations. But now here, as you can see, we have an outline of our subject and we have the wave warp effect, which only works inside of the outline. So if you have a problem like this, what you could do is render this GLB as a transparent video, meaning you would want to position your subject where you want him to be and basically complete the scene. But at the very end, render him as a transparent layer and then use that MP4 as a video to add the wave warp effect onto. Because as you can see, the wave warp effect doesn't leave the outline of our image. Okay, but now let's actually add some lighting to our guys. So right click, new light, and let's create a red spotlight. Now you can barely see him right now, but that's not a problem. I'll show you how to actually correct this lighting and how to make really good lighting in just a second. But again, this is just insane that we generated this image with AI, turned it into a 3D model, imported it into After Effects, and with just a few small tweaks, we have this amazing 3D scene already. If we change the spotlight to white, you can see a bit more detail, but this is still not the lighting I want to show you. For this subject, we're going to select the point light instead of spotlight. And as you can see, you have a lot more detail and reflections with this point light. So now if we change it to red, for example, place the light behind him and create an environment light, obviously the whole image just lights up. But if we turn down the intensity of the environment light, you can see that we can get some sort of details from the point light. So now what I've done is disabled the background, and with the environment light and the point light, we can start to see a lot more detail with the red point light. So if you position it, let's say around here, you can see our whole subject is now lit up in a much crisper and higher quality now with a slight environment light and a red point light. I mean, I can just think of so many different effects that you can do simply by rotating the light around him. And there's still so much stuff I want to show you. So now I'm going to import an image and I'm going to turn on cast shadows on the environment light. Now here's when you can actually start to see the depth in your image, such as the shadow bouncing off the floor and the wall. Okay, so now with the file that I just uploaded, we're going to go to environment light, go to light options and select the source to that file. So now whatever file you chose, it will basically take that as inspiration or as context for creating your light source. So now as you can see, we have a cool nighttime shot and we can of course play around with the lighting angles and stuff like that. Now, if you want more details with your shadows, because these shadows are really amazing quality, what we can do is duplicate the white solids, open up the settings and go into material options and then accept shadows only. So now as you can see, what that did is it duplicated our floor and our wall and it only turned on the shadows, meaning it basically doubled the opacity of just the shadows. So now we have much more details and they are much darker. But I'm not going to create any effects with this video. I just want to show you like the possibilities that you can do in these 3D scenes. If you do want an in-detailed video on creating like a super cool effect with these 3D objects, just leave a comment 3D objects or just subscribe to the channel and I'll be sure to create that. Let's create a new camera. It's going to be a 2-node camera and I just want to show you real quick that we can actually zoom in and out of our subject. There's no problem. And this 3D model just showcases how far we've come in the AI space. I know I said it a few times, but this is just pretty exciting for me. You don't even need to learn Blender anymore. You can literally just do all of this in After Effects. And as someone who doesn't really know Blender that well, this is absolutely going to be a game changer for me, generating all these assets and having all this customizability over your subject. That's why I wanted to make this video, to show you the possibilities of this, because there's so much you can do. What I want to show you now is perhaps my favorite effect out of them all. And that's going to be creating your own light source, meaning we can attach a light source to any object or any shape. So we're going to create a new solid now, and we're going to make this red because we want to make our own red sun to kind of match the theme that we have going on here. And we're going to click on the circle, create a mask out of this red shape and give it a bit of a feather. So now what we can do is turn that into a 3D object so that it's a part of our 3D scene, position that where we want it. And now we can create a new light, make it a point light and make it red. And then we can select the point light and just parent it to the solid shape that we just made. To visualize this further, I'm going to disable the wall in the background, select the red light. And now, as you can see, there's already a bit of a tint, but if we move it around, you can see that our shape is now acting like a light. However, it's casting a shadow, and if you don't want that, we're just going to click on cast shadows off just for the sun so that it doesn't cast any shadows. Let's increase the intensity so that you can see it a bit better. And if we change the position of this, you can see we have basically like this red sun that we just imported into our 3D After Effects scene, and it honestly looks amazing. Okay, now I'm going to enable the white solid layers in the background again, and this time we're going to enable the point light to the environment light, so that now if we move that point light, you can see a much more drastic effect. We still get that point light effect, but now the rest of the scene kind of changes a lot more drastically with it.
Now, personally, this is the most exciting part for me, which is creating AI motion graphics. AI motion graphics this time last year were not that good, but with the release of Remotion and Hyperframes, we're basically using code to generate AI motion graphics. And AI is extremely good at code. Let me explain to you how exactly to generate AI motion graphics to actually make them usable. So we're going to start off with Remotion.
In order to create our AI images, we're going to need two main tools. Number one, that is obviously going to be Remotion. And number two, we're going to need Claude Code. So if you don't know what these tools are, Claude Code is basically the most powerful AI agent in the world. It can create files, it can edit code, it can run commands, see the entire project, and fix errors. Remotion is going to create the motion graphics using code. And since Claude Code is the most powerful AI coding agent in the world, it will allow Remotion to create these insane motion graphics. And so this is what the Remotion panel is going to look like. You have your timeline down here, you have your compositions up here, a preview window, and extra boxes for customizing minor details, which I'll show you later in the video. If you've tried to create AI animations in the past, you might know that they used to not be so good. But Remotion changed the game entirely. So how does Remotion work? Remotion takes a completely different approach. You see, instead of manually designing each moment in a timeline editor, like it was done in the past in Premiere Pro or After Effects, Remotion is going to write code that says something like, at frame 50, show this text here with this size. And this framework is the big breakthrough. It creates videos programmatically using React and TypeScript. React is a library for building user interfaces through components, because inside of a user interface, we have lots of different components, such as buttons, cards, headers, page sections, etc. That's why this release is a pivotal moment for video editors, because it's using what it's best at, which is code, which has been one of the fastest improving metrics in all of AI. So hopefully now you understand how big this breakthrough actually is. This isn't just another AI tool. And if you're still thinking something like, I'm happy with just using ChatGPT, why should I learn Claude Code, Remotion, how it works, prompting, etc.? Well, because that's how you stay on the cutting edge. And so by watching this entire video and learning how all these different tools work, you will be at the cutting edge, which by the way is exactly the kind of things I teach inside of the editing evolution. So if you're interested, just click the link below the video and I hope to see you inside. But with that being said, let's jump into Claude Code and let's create some AI motion graphics. So the first thing you want to do to get Claude Code is click the link below the video and copy this command right here. And the next thing we have to do is open up a terminal or open up some sort of IDE such as Cursor, and then open up an empty project. Once you open it up, simply paste in that command in order to install Claude Code. It's going to ask you to sign in through your Claude account or to connect an API. So just follow the login steps that it's going to show you. So once you have it installed, simply type in Claude, press enter, and it's going to open up Claude Code. And that's how easy it is to install Claude Code. The next thing we're going to do is install Remotion and all the prerequisites that we need with it. So the first thing we need is going to be Node.js. I'll leave a link to this below the video as well. And so in order to download it, we're just going to click down here to get Node.js, copy the clipboard and paste that in another terminal, press enter, and it's going to install Node.js. The next thing we need is pnpm. So we're just going to copy this command right here. Once again, paste it into your terminal, press enter. And then we just need fmmpeg. So I'm on macOS, so I'm going to copy this command and once again, paste that into your terminal. Now we have a bunch of optional AI features which I'll go over later, but for now we can skip these. So now all we got to do is paste the command pnpm create video, send that off. And this is now essentially the process of downloading Remotion. So I'm going to select a blank canvas. I'm going to add Tailwind CSS, and I'm going to add agent skills as well. And just like that, we have everything we need installed and ready to go. We have Claude Code open. We have Remotion downloaded. Now we're ready to create our AI motion graphics. So this is the prompt I'm just going to showcase for the first Remotion scene. Okay, I pasted it into Claude Code. I'm going to send it enter. And again, while that's generating, I just want to explain, use AI to your advantage. I'm just going to allow everything it's going to ask me, but use AI to your advantage, whether that's writing prompts or generating 3D models or trimming out silences from your video. There's so many different things you need to use AI for. All you need to know how to do is understand when to use AI at what moment. Okay, so our composition is now ready. It took 4 minutes to create. And if you want to open it, you can click on this link right here, which will bring up the panel. And so if you are seeing an empty screen like this, don't worry, just click on editing evolution or whatever you have on the left over here as your composition. And as you can see, we have the first version of our animation. So the first thing I'm going to do is change the composition settings. And this is how simple it is. I'm just going to say, change the composition to be 1920 by 1080 in the Remotion project. Send that off and it's going to do it. Now make sure you always specify that you want things done inside of the Remotion project, because I found that sometimes it doesn't actually edit the composition in the Remotion project, right? But anyway, we have the composition changed. That was pretty easy. Now this animation looks pretty simple and it looks AI generated right now. So here's a few tips for this animation not to be AI generated, or at least not to feel AI generated. So I gave it the prompt to change the color theme of the project to have a blue theme and to also add a slight deep glow, like in the image attached, to the text and icons. And so I'm going to download this image right here, and then I pasted it into Claude Code for context. And then I'm going to send that off. Okay, and there we go. Our changes have been applied and the studio should auto refresh. So let's check it out. Okay, I can see that we have blue text, a blue background. This already looks much nicer. It definitely doesn't look as vibe coded as it did a while ago. Now the next thing that's missing in this is some transitions between these compositions. So for that, I created this prompt, which basically creates a reusable transition component. And we can choose which one we want to use, right? So for example, I'm going to use the wipe effect for the first transition. Let's just copy this and let's send it off. And okay, it looks to be complete, so let's check it out. Okay, so the issue right now is that it just kind of starts over here on one frame, but it doesn't extend the last frame. And so this is the last thing that I'm going to show you with these little tweaks, because everyone can do these little tweaks. This isn't hard. I just want to show you how easy this actually is to fix, because this is exactly what used to be so complicated. It's like these little tweaks, right? I told it that this transition only starts in, but it doesn't blend the compositions together. Then I gave it more instructions that needs to extend the end of the composition so that we can get a smoother transition. And now, as you can see, it done just that. It extended the composition. And now these transitions are smoother, much nicer to look at, because both compositions are on screen at the same time and the transition actually acts like it should. And again, this is just one example of the transition. You can have multiple different transitions at different points in the video if you want. But look, I'm not going to bore you. I want to get into the exciting stuff and actually show you how to use this tool to its full potential, because that's what this video is about. So one of my favorite aspects of this tool that I don't see anybody else talking about is using your own assets and actually customizing the scale or position or whatever it is about a specific asset. And in order to do that, we have to click up here on assets in this panel and then import whatever asset we want to use, right? So now we can see I have this editing evolution JPEG. So now I'm going to tell Claude Code to use this JPEG to replace this text, and it's going to do just that. And keep in mind, since it has context and memory and awareness, it also added the glow automatically to the logo, which I asked for many prompts back. And look, if you don't find this crazy, that's totally fine, but we're just getting started here. Later, I'll show you how to add AI videos and AI images and AI audio into these clips, how to create insane map animations with this tool, and I'll basically just push it to its limits so you can see the true potential of it. The final thing I want to show you inside of this effect is how to get the panel of customizing specific granular stuff that we want. So right now, for example, I want to customize the scale, and I could just tell Claude Code to increase the scale, but it's just inconvenient to, prompt back and forth with these small little tweaks, right? And that's why we have a thing that's called visual control. And if you specify add a visual control and afterwards just tell it what you want the visual control of, so in my case, a visual control for the scale of the JPEG image you just added, it's going to do just that. It's going to create a slider, whether that's for scale, positioning, whatever it is. We're going to have a sliding scale for our asset in our video in order to customize it inside of Remotion itself. The only thing you need to do is make sure that you're always at the cutting edge of these tools. And what better way to do that than by subscribing to this channel? Because I don't see any other video editing YouTubers going in as deep into AI as I am. Everyone is doubting this tool and just mocking it for all the bad results, but they don't realize the true potential of it. So by subscribing to this channel, you're going to get recommended more videos like this one to your feed, allowing you to actually stay on the cutting edge. With that being said, we have our granular control. So let's see what that looks like. We have our logo here, and as you can see, We can scale it up, scale it down to whatever size we want. Yeah, I mean, the possibilities with this are going to be pretty insane. I mean, 2026 is going to be crazy. But look, that was the easiest animation that I'm going to show you today. Now, I want to show you this animation that's on screen right now. But before I do that, let me explain to you what MCPs are, because they are what is going to power this animation. So what are MCPs? Well, an MCP is a way to give Claude Code extra abilities by connecting it to external tools and services. And there are many different tools that you can use. You can connect it to GitHub, Slack, Google Drive, Playwright, etc. And I think you can see why this is going to improve our animations. But you need to use the right MCPs. And so here are some of the best MCPs I've found in order to create these AI animations. So the first one we're going to use is 11 Labs AI Voice. I'm sure you've heard of it. We're also going to use Replicate for AI videos and images. Now, Replicate itself technically isn't an MCP, but we can still use it to connect to Claude Code in order to generate AI images and videos, which is exactly what we're going to do, because as you can see, they have a ton of different models that we can use. And then there's also Playwright MCP, which lets you control web browsers, Chrome, Firefox, Safari, programmatically with code. And this will allow us to take screenshots and screen recordings for us to import into the video. Now, there are even more tools that we can use. For example, Mapbox, which I'll show you later, it's just a really good tool for all these satellite images, maps, etc. For example, this map over here was generated with Mapbox and then imported into Remotion. So in order to download MCPs, you're going to need Node.js 20+, which I showed you how to install already, PNPM, which you can download with this command, Claude Code, of course, and FMPEG, which you can download with this command right here. So firstly, I'm going to connect Replicate. So the first thing you're going to have to do is just go to replicate.com, create an account. Once you have that, go up to API tokens, add a token name, and click on create token. Then when you have your token, you're going to want to run this command right here and just replace the ending with the API token that you just copied. And so then we're going to paste it into the terminal, click enter. And now we basically have Remotion connected to Claude Code. Okay, now we're going to connect Mapbox, which is going to be used for a layer animation. And this is the command right here that you want to do. So we're going to send that off to Claude Code. And as you can see, it confirmed that it has installed. So then when you set up an account with Mapbox, simply go into tokens, copy your token, and then get this command right here. And after the equal sign, just import your token. And then just basically paste that prompt into Claude Code. And now we can see that the Mapbox access token is connected. So now that we connected Replicate and Mapbox, we are going to create this animation. So I prepared this long prompt that I'm just going to basically copy and paste into Claude Code while I explain what this is going to be. So this is going to be a tree scene or tree composition process. The first scene is going to be a calendar booking. The second one is going to be a video call. And the third one is just going to show the call complete. But the difference here is that we are going to actually use AI images and AI videos to our advantage. We are going to create them and customize this animation. And by the way, I'll leave a link down below to all these prompts completely for free so that you can copy and paste them into your own workflow if you want. And you've seen how easy it was for me to just connect these extra tools. It's literally just importing a command into Claude Code. You don't have to be technical at all to do this. And if you are struggling with anything, you can simply ask another AI tool to help you along the way. If you're on Mac, you can press Shift Command 4. This will bring up this window, and then you can screenshot whatever you want, drag and drop that screenshot into another AI tool, and then just tell it to explain. Give it your reasoning and explain your process as to where you are, where you want to be, what's going wrong, etc. Okay, and we can see the animation is done. It's called Call Flow, and it created the scenes. So let's check it out. Awesome, pretty good, relatively straightforward, fairly simple. But now is when the fun part comes in. Obviously, there's little tweaks that you can do here, like it's not clicking the exact date. Again, this stuff I just showed you in the previous composition, so I'm not going to go over that again. Instead, let me move on to step 2, which is adding a photo to the project. And so as I showed you, all we got to do is drag and drop our asset into this assets folder right here, and then we have it in here. And just for context, this is the image that I'm going to use. And so now that we have it, we're going to turn this image into an AI video without needing any external tools other than, messaging back and forth with Claude Code. And so in this prompt, I'm basically saying to use the Replicate MCP, which we just connected, with Google Veo 3.1 and generate a talking head video. The reference image is the image that I just uploaded. Then we have the prompt describing what I want and some basic settings. So then we're going to send that off into Claude Code once again. Okay, and actually it's giving me an error saying that it doesn't have access to the Replicate MCP, which is fine, because we already connected the Replicate API, not the MCP. So I'm just going to say I have the Replicate API, it should be connected, and I think Claude Code is going to find it. We'll see. If not, I can just always send it over. But I think I made a mistake by sending this into the terminal instead of into Claude Code. So let me just send this into Claude Code, because it doesn't seem to see my API. By the way, there's breaking news during recording because Lucy 2.0 just dropped. This is not sponsored, by the way, but I made a video on them previously, and it's basically a local AI video editing tool. It's pretty cool. I mean, I remember they had an open source model. I'm not sure if this 2.0 is new yet, but let me know if you want a video on this. And also make sure to follow my Twitter, which is right here. Okay, so we should have the video right now, but I'm wondering if it connected to... Okay, so this is weird. It did make a video, but it didn't connect it straight to the composition that I was hoping it'll do it in. I just have it as a video in assets, but let's check it out.
This sick animation you can generate in minutes just using simple words.
Okay, this is pretty sick. So I used VO 3.1 to essentially create this video with a brand new background, obviously with the same clothes, with my face. Nothing is different. I mean, this looks very realistic, and I also added a voice. Yeah, this is getting pretty crazy. Okay, but the reason it didn't add it to the composition is because I didn't read this prompt out loud. It basically just told it to generate the video right now. And so save output as an MP4 file. So yeah, that's the only thing I asked it in this prompt. Because if you want to create these effects, you don't want to give it everything at once. That's why we're splitting this into multiple different prompts. So the next prompt is going to be actually adding this video to the animation. Now over here, it's specified that the video appears inside of the video call window as the person is being called. So if you open up the call flow, that should be in the second composition. And in theory, the video should pop up right here somewhere. So yeah, let's send off this prompt and let's send it off to Claude Code and I mean, let Claude Code do the work, you know? I really think most people just don't understand that their job is getting replaced in real time. If you are a video editor, you do need to start learning the stuff. You do need to start learning how to use the terminal, how to connect APIs. Yeah, because these tools are getting very powerful. So I still do believe that editors need to understand the fundamentals of video editing, of course. And it's going to take a lot longer for these tools to catch up to like the top editors who are insane in motion graphics, and companies are still going to want to pay you. But even if you look at something like Nano Banana Pro, I mean, to me and to a lot of other people I know, that replaced thumbnail designers because of how good it is. So I think that the gap between where we are and when these AI tools are going to be good enough to actually edit videos and create good motion graphics that are going to be used in a lot more videos is much smaller than everyone thinks. That's just my opinion though. Anyway, we have the animation, so let me open up this and I can already see that it's imported correctly, so let's play it.
Sick animation you can generate.
Okay, this is actually pretty sick. So it didn't just import the video into the box, it imported it at the exact time that it should be starting to play, which is once the call is actually joined. Over here we can see the call is being connected, but it understood that the video only plays when the call joins. This is honestly next level. Okay, but anyway, we're still not done with this one. Before I go on to the map animation, I want to finish this off and add a lot of sound effects into these scenes. So like UI interactions, transitions, video call events, all that kind of stuff. So we're going to copy this prompt you see on screen. Once again, if you do want access to all these prompts, I'll leave a link down below for you to download it. I'll just leave it there for free. So I'll go back into Claude Code, paste that in, send. Oh no, I just didn't connect this, sorry, that's my bad. So once again, if you want an API key, you simply go into any website that you need an API key for. You obviously log in or sign up. You go into the API key section, create a key. I'll just call this subscribe. And for these settings, I'm just going to unrestrict it, create key, copy the clipboard. And once again, this is the command that you're going to want to use. After the equal sign is where you basically put your API key. So we're going to copy this, go back into Claude Code, and then send it over here. I think it actually just wanted my API key, but I sent it the whole command, but doesn't matter. That's the thing about working with these intelligent models, you can make these little mistakes, doesn't matter at all. Okay, so the MCP has been added, but we just need to restart Claude Code. Alternatively, you can use the LLM's API. Yeah, I'll just say use the API. We don't need the MCP, that's fine. And again, you can use this from many different aspects. I didn't even try this yet, but I'm sure that you can use this to create a voiceover that is going to be connected to the AI video you generate inside of a motion graphic that you created with AI as well, probably with a script that was also created by AI. I mean, this could be some sort of dystopian reality that we're entering into where none of the content you're going to be watching is going to be human generated. So yeah, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see how fast that'll come, right? But there's also entertainment content. I'm just going to approve this. There's also entertainment content that is being extremely popular, and I'm finding myself actually enjoying more and more of it. Like for example, if you look at the Door Brothers, these guys are probably the best in the world at creating these AI images, AI videos. They do it all uncensored. But this is not what I think of when I think of, you know, sending one prompt into VO3 or whatever, generating a response. I'm not going to watch those videos, of course, but yeah, these guys are next level. I'd highly advise you check out some of their content. Okay, anyway, Claude Code finished up. So call flow should now have audio enabled, and it should have some sound effects. So let's check it out. Okay, so we can see in the timeline right here, we have one. Okay, this is a bit trippy. When I click here, like, interesting. So when I hover over the second composition, it kind of highlights all the other composition sequences, because there's multiple different layers inside of one composition now. And let me try to expand this so we can see that they're hidden until I kind of hover over them. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. But we can see in composition 1 there's 3 sound effects, in composition 2 there's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of sound effects, so let's check them out.
Quick animation, you can generate.
Yo, these sound effects are, this is mind-blowing. Okay, I am baffled right now because this is something that I might actually use myself. If I create a very cool motion graphic, I might just use this even for something like sound effects, or even for something simple like, you know, importing this video. I don't have to mask, I don't have to crop, I don't have to add these icons. I mean, there's so many use cases for this. This is honestly so insane. Like, I know I've been hyping this tool up a lot throughout this video, but this is probably the most excited I've ever been for any AI tool in terms of, you know, editing videos since I've made this channel. This is one of the biggest drops and biggest shifts in the way that we're going to edit videos in the future. So yeah, you gotta lock in, master this tool, and find out all the different use cases for it. Because again, we're just getting started. I'm about to show you a completely new map animation that takes things to the next level once again. And I might even make a whole separate video showcasing many more different use cases that this tool has to offer. So if you want to see that, comment down below. Now that's the benefit of actually connecting these tools, because on screen right now, you can see if you go ahead and try to create a map animation, it's going to be pretty bad. It's going to be weak. There's not going to be anything to it. But by connecting these tools and by actually giving Claude access to the most powerful frameworks that it can use for specific animations, specific effects, these are the kind of results that you can actually go ahead and create with it. That's why videos like this are important if you actually want to level up and create even more insane AI animations. I gotta give credit to Johnny Berger because he's the creator of this tool, and this is where I got the inspiration to actually create this next effect that I'm about to show you, which is maps. And again, if you followed along earlier, we added Mapbox into Claude Code, and that's exactly what we're gonna use to create this animation. So I'm gonna go back into Claude Code and I'm gonna say, use Remotion best practices. Now this is an important prompt to actually give it so that it does use the best practices, or I think this is the agent skills that it then uses to create these animations. And I wanted to create a new composition and add a map zoom in it of LA while keeping focused on it. And I once done animate a line from LA to New York and make the camera follow it. Super simple prompt. Let's send it off. Okay, and we have our map generated. So let's go over to local host and let's check it out. So we have LA to New York. Okay. I mean, I'd probably cut out this entire beginning section because it's a bit too quick. It looks a bit chunky, but this second part looks very good, especially from here to here. It looks super clean. But even with that being said, this animation is still amazing. And there's so much more you can do to customize this animation.
You see here, I have Claude Code on the left and I have the Remotion project on the right. And so I'm just going to say, add this video to the composition, and then I'm going to drag and drop the video, aka the intro, into Claude Code and just send it off. What we're trying to do here now is basically do everything for Remotion. So obviously Remotion can do the motion graphics, that's what it's best known for. But what about just trimming it down and adding sound effects and all other stuff that you need to do in an edit? So we're basically trying to take it from A to Z. Okay, so as you can see, we have the video now in the composition, which is what I asked for. So I'm going to say fix the comp length to the video length. Okay, so now the composition length is the same length as the video. So I'm going to say use Remotion best practices, use Whisper to transcribe the image_3693 MOV audio, and then automatically cut out anything that isn't the voice. So again, I'm just trying to trim the video right now. And so I'm specifying what to remove. So silence, background sounds, repeated phrases, and then open brackets, keep the best takes, and editor comments. So again, I'm going to specify keep only the segments where someone is actually speaking. So then I'm going to specify that I basically want anything longer than 0.5 seconds to be removed, and we are going to add a padding of 0.25 seconds. Now I think I'm going to try add this automatically to my app because I don't think this is that hard of an issue to solve. So if this is kind of challenging to you, let me know, because maybe this prompting is a bit, inconvenient. I'd almost rather just do the trimming myself, but for a long video, this can be time consuming. However, in Premiere Pro, there's the option to basically import your video. You get the transcript, you click on the silences because you can see them in the transcript, and you can just delete the silences. So maybe that's one way to remove silences as well, just by using the transcript. But I don't know, maybe GPT 5.5 or Claude Code can just figure that out for my app. Okay, so it's done, and we can see down here that it is installed whisper.cpp. Cut it down from 18 minutes to 6.6 minutes. So yeah, that alone is pretty good. But anyway, we do have the composition here. So again, you can just click on composition up the top, and you can see here we have this timeline split into multiple different sections now, multiple different nodes. So if we play it, most powerful video editing tool right now. But the problem is that 90% of people, okay, I think the padding could be a little less, are using it wrong, or they just don't know its full potential. So you might have already tested it just for some fun. Yeah, so there is a bit of issues right now, so let's try to fix them. Okay, so I'm going to type in /effort and just increase the reasoning effort of Claude Code by setting it to high. And I'm going to say there are still very long pauses, some repetitions, and dead space left in the cut. Make the trimming much more professional. Analyze the video carefully and do a significantly better job than the current result. So again, this is kind of a vague prompt. I'm not telling it specifically cut out this much padding. I'm going to do a more vague prompt this time just to see if it'll understand what I'm trying to get at. Okay, let's see what happens. Editing tool right now. But the problem is that 90% of people are using it wrong, or they just don't know its full potential. So you might have already tested it just for some fun. Nice. So first of all, that little glitch that you're seeing is not the fault of the actual render itself. It's the fault of the Remotion preview, I believe. But you don't actually use it. Not for your YouTube videos and not for your clients' projects. But this trim is much better. You can see in the previous trim, when I finished speaking, I would look away to look at my script, and there would be a massive pause in between the cuts. But this time, there is none of that. This time, you can just see me talking to the camera with very slight short cuts. So yeah, it also did remove all the repetitions. And keep in mind, this was an 18-minute long video, and it turned it into a 6-minute long video. So is this the best way to trim a YouTube video in the world? No, but this is just showing you where the future is headed and that these tools are extremely powerful. And again, I'm trying to prove to you that I'm going to edit this whole video just by using Remotion. Okay, now before we get into the next use case, Hyperframes, kind of like a Remotion competitor, but not really. They're both open source and they're both making each other better. They released an update, which is kind of like the app I showed you, where basically they have all these granular controls. I don't think they have keyframes, but they have the ability to control everything granularly. And that is because Remotion uses React code and Hyperframes uses HTML, and HTML is much easier for building these kind of workspaces, meaning you can click, drag, crop, this kind of stuff. So yeah, this is kind of the direction that Hyperframes is going in. Again, I'll show you a direct comparison later in the video between Remotion and Hyperframes for specific motion graphics, but I thought you might find this interesting. And if you want to be up to date with these kind of news, I suggest you just follow my Twitter, because this is where you can be up to date the fastest. Obviously, it takes me much longer to create a long form YouTube video as opposed to just retweet something that I find interesting. And my timeline is pretty well optimized for these kinds of updates. So if you do want to stay on the cutting edge, I suggest just click the link down below. Follow me on Twitter, it's completely free. I'm going to open up the one-shot edit section over here for the use cases. Again, you can read the entire prompt right here. Always specify to use Remotion best practices, by the way, and then specify if you want any assets. So I do want an asset because I want the ready to edit asset, which is the talking head video that I'm going to use. And then I'm going to create a new composition for this video, because if I don't, it's going to overwrite the old composition, or at least sometimes it does, and it's a bit annoying. And this is the interesting part. I'm telling it to transcribe the video yourself and then plan to build the entire animation. One shot the whole thing. Okay, then it's specified that I want 2 sections that need real screenshots, and then use the playwright MCP. So again, this is where I'm trying to be creative with the video. Rather than just leaving it at one shot the whole thing, I'm actually adding a lot more context in and providing links for it to have this personification, I guess, like be able to go onto my YouTube channel, take the screenshots, which I already showed you. Also, my video editing portfolio with over 600 million views, I pasted that in here as well. And I specified to use the playwright MCP for this. If I wanted a voiceover, I would have said use the 11 Labs MCP, and then I would have provided a script of the voiceover. You get the point. Okay, so obviously before we do that, we need to actually render what we have here. So if you click on the render button above my face cam, you can see you have all these different settings. So we're just going to render it as is. When it's rendered, up the top right, you can see we can click on this folder icon, which will open up the video. And so I'm going to open up the assets and then simply drag and drop my video into the assets section over here. Okay, now I'm going to paste in the prompt that I just showed you. Now, another complaint that I see about these videos is that, you're using a lot of tokens, you're using a lot of money. And although that is true, we are seeing models that are becoming much cheaper that are almost on par as the best of the best models in the world right now. So obviously DeepSeek V4 came out recently, and as you can see, it is much cheaper than Claude Opus 4.7. So over time, I don't believe that this is going to be as much of an issue as these models not only get better, but also get optimized better so that the cost goes down. Okay, perfect. As you can see, it is finished now. There's 14 scenes. It's obviously using real screenshots, added motion graphics, and there's no captions. Okay, so let's play the
Powerful video editing tool right now. But the problem is that 90% of people are using it wrong, or they just don't know its full potential. So
Okay, obviously this is not that nice. The text is in front of my face, so we'll fix that in a second.
I've already tested it just for some fun, but you don't actually use it. Not for your YouTube videos. And
Okay, I do really like the circle crop and then going into the bottom right corner. So yeah, the face cam moving around, this is actually a very nice little addition. However, the current version is way too empty, which is what I'm going to prompt. There's basically just weak text at the start, and then the camera transitions with nothing else happening. I need actual motion graphics throughout the entire video. Then I'm going to specify that I want animated shapes, icons, texts, callouts, diagrams, UI mockups, data visualizations, kinetic typography, transparent overlays on my face cam. You get the point, just basically a bunch of different effects. It also helps, by the way, that I am an editor. So if you're an editor, this is a skill you should learn because you have this kind of knowledge. You know what a good edit looks like. You know the intrinsic stuff of video editing. Like some people just don't understand what you can even do with regular editing, and especially if you're an editor, you can kind of describe what you want with plain English, I guess. But you can just read the rest of the prompt. I'm gonna let that go and see if Remotion can handle this on its own, or will I need to kind of jump in and help it. Okay, 26 scenes.
Remotion is the most powerful video.
Okay, we're seeing more motion graphics right now.
The problem is that 90% of people are using it wrong, or they just don't know its full potential. So you might have already tested it just for some fun, but you don't.
The first frame was a little bit better, but there's still not that much. So I'm saying that there is totally nothing. Analyze the audio and then just give me the animation ideas with timestamps. Do not generate this yet, just give me the detailed animation ideas. I want to see what kind of ideas it'll come up with to see what it's actually thinking, because I don't see the reasoning chain, reasoning tokens behind what Claude Code is thinking right now. So I don't even know if it has any plan to actually create these animations. Okay, so as you can see, it did answer with a bunch of different ideas that it has. So like beat 41, then the timestamp, then the quote of what I was saying, and underneath it has the idea for the motion graphic. It done this for basically every sentence I said, split it into scenes. So I'm going to say build it right now, because now it has, I guess, a better prompt to actually go by rather than just being too vague. So yeah, maybe we do need to specify the prompts a little more for these Remotion use cases rather than just sending a super vague prompt into it and expecting it to generate a good result. And by the way, that's why I added this enhanced feature into my own app, so that when you say something very vague, like the transformer architecture explained visually via a motion graphic, if you click on enhance, it actually uses Claude Sonnet to enhance this prompt. And I also added some more website links and specific prompting guides for Hyperframes and Remotion, because these aren't just generic prompts. And as you can see, this is breaking down my super simple prompt into a 10-second educational explainer introducing the transformer architecture. It's suggesting some color palettes, title cards, camera motions, and yeah, it just has overall good prompting structure. So I'm going to select Opus, keep it at 10 seconds. I'm going to send this off so that later we can compare Hyperframes to Remotion and see which one kind of generated a better motion graphic for this. Okay, but as you can see, going back here, it is cooking something up. I can see now that we have some better motion graphics, even though it took me 2 or 3 prompts. So let's see.
Remotion is the most powerful.
Okay, this is much better already. We have something going on in the intro, because as you may know, in the YouTube video, the intro is the most important thing. So we have something happening.
But the problem is that 90% of people
Okay, nice.
are using it wrong, or they just don't
So
know.
again, I didn't specify to create this exactly, but this is pretty cool. Again, here we see the Playwright MCP in action, because it took the screenshot of the channel.
I have over 600 million views on my video editing performance.
And yeah, this is looking good. Then again, Playwright MCP,
We're going to cover the fundamentals.
700 videos, 600 million views, 28 million likes. Yeah, this got all the stats right. Nice, this looks pretty cool. It even got the exact command that you need to add into your terminal for codecs. I think that's the right one. Codecs new Remotion video. It's pretty cool.
We're also going to install it on our own machine and connect it to
Again, I love this like terminal UI. There is obviously a lot of changes. This isn't the best motion graphic in the world, but yeah, I'm pretty impressed.
the most powerful AI agent in the world, Claude Code. I'll show you how to plug in the most powerful APIs and MCPs.
Yeah, so this is like small stuff, but obviously there's a lot of space like down and to the left, and this is the kind of granular control I want. Okay, well, you already seen all of this because obviously I'm going to add this to the intro of the video, but yeah, this is looking really good so far. Now, by the way, it's still not finished because it's still running. As you can see, it's been going on for 20 minutes, 6,000 tokens. So yeah, this was like a work in progress right now, so it's still not done, I guess. I should dive into exactly what we're going to cover in this video. So like with every video edit, I like to start off with some basic trimming. Then we're going to remove repetitions and remove any retakes. After that, I want to add some nice little touches. Okay, this is so cool, this 3D animation. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, this is just very creative, but yeah, it just has the touch of Remotion. I don't know how to explain it. Like, you can always tell that this is an AI edit, but I don't think that's going to be the case for long. Map animations, B-rolls, and some lower thirds from my channel. And to finish off this video, I mean, look at this, the B-rolls and the map animation. I mean, that is a very high quality globe. And it's also using different colors. This is like a subtle thing, but it's using different colors for different sections of the video to imply that, you know, there's progress being made or that we're on a different chapter of the video. Okay, so for the sections that you don't like, I am basically going to screenshot on screen exactly what I don't like. And I'm going to use that later to paste the screenshots in so that I can explain what to change. Screenshots are a very powerful way to explain to your AI model, this is what I want changed. Prepare these scenes, and then I'm just going to paste in on the internet. My name is Matej. I have been testing AI tools on this channel for the last 2 or 3 years, and I have over 600 million views on my video editing portfolio. And in this video, I'm giving you my entire Remotion setup. So firstly, okay, nice. So that's how you make changes. As you see, I just asked it to change the part of 610 to 600 million just to see, you know, if it can actually take a screenshot and edit something. And yeah, you can type in plain English, edit whatever you want. Obviously, I prefer the granular control method, but yeah, this is still possible to do even if you don't want to do moving around keyframes or anything like that. I'll show you how to plug in. If you remember, I did specify that I want this bigger to the left and down, so this is kind of what I've done. You can see it's not like small in the corner like it was before, now it's nice. Okay, next up, I'm going to show you the granular control that you can have. Now, this is the one that you can create for yourself, not in the app I showed you earlier. So again, under motion control, you can just open a PDF down here and copy the prompt on screen. And by the way, the reason I'm showing you this now is because now we actually have some assets to work with. So obviously paste the prompt into Claude Code. It is going to use the assets that we have in order to understand, you know, what properties we can change for each asset. So it's asking me some questions. Before I start, refactoring 41 beats. So yeah, it suggested 2 options, so I'm just going to say option 1. Okay, now as you can see, we have a new properties section on the top right. So let's say we scroll into the first scene over here. We can decide to scale the entire scene, for example. We're not going to do that, of course, but one thing I want to change is say, now add this schema to each asset available, because right now it's basically the entire scene, which, you know, it's not that useful, let's be honest. So text, animations, etc. Everything separate. And I'm going to specify to just do this in the first 10 seconds of the composition because, again, I think you get the point. If we do this for the whole composition, it's going to be a bit more messy. And it's going to take a bit longer to understand every single sequence. Okay, and as you can see, we have a bunch of different properties over here that we can customize. And obviously this is for all the different scenes because there is a lot of scenes in this video. Again, I kind of one-shotted this whole video, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we can change here. But here, for example, we have the B1 Remotion text. And as you can see, you know, rotation, crop, whatever it is that we want. We can also change the waveform down here. You get the point. We can customize basically everything, which, I mean, even blur, you know, color of the glow of the text, the blur and the saturation. I mean, these are very nice tweaks. And this, yeah, I mean, I already spoke on this subject, I think, enough, but I'm just very excited about this. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very excited. I like to be on the cutting edge of these AI video editing tools, and I definitely think that Remotion is one of them. Okay, now let's move on to the audio section. So earlier in the video, I showed you how to use MCPs to make your project much more powerful. And now we're going to use those MCPs to create very cool audio. So I'm typing in this prompt, Claude MCP add 11 labs, and then underneath it I added my API key. Obviously you probably shouldn't add your API keys into Claude Code, but it is what it is. I trust Claude Code, you know, we're kind of boys. Okay, as you can see, it added it, and now we just need to restart Claude Code or run /MCP. So we're going to do that. We're going to run /MCP. So what we're going to do now is, if you open up once again the Remotion section under the SFX plus audio, I have this prompt right here which I added, so you can see it on screen, and we're going to paste that off and send that off into Claude Code. Basically, I'm telling it to analyze audio layers and then create the sound effects plan, because I'm learning from my mistakes. Earlier, when I just tried to one-shot everything, it didn't do so good of a job. So we're trying to create the plan first. We're trying to create the prompts first, and then we're going to use them, send them off to Remotion. Okay, we can see here we have the plan. So it will create some music, suspenseful, cinematic, blah, blah, blah. And then 25 different sound effects, including slams and all that kind of stuff. So we can see in here in the timeline, you can see now the audio. Okay, I can't hear any sound effects right now. Okay, so I have to restart because, yeah, I just didn't pick up the MCPs, I guess. So yeah, we're gonna restart. And I'm just gonna say open the Remotion project, analyze what's in there, and then do this. And then I paste it in the same prompt that I pasted earlier. So yeah, if you do add an MCP, just make sure you restart your Claude code when they tell you to. And once again, I'm just going to send off the API keys for 11 Labs. Because even though 11 Labs does have, you know, it's very good at AI voices and stuff, they also do have a lot of sound effects, which we are going to use. Okay, so now we're going to type in npx Remotion Studio to essentially reload Remotion. Okay, for some reason I still can't hear sound effects, so I'm just going to tell Claude Code I cannot hear any sound effects or music. Okay, we see now that there is some sort of an audio layer here. I can see there's one sound effect and music.
Remotion is the most
Okay, that's a pretty nice sound effect, that whoosh.
powerful video editing tool right now. But
yeah, that's terrible. That obviously you tried to look for an alert, but yeah, that's not a pleasant sound effect.
problem is that 90% of people
That's pretty nice. Again, these sound effects are a bit loud. I might turn them down for you guys, but yeah, these are very loud for me. So I'm obviously going to say that as well.
are using it wrong, or they just don't
That's
know
nice.
its full potential. So you might have already tested it just for some fun, so you don't actually use it. Not for your YouTube video.
Nice little bit of music in the background.
Well, that changes today because you are watching the most comprehensive video about Remotion.
Okay, that one was pretty nice. Some of these feel a bit generic. I don't like most of these, but this one was really nice. The text animation. Let's play it
The
out
most
again.
comprehensive video about Remotion on the internet. My name is Maciej. I have been testing AI tools on this channel.
And this song is actually really good as well. Like, I always use suspense songs, but when I did edit for these like talking head videos and stuff, I always used suspense songs in the intro. I always thought that they were just very good, and I kind of used well, I did specify to use a suspense song, but like
the last 2 or 3
it's a good suspense song is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I'm going to specify that they are way too loud, obviously plain English.
So you might have already tested it just for some fun, but you don't actually use it. Not for your YouTube videos and not for your client's projects. Well,
Now I'm going to say lower all sound effects by 5 decibels because they are still a bit loud.
so firstly, we're going to cover the fundamentals. Like you might be asking yourself, what even is Remotion? And
Yeah, this one's nice. It's actually surprising how good it's able to recognize, you know, what sound effects to add where. I mean, some of them are bad, yeah, like the alert one, but I'm going to remove that one. I can add my own ones if I want. But like this pop-up of Remotion, this was really good.
an extremely simple codecs setup for install it on our own machine and connect it to the most powerful and MCPs, which are kind of like extensions, so that you can get,
I mean, listen to that song in the background.
the most unlocks out of Remotion. I'm also going to show you my favorite tip, which is adding
Nice. This is actually a really good video so far.
granular control over every single property inside of Remotion, so that you can tweak anything inside of your video. And I'm going to make sure to break this down into super simple steps so that you can follow along even if you actually are a complete beginner. And look, it doesn't really matter who you are. For example, if you're a YouTuber, you can use Remotion to stop paying editors thousands of dollars so that you can actually simply type in plain English and get your videos edited. Now, on the other hand, if you are a video editor, this is the one AI tool that you actually need to pay attention to and you need to master, because this is actually going to allow you to turn videos around faster whilst keeping your edits high quality. Also, if you're a business owner, send this to your video editor right now, hop on a call with him, I don't care, because this is going to fundamentally change how your business operates moving forward. And if you're an agency owner, use this to scale your delivery without needing to hire more people. So here's the goal for today. We are going to edit an entire video just by using Remotion. And by the way, I've already used Remotion multiple times in this video that you're watching right now.
Yeah, that result was very impressive. So far, I'm really liking how this video is going. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that we can do, but I want to jump into this right now because I did promise you that Hyperframes is going to be compared to Remotion. So the prompt I sent in earlier about the transformer is right here, and we have 2 results for that prompt. So let's play them and let's see which one's better. So, okay, for some reason, Remotion is extremely blurred and Hyperframes looks pretty, okay, this looks really nice though. I mean, this is only one example, I guess, but I would say more variety. You know, I tried a lot more things. For some reason, again, I don't know why it's so blurred, but that's one prompt fix, that's fine. So yeah, I don't think this is a fair comparison because I really like so far this Remotion animation here that we can see. So I am going to resend this prompt just so that we can get a better output for Remotion. Maybe that's cheating, I don't know, but I do want to give a fair comparison. So yeah, I'm just going to enhance the prompt once again. Now it's even better, and we're going to click on edit so that these 2 get edited. But in the meantime, I want to show you some other examples of Remotion and Hyperframes so that you have, I guess, a bigger variety of data to choose from. Okay, this one was a circle morphing into a square, which, I mean, both of these are nice. It's kind of hard to tell which one is nicer. I don't know. This is kind of personal preference. I think both are nice. I would maybe say the left one the left one is because this is Remotion, because I like the extra circle in the background, the kind of like stroke outside of it, which also changes from a circle to a square. But the right one has a nicer gradient and a nicer glow. So yeah, this one's a bit even. Okay, here we have a phone calling. This one I am hands down going to give to Remotion. I think it's way better. It just looks much cleaner, I guess. And obviously we can change it as well. So like you can say, you know, whatever we want, so that we have this, and then we can you know, change the color of the phone, something like this. Yeah, this looks nice. So yeah, this is nice. I think this is another win for Remotion.
I'm basically going to use Remotion as almost a multi-agent setup, because I'm going to have a bunch of different videos created from just one prompt. And so before we do that, I'm going to send this prompt, Claude MCP add playwright. And for those of you that don't know, playwright MCP is basically an MCP. If you don't know what that is, it doesn't matter. It just basically allows you to connect your AI agents to the browser so that they can click, navigate, and interact with pages, which will be useful in the use case that I'm about to show you. And just like that, we have added playwright MCP. So once you send off this prompt, again, this is going to be linked down below. All you got to do is close your terminal, and make sure you tell Claude Code, by the way, to install this globally and not just in your project config. And so once you have it installed, open up Claude Code, cd into your project, and just type in /mcp to confirm that yes, we do have playwright installed, like so. So that looked good, so I sent off my prompt, and here's the prompt I sent out. Use playwright MCP to scrape this website, which is basically just Apple's iPhone website. Each iPhone basically collects the product name, starting price, key specs, the image, and screenshot of the product card. Then I told it to create a Remotion video composition for each product. And basically, we're going to generate multiple different videos for multiple different products on the iPhone website, not just one video. So this is something that would take quite a while to actually create if you're doing these manually one by one. And as you can see, Claude is already opening up a browser over here because it has the playwright MCP. And so as you can see here, it's taking screenshots of each product card. It has all the data, and now it's installing fonts. Let's just jump back into what we have with Remotion, because we generated 5 different videos of 5 completely different products, and without even telling it to do so. I never specified to generate a video of the 17 Pro, but let's check it out. So we have a nice sliding animation, we have some text, and we have the price of it. We also have some details of it. And again, this is a 9-second clip, super simple, yet very visually pleasing. And honestly, this is a nice composition. I mean, the text is spaced out proportionally correct. It's not all over the place. The text is very visible and very high quality, because again, code scales. These aren't pixels, so this is actually high quality. And same with these images. These images are very good. Nice sliding animation. And this is also, I believe, Apple fonts. I mean, this font looks exactly like Apple. And we have the same thing for every single iPhone. Now, one thing I want to check is if these details are correct. So if I go onto this website, take a closer look. Yes, so the 70 Pro is actually $1,099. So that's also something worth considering. This is factually correct, because this used the playwright MCP to actually open up this website and take a look at it, take screenshots of it, download the images, and then import them into the Remotion project. And again, created 5 separate videos. Nobody has shown you this kind of stuff. So again, these AI agents are getting extremely powerful. So video editing is just the next step of the evolution for these editing agents. And to be honest, I think we have all the technology there to actually have a very good editing agent, but we just don't have any tool that's connecting all these different tools together. Because you see, right now, there is already so many AI tools. For example, this is Perplexity Computer, that creates these very nice, visual, aesthetically pleasing presentations, charts, animations, whatever it is, that can also browse the web and be factually correct in just a single prompt. Again, here we have something that Claude made, not even Claude Code, just regular Opus 4.6 inside of the web app. And this is just a presentation explaining Git, which I'll go over in just a second because this is actually relevant to what we're doing. But you can see here, AI is just very good with code, and it's very good with generating these visual user interfaces and elements with code, not pixels. This is a very big breakthrough that Remotion has discovered, in my opinion, because all that's missing right now, I think, is to combine all the tools we already have. We already have Claude to generate visuals like this. We already have Perplexity Computer to generate interactive presentations, to browse the web and make sure everything's factually correct. We already have Nano Banana Pro and soon GPT Image 2.5. We also already have Remotion for a bunch of different stuff. My point is that all of this is needed to be, in my opinion, in one sort of user interface that encompasses every single tool to the best of its capabilities, meaning I'm not going to use Claude for motion graphics, I'm going to use Remotion for that. But I'm also not going to use Remotion for technical diagrams. I might use Nano Banana Pro for that. This, in my opinion, is going to be the next generation of these AI video editing tools, because there is already so many things that AI can help you with, but it's just inconvenient to jump across this tool in order to generate a 4-second clip. If this was already in my timeline, in my video editor, and all I have to do is select the transcript, get a model to read the transcript, and create a prompt for a different image model in order to send that off to create a diagram for an image and then input that image into the project, this, in my opinion, is actually going to save video editors a bunch of time, and is actually maybe even going to take over video editing. Now, real quick, I have a very good pro tip for your Remotion projects, because you might know that if you're editing videos, you have to auto save typically, or you save and then you can go back to your old saves. Well, inside of Remotion, we don't really have that ability, but we can use something called Git, which, if you're familiar with coding, it's basically a way to save changes or stage changes and go back to your previous snapshots, just kind of like autosave in Premiere Pro. I'm not going to jump into the details of it, but you can see on screen right now all the different commands that you can use. Now, here is another pro tip. Use Remotion best practices. This is something you should always add to your prompts, and this is my mistake that I didn't add this earlier into my prompt. But Remotion specifically recommend that you add this into basically every single prompt so that it uses Remotion best practices, creating the best quality final products. Now, next up, I'm going to paste this command, Remotion at Lottie, send that off, and press enter. And what I'm doing right now is basically downloading a Lottie, which are all these things that you can see over here. And an easy way for you to understand Lotties is these tiny resolution independent alternatives to GIFs. I'm sure you all know what GIFs are. So again, there's basically tens of thousands of different Lotties you can choose from. As you can see, they're all nice and high quality. So you could go to app.lottiefiles.com, which I'm not sponsored by the way, and then download one of these. And so we can see now that Remotion at Lottie is installed, and it's asking me where we want to use it. So I'm actually going to do my own thing by opening up this and simply dragging in the Lottie I just downloaded. Now, if you click on it, we can see that we have it in our assets folder right here. So I'm going to go back, and I'm simply going to say use smooth triple dot loading Lottie from the assets folder and add this to a new composition. Obviously, we can add this to an existing one as well, but I basically just wanted to use a predetermined asset. So this could be any asset, by the way. This could be a PNG, a JPEG, a green screen, a video of your dog, whatever you want. And using that asset, we can essentially import it into a new composition or a previous composition that we had already worked on. And as you can see, we have the Lottie in our composition triple dot loader up here. Now, I mentioned a little bit ago that you can basically customize the timing of different assets and different projects that you have. And so in order to do that, all you got to do is say add timing sliders to my composition. I'll say called motion styles showcase, and now Cloud Code is automatically going to find different properties that you can basically customize to speed up certain elements. So for example, obviously the phone fading in, maybe the floating of the phone, maybe a glow in the background. But everything I just mentioned, you can also specify for Cloud Code to go ahead and create properties out of that as well. And okay, that was pretty quick. It basically added 7 different controls on the right hand side of the panel. We can see here that we have the 7 different things that I was showing you. So first we have phone stagger, which obviously we can customize. Yeah, so that's basically much slower fading of the phones. Obviously, if I change that to 0, all phones will pop up at once. If I obviously set it to 40, it'll be one individual phone fading in. And notice how quick it is, especially in this render. Because this isn't actually generating pixels every single time, the code is making it so much faster. And we can preview this in insane speed. So yeah, I do think code is the future for these AI editing and AI generation tools. But yeah, regardless, you can see here we have a bunch of different little settings like the float speed of the phone, etc. But the one problem is that if we go, let's say on our iPhone video, we don't have the same ability to edit the properties for the other compositions. So what now? Is there anything we can do? And my answer to you is yes, there is, because I have another prompt, which is this one over here. You can pause and read it and screenshot it, send it to Cloud Code, whatever you want, and then transcribe it and just send it to your own Cloud Code, because this is going to add a Zod schema control for every composition and every clip / sequence inside of each composition. So now each clip is going to have their own properties and assets that we can customize. The control for all of these different things, like the animation speeds, positions, scales, opacities, these sound like basic things for a video editing project, but keep in mind we are in the baby steps for these AI tools. We're at the very beginning before these tools grow exponentially, before they make editors obsolete, basically. And as you can see, we have Even stuff like names. So for example, instead of iPhone 17 Pro, I can just change this to iPhone 16. Changes obviously in real time. And this is the beauty of these compositions, is that it's not bloated. It's only showing me the properties that I actually might need to change. So obviously for every composition, this is different. And this is honestly a prompt that if I were you, I would save for basically every single Remotion project that you do, because this will allow you to have all your compositions have much more customizability and will give you that granular control that everyone should have in their Remotion projects. Now, by the way, if budget is not an issue, what I would do is switch to Opus 4.6 fast mode. This is obviously a lot more expensive. I mean, you can see here it's $30 per input and I think 150 per output tokens. Yeah, so it's quite expensive, but I mean, it is extremely fast. So to show you how fast it is, I'm going to move on to the next use case, which is a very exciting one. Firstly, I'm just going to download this star right here, which is an SVG, and then I'm going to send this prompt: create a new composition with the following SVG in 3D and add a metallic material to it. Then I'll obviously just paste this in here and send it off. And let's see how quick this is going to be compared to Sonnet 4.6 in regular mode, which for the last use case I took like 5 minutes 45 seconds. So let's see if this is going to be any different. I mean, obviously these are different use cases, but I think they're relatively similar. And this one took less than 2 minutes, so about 3 times quicker for this use case. But more importantly, let's check out what it actually cooked up. So it did, I mean, this is so sick. So obviously it's a bit dark. Oh, I didn't even notice this also created the properties on the right over here. This is actually a must-use prompt. It created the properties for this specific composition, even without asking, just automatically did it. Yeah, nice. So it does have light intensity as well, which is exactly what I wanted to turn up. I mean, this is almost faster than After Effects. I mean, look how quick this is rendering. I do have a pretty good MacBook, but like After Effects wouldn't even be this quick for rendering this and then turning up the lighting, rendering it again. After Effects would be so much slower. Obviously After Effects is much better, but Remotion is just much more lean. And I think this is the same concept as using something like Py.dev rather than OpenClaw, because Py.dev is basically a different AI agent, kind of like Claude Code, kind of like OpenClaw, which has a much smaller system prompt and much less tools, making it leaner, making it faster. So it's almost like the same kind of concept with Remotion. But look, I'm not even a programmer, so I have no idea what I'm talking about here. But what I do know what I'm talking about is video editing. And so, yeah, this is a massive, massive change in terms of speed and efficiency, but also in terms of the speed of improvement of something like Remotion. Just a couple of prompts and I'm already maximizing my outputs here. And I'm making it so much more powerful. So if you actually watch till the end of this video, you're going to have such a more powerful setup than everybody else. And so for the next use case, what I'm going to do is send off this prompt, basically telling it to look for this YouTube channel. Don't know if you heard of it. Find the avatar and the subscriber count and basically make a lower third, a transparent lower third for the video. And so even in fast mode, if I end up spending a lot of money on tokens, basically this money will only go to waste if I don't actually end up using the tokens or the code or whatever project or asset that I actually wanted to generate. But once I actually use these assets, it's kind of like going onto Fiverr and paying someone to create this for me. Because something like a lower third, I mean, you can use many different things. For example, paying for a subscription for something like Envato, for example. I don't see why people don't just create their own assets themselves. I mean, these tools are extremely powerful now and you can basically recreate whatever you want yourself. Yes, it's a bit more annoying to set up. Yes, you need to get an API key. You need to log into Claude Code. You still obviously have a subscription, but you're learning a skill so much more valuable than just logging onto something like Envato and downloading a pre-made tool. Because think of it, those Envato templates and all of these assets are used in the training data and a lot of these AI models. And so these AI models are going to be able to replicate these tools and in an even better way because we can customize them to our own ability, just like right now. And this is what I came up with. And as you can see, it has literally everything. It did search the web. It did find the exact subscribers that I have. It found the exact logo. It rendered it in high quality. We can see here the quality is amazing. The text is very clearly visible. It looks really nice. And again, this is something that it's not super difficult to make, but keep in mind, this is the worst it's ever going to be. So as you can see, card scale, we can scale it. We can change the position of it. We can obviously click this button here and render it. And I can actually use it. And look, this is something that people are literally charging. I mean, €5 is not a lot, but like the amount of tokens I spent on this probably isn't that much, especially if I use something like Sonnet. So imagine you start automating this process and you just create these custom lower thirds for people. I mean, this is a very easily automatable business. All it is just getting someone's link, pasting it in, and then sending it over to Claude Code or any other agent. And you have the token for money system created. Now earlier I showed you about Lottie files, how you can basically download these GIFs and import them into your own projects. You can do the same with 3D assets. As you've seen, we did create a 3D asset of our own by taking this SVG of a there and then turning it into a 3D asset. But we can just take 3D assets, we can turn them into SVGs, we can do whatever we want with Remotion. The sky is the limit is what I'm trying to tell you right here.
So that was Remotion covered. That's where AI motion graphics started. But after Remotion, there was a release called Hyperframes, which instead of React code is basically HTML code. HTML powers all of your different websites, so there's a lot of different data on it, and AI is also extremely good at editing HTML code. Some people argue that Hyperframes is even better than Remotion. I personally think they're both really good, which is why I wanted to show you both of them in this video so that you can make up your mind with whatever motion graphics you prefer for your use case. So let me show you the difference between them and let me explain to you how to create AI motion graphics with Hyperframes.
But before we get into all the advanced use cases and all the cool stuff that you can do with it, let's firstly just set this up. So on screen and in the description, you're going to have this prompt or this command right here, which you can copy. And when you have that copied, just open up Claude Code. This can be in your terminal or this can be in the Claude desktop app. If you don't know how to find it, over here you have your chat, co-work, and then code. So just click on code, create a new session, open a new folder, and I'm going to click on bypass permissions and simply send off that prompt. Trust workspace. And this is literally how easy it is to actually install Hyperframes. And just like that, it installed 5 skills from Agent Hyperframes into Agent Skills. So I'm just going to send a very simple prompt just to test it out, see if it works. Basically, I want a Apple style motion graphic animation with some shapes. Okay, as you can see, it's still building, but it opened up a file on the right over here. Okay, the problem is that I just do not see anything, so I'm just going to say I don't see it. Okay, nice, and I opened it up inside of a different app. But there we go, we see that we are in the index HTML composition now, and I am able to play this. So there we go, we have our first very simple, very short animation. Obviously this is nothing special, but it proves that it works. And while we're here, I want to show you something. We also have this timeline editor, which is pretty sick. But as we scrub through the playhead, notice how fast everything renders. If you're used to Premiere Pro, if you're used to After Effects, this is basically impossible. I mean, you need probably a terabyte of RAM just to be able to move the playhead at these speeds, right? But again, because this is code, it renders instantly. And if you actually are a programmer and you want to see the code, here on the left, if you press on code, so here we have compositions, here we have code, you can actually open up and see every single line of code that is used for this video over here. So for example, if we change something like the width, we can see when it refreshes, it does update the preview window over here, but I'm going to revert it to how it was because I have a much more intuitive and better technique that I'll show you later in the video. Okay, so I just recorded a little section that I'm going to drag and drop while I explain what this is going to be. So this right here is basically the intro for the video, which you already seen. And so I'm going to copy or take a screenshot of the intro, open up Claude Code again, paste the screenshot, and I'm going to say, I added a video as an asset inside of Hyperframes Studio. I also sent you an image of the script of this video, and your job is to help me write the prompt in order to create nice visuals that showcase what I'm speaking of in the video. Okay, then I'm gonna open up Hyperframes, this thing over here, and I'm gonna copy the link. And what this is, I'll get into it later, but basically this is just a prompt guide on how to actually create the best prompts for Hyperframes. So I'm gonna paste that in. Follow this prompting guide directly from Hyperframes in order to create the prompt. Okay, I'm gonna just send that off. Okay, so first I'm gonna close this, and yeah, we have the one-shot prompt. So obviously /Hyperframes. Okay, so this isn't really a product demo video. Okay, I don't think I gave it enough context. So I'm gonna say, keep in mind that this is a talking head video. So for most of these sections, I should be on screen and there should be lower thirds or motion graphics that are complementary to me talking on screen. For scene 5, I would like to basically take the full screen camera and turn it into a masked camera, meaning it goes from being full screen to maybe being a cropped circle on the top right. Okay, so as you can see, I'm just kind of typing in plain English right now because, as I said, I want to try one-shot this and I want to see how far we can get with a more complicated prompt. This isn't how I would recommend you do these kind of things. By the way, I would recommend you take granular steps, take very small steps and kind of work your way up. Like later in the video where I'll show you all these different use cases and these specific things that it's actually good at. This is how you're going to basically get way better results for what I'm going to actually try to show you rather than just trying to one-shot it. But again, I'm trying to just kind of push it right now. Okay, so we have a prompt. I'm going to copy it and I guess I'm just going to send it back into Claude Code itself. And okay, so it's going to go ahead and start building the composition. I hope it doesn't mess this up, but if it does, I can just delete this track because sometimes you should specify that you want to generate a new composition, by the way. And I kind of didn't do that here, but I guess we'll see how it turns out. Okay, and as you can see, It took a little bit, but we have 5 different scenes. And so rather than looking at this, I'm just going to show you exactly what I've done. So here's our composition. Obviously I can see one thing that I'm going to want to change, but we can see we have scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, 4, and 5. And we also have audio. So let me play it. And it can do a lot. Create entire videos just from a website link, make motion graphics and animations simply by typing in plain English, create custom charts, graphs and assets for your videos, add customizable captions, and basically do anything that your video editor can do. Okay, nice. This is actually really clean. And keep in mind, I didn't even specify for any of these animations. You've seen what I've done. I basically just talked as if I was talking to my video editor to explain kind of what I want, and it came up with all these itself. The main issue I'm seeing right now is that it's kind of in vertical formatting. I would prefer if these were transparent on the left and right rather than this white background. But you know what? Rather than telling that to you, I'm just basically going to screenshot this, open up Claude, paste this image and just say, basically, this is all good. This looks very nice. The only change I would like is to not have these white rectangles on the side because it makes the video feel vertical rather than horizontal. Instead, remove these white rectangles on either side of my talking head video, and instead just have the motion graphics or any of the text be transparent. Okay, and I'm gonna send that off, and I'm gonna go back here for just a second because I wanna show you that if you do wanna change anything in specific, you can also hold shift and then click and drag to select a portion of the timeline, and then you can literally message or copy the agent so that it understands exactly what you want changed. Now, because I basically want to change the entire composition, this won't work for me. However, if there is something small you want to tweak, this is a nice touch to know. Now, while this is going to generate basically the effects that I want to change, I want to explain to you how this differs from Remotion, because if you've been paying attention, there has been a big thing called Remotion, and this is a similar concept. It is basically an AI agent which creates React code, which then turns it into AI motion graphics and edits videos with that code. Now, the difference obviously with Hyperframes is that it uses different type of code because it uses HTML. So there is some people that are saying, is it just a Remotion wrapper? And it's not a Remotion wrapper because HeyGen, the company behind Hyperframes, built this from scratch, even though they were inspired by Remotion. And there's 2 reasons why they rebuilt this from scratch. Number 1, in their evals, LLMs writing with Remotion compositions produced less creative visual outputs. And number 2, and this is probably my favorite point, is that they want the same code to be in the render layer and in the data layer because they need to build a UI for a human on top of the agentic experience. Now, what does this mean? Basically, if you want to build some sort of a workspace video editor on top of React as opposed to HTML, it's much harder for the human in the loop. So for example, in any timeline video editor, you can click on the timeline, you can move stuff around. That's nice, and it's very native to you, the human, to be able to edit stuff around. But anyway, those are the main 2 reasons why the team at HeyGen decided to build Hyperframes from scratch. And look, here's some more technical details. If you are interested in that, you can just pause and read this. But I don't want to show you all that boring stuff. I want to get back into actually testing it out. So as you remember, I did want to remove kind of the white borders on the side and have it transparent. And so, as you can see, it is transparent. So let's see what this looks like now. It can do a lot. Create entire videos just from a website link, make motion graphics and animations simply by typing in plain English, create custom charts, graphs and assets for your videos, add customizable captions. Nice, this is actually looking really nice. Oh, and it even fixed this ending. Okay, so now we have this template which you can basically use for any generation for creating any AI motion graphics basically. And I will leave a link down below for you to just copy and paste this. Basically, if you want, just paste this into Claude and it is going to create a much nicer, much more coherent scene for any video that you create. But now we're going to go to apple.com. Now, where are we in apple.com? Well, because I'm going to copy the link to this webpage, go back to Claude Code and type in /website to Hyperframes, and then I'm just going to paste the link to apple.com because, as you might know, Tim Cook resigned as the CEO. He retired, I guess. So this is just a monumental moment, which is why I'm using apple.com. I do think that Apple is falling off heavily in the AI race because they had Siri and they could have been way ahead, but it is what it is. They do have great hardware, which is where I believe they should put most of their resources into. But regardless, I am not a tech CEO, so I want to see what Claude Code is asking me here. So this is good. It's asking me to confirm some stuff. So like the duration, the aspect ratio, and the focus. So I want a pretty short ad. I'm gonna do this in YouTube, and I'm just gonna focus on the Mac, and then I'm gonna send it off. And while this is generating, by the way, I'm gonna show you a little trick. If you click on this plus over here, it creates a new chat. But if we're in the same folder in a different chat, it basically creates a Git work tree, meaning we can generate multiple different animations or different edits from the same Claude code. So we don't need to just wait 20 minutes for this one to finish. We can start on the next one. Anyway, we have the MacBook composition ready. So let me check this out. Yeah, so this is very basic. This is not that good. So let me do one thing. And I'm just gonna say, change the focus to the whole Apple brand lineup reel. I want more visuals used because I just don't like the fact that it's so static and basically just text changing. It is very clean. I like the shadow, etc. But I'm gonna just send it off. And while that's rendering now, I'm gonna show you how to create basically multiple animations. So obviously click on this plus, and let me go into assets over here. Okay, this is pretty cool. So you can see how many screenshots this actually took just for creating this very simple animation over here. So yeah, we have literally hundreds of different screenshots. So I'm guessing it was my prompt that was wrong. So we'll see how that turns out. But anyway, I just imported this soundtrack into the assets, and I'm going to copy it and paste it into here and say, this is the audio track that I imported into the asset of Hyperframes. And then I'm going to send off this prompt. And to explain what this is, it basically turns any MP3 file into this kind of interactive soundboard or whatever this is called, like visualize sound. So you've probably seen this in many different YouTube channels and you were wondering how to do this. Well, now you can use Claude Code to do that. You can read it on screen, or if you want, once again, as always, I'm gonna have a link to basically everything I'm using in this video below, and I'm gonna send that off. Okay, another thing I'm gonna send off is gonna be this: create a new composition with text, subscribe to this channel, and circle subscribe. I'm basically just creating a bunch of different compositions right now. By the way, if you do have a composition with text, you can also add a marker highlight sweep on the word. So if you watched any of, I don't know, Johnny Harris's videos, for example, where he has this documentary style, he's showing a newspaper or an article or whatever, and then there's something that gets highlighted, you can do the same thing once again with Hyperframes. You can also use it for text to speech, kind of like with 11 Labs. You know, you just create a new composition and it basically generates a narration. You just give it a script and you can add audio to your videos, as I've kind of already showed you. Now, lower thirds are pretty cool because I remember I used to literally pay for Envato to do this, but now you can just open up this, paste it in and send it off. And this is actually cool because we can see with this blue circle that this is complete. So let me say open this in localhost. But basically we have 4 different animations that are running right now. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, again, obviously this is a little bit too big. Okay, so all of our compositions are now ready to go. I really recommend that you use either multiple terminals or you just use the Claude desktop app and actually press this plus, because this was way nicer to work with rather than just waiting for one thing to finish. So here we have the Apple Mac teaser. If you remember, this wasn't that nice at the start, but I give it a different prompt and let's see what it looks like.
Only Apple can make Apple. iPhone, Mac, iPad, Watch, Vision, AirPods, designed to work together. Discover more at apple.com.
I mean, this looks pretty sick. I know that it seems very simple, but like this is basically what Apple is, you know, different products, nice clean text, nice fonts, and also it did generate this narration and the voice by itself. So yeah, that was pretty cool. And this is basically the subscribe lower third animation. And I mean, that's actually really clean. It's such nice high quality. Click. Nice. And as I just said, you can be paying so much money for all of these different tools and all these different assets like Envato, Mr. Horse, or Premiere Composer. Those are just 2 that I used simultaneously because they had different features. So even if you are spending money on these tokens, keep in mind that this is something that you can use in basically all your future videos. And just to show you how to render this, by the way, if you click up here to the right, you can select whether you want MP4, MOV, or WebM. I'm just going to keep it at MP4 and I'm going to click on high quality and export. Just like that, it's going to quickly export it. And then when it's finished, you can just hover over it, click on the download button and just download it to your PC. So then, if you remember correctly, we had this visual of an audio. This is sick. Yeah, this is really cool. I mean, obviously it's following along the drums, the beat, the music, whatever. First of all, it visually works. It is exactly how it's supposed to look. And all this is 270 lines of HTML code. This is pretty cool. So any song that you give it, if you have your own song, if you have some song in the background or whatever, you can literally just use Claude Code to actually create this entire video for you, tweak the colors, tweak everything. You can use my app to tweak the colors, but that is essentially why I think granular control is important, because if I just wanted to change this text, I don't want to be sending another prompt to do so, you know. I know you can technically go into code and like find it, but like, But who wants to look through this code in order to find what text to change or what color to change? It's not nice UI. But regardless, this is a very cool use case. But lastly, I will leave you with this little tip, is that if you want to render faster or you want to render with high quality, there's different prompts that you can actually use for different quality results so that you can actually have faster render times.
So I want to show you in ascending order how one animation is going to get exponentially better as we include more and more of these steps throughout the video. For context, this is the prompt on screen right now. You can take it if you want. And of course I have bypass permissions on, and I'm using the model Opus 4.8. And I'm also going to set it to ultra code, which is way too overkill, I'll be honest. But I want to just show you that no matter the reasoning effort, no matter the model we use, if we don't add our own assets, if we don't add our own styles, if we don't do all the things I'm going to show you in this video, the final result just will not be as good as it can be. That's why I'm going absolutely overkill and I just put it onto ultra code, which is going to spawn multiple different agents basically to actually create this animation. So while that's rendering, let me actually explain what Hyperframes is, because if you've seen in the prompt over here, I specified that I want a 20-second Hyperframes animation. So what is Hyperframes and why are we using this? Basically, Hyperframes is a rendering engine that turns web pages into animations, because as I mentioned earlier, AI agents are extremely good at writing code. They're extremely good at writing websites. So we're using AI agents at what they're best at, but then just turning the result that they output into an animation. It's honestly a really genius technology. So it uses HTML code, which is code for kind of websites, which have been around for so many years. And because they've been around for so many years, all this code is already in the AI agent's training data, meaning there's already knowledge, techniques, and so much data on HTML code, which is one of the most important factors for AI agents, is the data that they train on. And by the way, you might be wondering, why am I using Hyperframes inside of Claude Code? Well, you don't have to, as I said a while ago, but I just like the user interface of Claude Code. I like how easy it is to work with. Okay, and so we have our animation. As you can see, it's just a HTML on the right, but if I scroll down, I see there's an MP4, which I click on, and looking at it, it's okay. I mean, I did write an okay prompt telling it to use the Apple style glass morphism and then click on Claude. It opens up Claude. It is still nice. I'm not gonna lie. This is what I mean. Like, AI animations are actually pretty good. I know there's gonna be haters saying, oh, this is terrible. How can you call this nice? This is sick. AI wrote this. I wrote one prompt and I created this. I mean, I can't hate on this. So I do think this is nice already. But as I said, this is just the start. This is where most people stop. And this is where most people assume the AI ends at. It's absolutely not the case though. So now what I did is I just wrote npm run dev. And because we have the Hyperframes skill loaded in, it read the skill, and in localhost, meaning on my own computer basically, it ran Hyperframes inspector, the thing I was telling you a minute ago. And as you can see, I can preview my entire animation. There's a nice little timeline. But the main reason I want to use this is for all the steps that I'm going to show you in this video. And the first step is going to be adding our own custom asset. So I'm going to drag in this MP4 file and just say change the background to this one, because the current background that we have, it's just a couple of colors. And so if we want our AI animations to feel customized, if we want to give them our own touch, we got to add our own personality to it, our own unique design. And so I have this asset right here, which is just a random background I again created with AI. And we're going to just replace the background because it's literally just one prompt. And by the way, this background was generated entirely with AI on Cdance 2.0. So anyway, I'm also going to say to change the speed of it so that it's 20 seconds long, because the duration of this animation was only 15 seconds. But since I'm talking to a smart AI agent, it'll be able to just figure it out on its own how to extend the duration. I don't need to go off and recreate this animation from scratch. I can just tell it to customize it, trim it down, make it longer, change the color to green, whatever you want. You don't have to recreate these animations from scratch. So as you can see, to make it exactly 20 seconds, it's just going to slow it down, and it's also going to scale it to 1080p. So now it retimed it, but it noticed it's 19.97 seconds, not 20. So it's going to adjust it one more time. And now it has it at exactly 20 seconds. This is what I love about these agents. You just tell it what to do and it just does it for you. The bottleneck right now is mainly in the people actually using the agents. They just don't know what they're capable of and how to actually squeeze the most out of them. And especially once you get more and more powerful agents like Fable 5 that recently dropped. Like, it's not just one use case that these agents are better at. They're better at every use case, whether it's trying to understand a complicated concept, write some code, create AI animations, or fix bugs like the one we're seeing right now, because it just says that localhost is refusing to connect. So I'm just going to say I can see the preview. This might be a simple fix on my end, but like, I don't really care. I'm just going to tell the agent to figure it out. There you go. It just said that the preview server has died. And so now we have our animation with the new background. And again, this is just the first step, is just adding your own custom asset. But already you can see that this is different than every AI animation out there, because we had that unique touch to it, our own customizability. This is how you're going to differentiate. This is the main takeaway I want you to get from this video. is adding your own unique twists, such as this image that I'm going to add next to further adjust the animation to how I want. But you might be wondering, where do I get these images? This is the complicated part. Where do I get these images? How do I create these assets? And don't worry, I'll show you that later in the video because that's exactly what this video is for. Now we're moving on to styles, which is basically phase 2. Because even though I specified Apple Morphic Glass style in the original prompt, it still didn't come out exactly like I wanted. And so I told the agent to analyze this image and the style, do a web search to find out how to build quality animations like this with the exact look. And once it's done, change the animation style. So once that's ready, I'm just going to send off this prompt. So as you can see, we have a much more refined glass morphic style box, kind of like we requested. Now, one note I had is that the morphic glass in the reference image looks a lot more transparent and more like actual glass. So do your best to match it as closely as possible. Don't be afraid to give these agents revisions. Kind of like you would with a regular, normal, real-life editor, you give them revisions so that they learn your style. The more revisions and more skills you add to the editor at the start, the better they will be optimized to what it is that you actually want. So we'll get into skills in just a moment. But my point is the planning, the preparation, and the groundwork is in your direction. If something didn't work out, explain what exactly didn't work out. So for our specific use case here, it was just the fact that this isn't transparent enough. Because here's the reference image one more time, and you can see on screen that is what we got. So we need to match the reference image a bit better. Okay, I think it's done. And as you can see, it done just exactly that. Now this animation is even better. And also, if you haven't noticed, I didn't want to bore you with the same step, but I basically attached more logos to customize this even more. So you can see the Spotify logo, Chrome logo, After Effects, Instagram, Figma. But anyway, I do like how this animation is looking right now. I think it's looking much better than before. But as I said, we're still not done. We still have more phases to get through. However, if you notice, the Claude terminal logo is still in the same old style because I didn't specify to change it. So now we're going to tell it to basically change the style of the Claude terminal. I'm going to speed run this step because I don't want to be doing redundant steps over and over, but this is kind of how you actually create these good AI animations. You do need to be specific for now, and you do need to kind of set your point to these agents of what it is that you want, but you're setting yourself up for the future of agentic video editing. The faster you learn this skill, the better you will get, the more skills you will have, the better understanding you will have with all the different tools that I'm showing you, all the different use cases, all the connections you can make with all the other tools. You're setting yourself up for the future. You are going to be a 10x editor, as I like to call it, because I don't think AI is going to completely replace all editors. I think AI is going to give the top 1% of editors the chance to become a 10x editor and basically take over all the other clients. Okay, we have our generation ready. Let's see. Nice. This looks way more on brand. This looks way more stylish. And it actually is transparent because we can see the background video is consistent with the rest. It's not just regenerating some background video. Now, a few of the logos are still a bit misaligned, like the Chrome logo is wrong, Spotify logo, etc. Because earlier I just basically told it to browse the web and try find these logos and import them. But now, since some of them didn't work out the way I wanted them to, like the After Effects looks good, for example, but the Chrome is like some outdated Chrome logo. I'm just going to upload my own custom assets and tell it to replace those. I've also attached a new mouse cursor icon, which I told it in the prompt, because keep in mind, every asset can be changed, not just like logos and stuff. The cursor that is used, the background, the texts, the fonts, the colors, the effects like the glows or the blurs, whatever you want can be changed. And again, for the cursor, I'm telling it that I wanted to restyle it to match the other morphic glass look as everything else. Okay, our animation is ready. Let's see. So the cursor, way nicer cursor. And also, of course, all the logos are updated to the ones that we actually wanted. Already this animation is looking much better to start. If we can pop up a visual right here showcasing what the animation looked like at the start and what it looks like now, there's been so many improvements. And again, we're about like halfway into the video, maybe 2/3 into the video. We still have more ways that you can actually upgrade these AI animations that most people don't even attempt. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm noticing here that the rectangle basically just is already spawned in. So I'm going to take a screenshot to give more context on the exact frame that I want to customize. And I'm going to import that screenshot into the chat and specify that at the start, there shouldn't be any shape and the mouse cursor should click on the empty background at the spot where the top left corner of the shape will start. These are the tweaks that you need to make, and in a moment I'll explain why creating these is so important, because we're going to be able to actually turn these into skills, which I guess I can just explain while this runs, because a skill is essentially a folder with one plain English instructions file inside, like so. There's no code, no plugins, just steps that Claude reads and follows. So you can create a skill with the instructions on how to build quality animations, but it doesn't need to be this generic. Or you can use specific skills like GSAP, for example, for creating nice timelines, easing, or plugins, whatever it is. Like GSAP is a cool one actually. It's essentially creating these JavaScript style animations over here that you can see on screen right now. So attaching this as a skill will obviously have tremendous value for our AI motion graphics. And so creating your own custom skills is where the value is. You might be able to see now why this is so valuable. Your entire context of your chat history that you just created can be turned into a skill by just telling Claude, turn this entire chat history into a skill. All my preferences, all the styles I like, the way I like my animations to be created, everything. This way you're saving yourself time up front. Even though we're making so many granular, small little tweaks here that might seem, annoying and time wasting, we're setting ourselves up for the future, guys. We're setting ourselves up to be agentic engineers. Not just someone who's trying to completely outsource his work to AI, but someone who's trying to optimize his entire workflow to edit 10 times faster. I truly believe that the top 10% of editors are going to just completely steal all the other clients from every other editor. Like, think about it. If you can trim videos, create AI motion graphics, use custom B-roll, and basically edit 10 times faster, why wouldn't you just take 10 times more clients? I think it's inevitable because I think there's people out there in the world that just completely grind and want the best for themselves. And so whether or not you adapt to this new wave, it's completely up to you. I'm not saying it's going to happen now or in the next month, but in the next year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, there's a big shift happening and most editors are just not ready for this big shift. So that's why something like this is important. As you have seen already, we have increased the quality of this animation a lot and there's still more to come. So now the cursor goes up here, clicks on the empty square, does that nicely, but it's too fast, it's too jagged. I want it to be a bit smoother. I want it to use ease in, ease out kind of keyframes. So I'm going to specify that in the prompt because this is the advantage that we as editors have, is that we have more terminology about editing. Yeah, you can say make it smoother, make it slower, faster, whatever, but like specific editing terms like ease in and ease out are very good to explain because this gives you the unique advantage that most people don't have. So if you are an actual editor, this is your advantage, so take advantage of your advantage. So let's check out this animation now. So smooth, so smooth. Once again, if we can pop up on screen right now, just the two animations, just the one little tweak that we made via a simple prompt, you can understand why I do believe in AI motion graphics so much. So let me do the same thing for this typing animation, because when we click on the Claude app, it pops up the terminal and it starts typing. It's a bit off. The square is like too far off. It's not smooth and it's not following the text. So once again, let's specify that so that we can add it to our skill. And I'm always going to take a screenshot of exactly where it is that I want to actually customize. So I did just that, pasted it in chat and asked for the change I want. And so now when it clicks on the Claude logo, it opens it up and it's much smoother. The box is actually following the text. It was just one prompt. And speaking of prompts, most people are very intimidated by them. They don't know how to actually prompt correctly, but it's very simple. You basically type in what you want in the simplest way you could imagine. But what I recommend is using something like Super Whisper, for example, or Whisper Flow, whatever, which allows you to dictate your speech so that you can type way faster. And when you are actually prompting these agents, assume that they don't know what's going on. Assume like it's a new person that just came and you're trying to explain to him what it is that needs to be changed. Assume you're talking to person. I see so many people prompting completely wrong because they don't give enough context. It's not about these like super refined tweaks of the prompt that you need to make. It's just about giving it the clearest possible description. These models are insanely powerful now. So what makes the difference are the details. The more things you include, the better the result, typically, generally speaking. Instead of just saying 10-second animation, you can, of course, specify the duration, the exact assets, the details. That's the kind of thing you need to do. And so here is a real example of a simple prompt of a 10-second animation of a terminal popping in, clean, dark, whatever, text typing in. That's fine. But this is a more detailed one. 12-second animation of a Claude Code terminal workflow that slides up from the bottom software. You can see that this is obviously going to get a much better result. So what if you cannot write these detailed prompts? Well, that's exactly what I have in Evolute and why I optimize this so much so that you don't need to actually even do a detailed prompt. As long as you don't need something super specific, like, I don't know, you're making company visuals and you need exact motion speeds and timings, whatever. Like if you're just doing YouTube videos, for example, this is more than enough. Just type in whatever prompt you want, click on the enhance feature and it's going to enhance it like I already mentioned earlier in the video. So now I'm going to do one more tweak, which is going to be another screenshot of these logos right here, this little box. I'm just going to say to basically add some sort of feather because the start and the end looks a little bit rough. And as you can see, once again, these are the little changes that you can make. It looks much smoother now. Already discussed assets, but where do you get these animated backgrounds or these SVGs or these icons? And yes, you can add 3D models into your AI motion graphics as well. It's pretty sick. Well, all of these you can actually generate with AI, whether that's Meshy, whether that's Blender via the MCP, which I made a video on, whether that's Higgsfield, Gemini, Nano Banana, whatever it is, you can use other AI tools to create these assets to then import them into your videos. And I'm going to say, create a very simple composition explaining what Inspector is, aka the new Hyperframes update. And so I'm going to just send off a very simple prompt tagging Hyperframes just so I can show you how the new inspector actually works and how to customize everything with granular control. Because this was the issue that I think Kjan explained quite well in their launch video, where sometimes AI gets you close, but then there is so many of these small tweaks that you need to do. And it's the same for AI images and AI videos. So this update is the exact update that I was hoping for because I was ready to build my own software just for this one problem. Okay, and as you can see, Codex automatically opens up your Hyperframes preview. And the first thing you might notice is that this actually looks like a video editing tool right now. And you can see on the right side, we have basically a bunch of different effect controls now, kind of like in any other video editing timeline. This is exactly the kind of thing we need for AI motion graphics and AI editing in general, because obviously there's still going to be small tweaks that you might want to do. One misspelling is enough to kind of ruin a whole animation. So I guess firstly, before we dive into these effects, let me just check out what it is that Hyperframes actually created for us. So let me just play it. Yeah, I mean, not bad. I think this is clean. It added transitions between every single clip. And also you might notice the text is really nice. Okay, so obviously creating these Hyperframes animations, it's not new. If you're subscribed to my channel, you would have already seen this by now. So let me show you what is new. Okay, so let's say this middle section over here. Let's say I don't like it, right? I'm going to click on it and I'm simply going to press backspace and delete it. Now, if I go here, you can see this section has been deleted and I can do basically whatever I want with this section. I can add my own text, I can add my own assets, my own image. And this is the whole point of this new update, is that you can do these minor tweaks. Over here, if I want to change the text design, I can click on it and we can see here behind, just above my camera, I can change the text to say animations. Also, behind my camera, I can change the color of the text. I mean, this is stuff you take for granted if you're on Premiere Pro, DaVinci, After Effects, whatever it is, but this is the thing that is lacking in AI motion graphics. So this is what I mean by saying this is the biggest update that AI motion graphics have gotten. And not just that, because you can do many more things with Hyperframes. And if you actually master and understand how to use this instead of just, you know, making the obvious tweaks like changing text and color, you're going to actually be able to create animations just like the one you're seeing on screen right now, which I actually finished in this video. So actually, let me show you how to firstly import your own asset to customize what it is that you want to create. So for example, in the section where I actually removed the entire middle, I'm going to go up here to assets and I'm going to import media. And so I went ahead and selected the image that I wanted. I'm going to copy it. And as you can see, if we look at the timeline, we see the editing logo here. So I'm just going to drag it back a little bit. And here we have a great example of what would happen before Inspector, because before Inspector, we wouldn't be able to just adjust this like we want. And also this is extremely smooth because keep in mind, we're not adjusting pixels here. We're basically adjusting code. So I'm going to move that somewhere to the center like so. I think the main thing that's currently missing is keyframes, unless I'm not seeing them right now, because I think everything that we see on right here would be amplified by 10x if we just seen keyframes. You know, transparency, blurs, backdrops, basically everything. Because like, I might want to just blur this for, you know, whatever it is, 5 seconds. But right now I have basically no option to do that, which is a shame. So obviously if I want to adjust it to be just inside of this section, I'm going to select it to appear when the box actually appears. I'm going to drag the playhead a little bit forward until this appears, which is about here. And if you just click and hold on the edge, you can see that we can bring this way back so that it disappears when the scene changes. I'm going to click on this plus here for even more granular control, because if I go back a little bit, you can see we can position this a little bit further back so that it disappears at the same exact second. Okay, that looks good. And I mean, look, I don't want to insult your intelligence, so I'm going to presume you understand the basics of all of this. You know, we can blur it, we can add a backdrop, we can change the color, the transparency, and the position. Okay, I just found out what this Ask Agent button does. If we click on Ask Agent, type in what we want. So let's say a fast fade in transition at the start, and then we click on copy prompt. You might think that we just closed this section and, you know, got to nowhere. But if we open up Codex again and we press Command V or just paste, you can see that we have something pasted that we did not create ourselves because the agent just created everything for us. This is a sick feature, by the way. But given it the context that we want of, you know, a small fade in, it optimizes a prompt for us to paste back into Codex, send it off, and have the exact prompt that we actually need for the exact change that we want. So this is exactly how you become more of an agentic editor by using more of these little tweaks and more of these features. Once this generates, I'm going to move on to creating the actual effect that I want to create for this video, because this was just kind of playing around and experimenting with the new Inspector update in Hyperframes. But now we can see that Codex worked for 26 seconds, surprisingly, and it did add the fade in logo for the specific element that we actually wanted it to add for. So let's check it out. Okay. It did add the little fade in, but as you can see, it just made it big again for some reason. Oh, wait, there it is again. Okay, that was just a glitch on my part. I don't know what happened. I just pressed Command Z and then it's back. Yeah, I guess that was just a frame glitch. We can see here that if I zoom in on the timeline and put my playhead to the very start, if I go over here, you can see there is an actual fade in on the logo now. The issue is that if I want to speed this up a little bit, there is nothing for me to do that with right now, because I will have to prompt the agent once again, say extend this. So I think this is kind of bad news for Hyperframes. I presume it's not going to be super hard to adjust. But with that being said, this was obviously a very weak animation. There wasn't much here. I just wanted to show you kind of the basics of the new inspector tool. Let me dive a little bit deeper into Hyperframes and show you how to actually create super cool animations inside of Hyperframes so that you can actually replace a lot of your After Effects work with AI animations. Okay, so the first thing we need to do in order to create the next animation is going to be send off a very long prompt. I'm not even going to read all this right now. But with the prompt, I'm actually going to attach my own assets because this is my number one tip. Attach as many assets as you can to your project, specifically for logos, for fonts, for colors, for just brand assets. This is what's going to differentiate your AI generated image from just, sending off a regular prompt. This is also the same exact thing that I say for images. As you can see, every single one of my images has a style and a super basic prompt. I'm not some prompt engineer for images. And in my opinion, these images are pretty nice on the left-hand side, I must say. But anyways, tip number 2 is to split this into different steps or different scenes. Don't give Hyperframes everything at once. Split it into 5 different sections and work one section at a time so that you can focus on each aspect one at a time. So the first step here, and this also goes for basically anything you want to do, tell it to search the internet and the Hyperframes documentation. Check what to do and avoid what not to do to create the best animations. Okay, we can see a little preview of what it's generating. Now it's asking me a few questions. Obviously just confirm or deny its accusations. And now it's going to go ahead and actually generate scene 1. Okay, and scene 1 is generated, so let's check it out. I also noticed that I actually gave the wrong background file, so let me just adjust that real quick. And for context, I'm literally telling it the exact background I want. And keep in mind, if you watched any of my other AI videos, you know that you can create other forms of AI assets, whether that's 3D models or images or backgrounds or videos, whatever it is, right? So the other tip I want to give you is not just to use all these different assets for styles, but to actually work with them and incorporate them within your workflow. Okay, so this one only took 2 minutes. And yeah, as you can see, the background is completely changed now. The main issue right now is that the morphic glass doesn't really look like morphic glass. If you can see right now, it is just not transparent. It doesn't even look like a PNG. So I'm going to specify that in the prompt to make it look more like a transparent, morphic, I guess, Apple style glass. Okay, this is normally the part where people would skip, but I want to show you that it's still not ready. The launch button is still not how I want it. So what I did is I attached more screenshots of what it is that exactly I want. And I'm going to simply prompt Codex to say I'm still not satisfied with the look. Check the reference I added, analyze it, and refine the animation. Okay, clearly there's still a glitch, but okay, that was a smooth transition. See, there is still these small tweaks, and this is where the inspector can come in handy, but I think stuff like this, I'd prefer to just message Codex, to be honest. Okay, so obviously I sent off a bunch of different changes right now, explaining why the scene broke, the movement, the whole box animation and stuff like that. But my point is now that most people would settle for what they just seen. This was a pretty smooth animation. It went from the little rectangle to the bigger one. It got the different styles and kind of rotated them around. It was pretty good animation, but this is why most people don't get to the next level of these Hyperframes animations, because they don't push the AI more. They kind of just leave it at this. And as you can see, all my prompts are just in plain English. I'm taking screenshots, using styles, using my own assets, and explaining the vision I have. So the number one step is obviously to not really have an editing background, but just understand what it is that you want. So yeah, even if you're not an editor, do you want the animation to be smooth? Do you want the animation to be red themed? Do you want it to be fast? Do you want it to be slow? Do you want a lot of text? Not a lot of text? All of these things you should answer and you should be in charge of. But anyways, I think our scene is going to be ready now, so let's check it out. Okay, this looks much smoother now. Obviously, there's little tweaks that we can still make. We could optimize this basically all day if we wanted to. But for now, I think this is the 80-20 and I think it's ready to move on to the next scene, which is what I'm going to actually send. I'm going to say, great, do the next scene. Once again, I'm not going to show you this entire process, but basically every little small tweak that I need changed, I explain in plain English. So the panel clicking animation is there, but after clicking, there should be an effect of something like a spreading wave that changes the style of the whole scene to the style that was clicked. Nice, we can see the multiple different previews now, and that style looks really nice, by the way. So yeah, I think it's going to get like roughly the idea I have in mind. So let's see, we have the launch button once again. We have the click. I love that little scale, by the way. I think it's really nice. Circles around, multiple different styles. And then it clicks on that. Nice, this is looking nice. And also, yeah, this style is really cool. You can see that the style change is a pretty simple feature, but it adds so much in my opinion. Obviously it's still bugged, it's still glitchy, but yeah, we're gonna fix that now. Maybe I should have chose some more positional effects, because right now, none of the stuff that I'm explaining here is really possible to change with Inspector. That's the current limitation, the current issue. Because as I said, I'm going to try to actually push these tools to their full extent. You're not going to see some like really basic animations on this channel. In my opinion, this is like one of the top workflows that you can actually use Hyperframes for. I think one of the even better ones was actually under Twitter, which was this animation over here. This one was pretty sick. I'm very curious as to how they made this kind of style. This kind of like retro, minimalistic animation is very nice. By the way, I'm going to drop my Twitter below the video as well, in case you haven't followed me already. Anyway, once again, I am going to just specify that the animation doesn't change smoothly, because as we just seen, the background kind of changes first, then the box was kind of weird. And I just want to show you that it is possible to actually create really nice and really smooth animations. Okay, spins around and then it clicks Claude. Nice, this is already much better. The background actually fades in at the same time as the box this time. Maybe not the exact same time, but this is already much cleaner and it doesn't stand out as much. But we're still not done. Okay, so just like last time, I'm going to specify to start working on the next scene, because as I said, we're still not done. Okay, as we can see, we have the clean Claude design. Yeah. Clean Claude design, like last time, click on it, change the style, pretty cool. But then it hovers over and it clicks one more style. Yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty sick. The issue is that it's not rotating, so I'm going to quickly specify that right now. So as you can see, it rotates to clean Claude, clicks on it, and then it should rotate back. Nice. This is how easy it is, guys, to actually fix stuff. Obviously, there's another little glitch now. I'm going to specify that. I'm going to fix that. Is this still time consuming, even though there is an inspector mode? Yes, the inspector mode doesn't fix absolutely everything, but it is a step in the right direction. And this is the kind of thing we need as AI video editors, is more and more granular control and more small tweaks that we can actually make to the video composition itself. I'm still not done with this effect, by the way, because I do want to make a really nice effect. So I just want to show you, take a look at the prompt that I just sent. It's pretty straightforward, nothing too deep. And I mean, in my opinion, you don't even need to be an editor to actually send off a prompt like this. Understanding what a shadow is and what you're actually looking at on screen, that's all you need to do. You don't need to be super technical. You don't need to even open a terminal, because you can install Hyperframes literally inside a codex. So especially if you're making it this far, I don't think there's any excuse to simply just test this out. And most of you guys have a ChatGPT subscription. So if you have a ChatGPT subscription, you can use Codex. Okay, let's watch it one more time. It clicks on this, nice. Clicks on this, nice. Okay, that looks much better. And then it clicks off, ends with a blue background screen that we started with. And it looks like it kind of loops, which is nice. Let me just open up Inspector one more time just to check it out. Maybe there is something that I'm missing here, but when I did check it out, there wasn't much that I could have done. I forgot to show you that if you click on layers, you can actually see all of your layers, which again, the problem right now is like figuring out the UI for all this, right? Because the UI for Adobe is there, everything is ready, and people are just kind of used to their native video editing apps. Same for DaVinci, same for basically every editing software. So the question is, how do you optimize this new agentic editing workflow? What is the best UI? What is the best way to edit? Is it a timeline? Is it just these boxes on the side? I mean, nobody really knows. This is, I think, why the space is so interesting and so fast moving right now. It's because nobody really knows. Nobody knows where this is going and what is the best UI and what is the best way to do these minor tweaks and adjustment. So those were some of the more powerful AI motion graphics tools, but there's also one tool that isn't really covered for AI motion graphics, and that's Claude Design. You might have heard of it. It is a very powerful tool for video editors. So let me show you Claude Design in action. By the way, for some reason, Claude Design simply is not available yet on the desktop app at the time of this recording. So you're going to have to open it up inside of the web app. Now, as you can see here, you have some generations on the right over here, but the main thing we will start with is prototypes on the left. Now, prototypes are essentially anything that is clickable, like websites or apps. And we have wireframe and high fidelity prototypes. Wireframe is more like planning and mapping stuff out. High fidelity is more the finished, polished product. Now, if we go to the right of prototype, we also have slide decks. And as the name suggests, this creates slides or a presentation deck. Now, from template, this is my most exciting feature because I'm a video editor and I like animations. And as you can see here, animations and motion graphics is actually one of the things that you can create with from template. And you can actually create templates from other projects that you made and use them yourself. And then other is simply for any use case that doesn't match the other categories. So yeah, these are the 4 categories. Now let me show you some more examples before we actually dive into this. I mean, you can see here, this text example, you have multiple different effects such as snow, electric, gold, wind, smoke, fire, metal, all different types of effects that you can apply onto text. And so as a video editor, obviously this is useful, but for most people, this is kind of as far as their imagination will go. Like the use cases I'm going to show you in this video, a lot of them can be used even if you're a video editor, for example, like creating a website or creating something like this, like a calculator. This, in my opinion, is an effect. I know you can do this in the regular, Mac OS calculator, but the point is that you can customize this calculator for whatever you want, match it to the theme of your video, screen record your screen, and then I like to take that screen recording and upload it to my video. That's a very simple way to actually include more custom motion graphics without spending hours manually keyframing and adjusting all these different motion graphic templates. And as you can see here, we have a few different styles for this one calculator, so we can customize the minor details of basically every single little thing. And also, if you think that this is just too expensive, it's not worth the money, I'd advise you to check your thinking, because for example, as a video editor, I spend money on obviously Adobe, Envato, Artlist, Epidemic Sound, all these different tools that are slowly dying out. Unless they're embracing AI to some extent, they are dying out. Something like this, for example, is really useful. I was a very loyal user for about 3 years, even buying the annual plan. But now with all the things I'm showing you on the channel, I honestly prefer to just create my own custom assets, my own custom lower thirds, my own custom stock footage, my own custom motion graphics, because something like this is just a template which you can now create inside of something like Claude Design. Like here is another use case of one of these kinds of templates. It's the, iMessage or messaging template. This was literally one of the reasons why I bought Envato in the first place, was to simply use it for the template of the iMessaging animation. So my point being, if you are watching this video, I do highly suggest and I hope that you actually have some of these AI plans in multiple different subscriptions, because not only is it already worth it, this is the future. And learning something like Claude Design is going to set you up for many months, if not years to come. So I highly suggest that you actually sit around and watch this video till the end so that you can master Claude Design and so that you can actually see for yourself all the different use cases and the potential that this tool has to offer. Here we have another sick use case of this ace of spades, I guess. As I move my mouse around, this looks extremely high quality. This looks like a 3D file pretty much, where we can adjust everything and see the little minute details you can see on the card. Okay, I was going to actually jump into showing you how to use it, but this is also like a pretty sick use case and it's pretty satisfying just moving my mouse around like this. But anyway, I just showed you all the stuff on the left and some cool examples. Let's jump into design systems now, because this is the first and one of the most important tips I have for anyone doing any sort of AI generations, and that's actually creating your own design systems. And I don't mean just specifically in Claude Design. Obviously this is, nice to have, but I mean in general, having your own fonts, your own colors, brand assets, logos. This is how you differentiate yourself from everyone else on the market, by having your own style and your own twist. So here I can just, for the name, add Mache. I'm going to add my GitHub as well, which, there's not much on here, but maybe I'll take my logo. For other notes, I'm just going to say modern, gold plus black themes, and we're going to continue to generation. And so it'll take about 5 minutes to actually generate your design system. And when you're ready, you can just click on generate. So this specifically works well if you have your own style that you want to remain consistent across your motion graphics, across your lower thirds, across your slide decks, and basically any other Claude Design workflow. But I'm not going to set this up right now just because I want to show you a wide versatility of different designs that you can actually create. So as I said, the animations are probably my favorite part. So this is what we're going to start with. From template, I'm going to select this and say neural network, because that's what we're going to create over here. We're going to select animation, design system none, and we're going to create from template. Now, as you can see, we have a very similar UI that opens up where we have a chatbot on the left and we have some sort of preview on the right. And there's also cool buttons that you probably haven't seen before, like new sketch, dragging in a Figma file, and obviously this big start with sketch right here. So I'll jump into all that in just a second, but first I'm going to send off this pre-made prompt that I already have, which is to create an interactive visualization of a simple neural network so that I can show you kind of what Claude Design is actually about. Now, when something is generating, you can see we also have tips down here, which is pretty nice. This is a tip to do voice input, which I do recommend, but I just use Super Whisper. This is not sponsored, by the way, but like if you do want to type faster, the best way to do that is just to speak, and this is the website I use. So basically, wherever you are on any website ever, you can just press Option Space, and then you can talk like this. Then you can press Option Space again, and you have your message typed out. But anyway, going back to Claude Design, we can see here it's actually writing up the animated video that we wanted. And one important thing I want to say is that if you click down here on the settings, you can see the model that you are using. Opus 4.7, obviously you're going to absolutely eat up your tokens. Okay, we have a nice preview right here. But Opus 4.7 is the best model out there, so you're going to get the best results. But anyways, you can see that we have our preview now. And okay, this was actually really fast, surprisingly. With a simple prompt like this, you can read it if you want. We have managed to create a visual neural network, which again, we can screen record if we want a motion graphic. We can customize, for example, the amount of neural network nodes in the different hidden layers. And here we can also send a signal. So yeah, this is a sick motion graphic. I mean, again, if you're on Mac, Shift Command 5, record a selected portion and just simply select this portion over here. And you have a very nice motion graphic for your video edits. And again, the reason I'm coming at this from a video editing angle is because that is my background. So you need to apply your own skill set and your own background to your own use cases. That's kind of how I see it. You can see that we have this edit button up here. When I click on that, I can click on basically any asset on the presentation. And when I click on it, I can see all the different details like the font, size, color, opacity, padding, and we can change whatever we want relatively quickly. I mean, I can just align the weight, and as you can see, it adapts almost instantly. So now I can change the font, for example, of just the second word. Over here, I think this text is really distracting. So I'm just going to lower the opacity to 10%. So like you can basically not even see it. So I think this is the thing that is missing in most of these design tools is this granular control. So let's say I want to click on this and I like the color red, and I'm going to switch this to red. Okay, so the question is, when would I actually, click out of this edit button and use the prompt box again? And my answer to that is when you want to do a bit of a bigger refactor or a bigger change. So for example, it would be quite annoying to click on edit and edit each of these individual circles manually by hand to be a different color, because there's like 19 different circles here and it would take me quite a while to do this individually. So this is something that I would just prompt Claude to change the theme of the blue circles to be red. In fact, let me just do that right now. Change the color theme from all the neurons to be red instead of blue. And we are just going to simply send that off. So this is another way to edit whatever it is that you want to edit. And just like that, as you can see, the whole theme, and not even just in the neurons, but the font as well, changed to red. So this is a good example of a bigger refactor that I would actually just continue using Claude for to change. Now, if that wasn't enough, if we go back to edit, we can, click on one of these, and sometimes there might not be a setting that you want changed. For example, here, I don't see a glow, and maybe I do want a glow. That is where this tweak button up here comes in. When I click on this tweak button, I want to say I would like the ability to customize the amount of glow of each neuron. So if I add this tweak, we can go back to the text panel over here, and you can see it is going to start building something for us to essentially have in the granular control settings. This is another really cool feature that I think Anthropic really cooked with. So now, as you can see, I mean, it's underneath my webcam, but I'm able to tweak the glow of the neurons based on, the amount of glow that I actually want. Okay, and the final way where you can actually customize your effects is by clicking on markup over here, and then you can simply, drag around one of the neurons and you can add a note to your drawing. This is good for when you have, specific notes like this one little dot over here, you should remove that, and Claude will have context on what you actually want to remove. Or instead of drawing like this, we're going to cancel that. You can simply click on another asset, which will, bring up the comment like we've seen a while ago. Now, obviously down here, you can see there's a big plus, and if we click on it, we can, attach our own assets, which is cool. But what most people don't realize is that it's not just screenshots and videos and logos that you can attach. You can attach basically pre-made animations, which you can then customize. Let me show you. Here we have a website, for example, with Lottie files, which we can download and import. And as you can see, there is a variety of stuff that we can actually tweak. Here we have some 3D objects, 3D texts, 3D environments. We also have landing pages, which we can upload. We also have lower thirds and different animations and designs. And we have even more landing pages. These are the kind of things that we can import directly into Claude Design. And again, you can see that we have a multitude of different ways to tweak. So you can see how stacking these different skill sets on top of each other is going to make our, design skills or whatever you want to call it, more and more powerful the more you actually learn this tool. Because just from understanding the 5 different websites that I just showed you, which by the way, I'll leave a link to down below in the description, you're already going to be ahead of your competition, literally by just understanding that, hey, I can import these assets from these websites into Claude Design, which no one else is doing. Now, just to show you this in practice, I'm actually going to take this, which is just a subscribe animation here, and I'm going to import that into my Claude Design workflow. So on this website, jitter.video, I'm going to export. I'm just going to do 720p. I'm going to download MP4, and I'm going to attach it down here by clicking on the plus and clicking on attach file and selecting my file. Then I'm just going to say import this subscribe animation at the very top above the neural networks. Boom. And then send it off. Now what I'm going to do is create a brand book. So let's just click on create, and I'm going to paste in 5 screenshots and a prompt with 55 lines, and we're just going to send that off while I explain what this is going to be. And so basically I just want to create a brand asset library for the editing evolution, which is where I basically teach editors how to use AI tools to edit faster, land more clients, and honestly just showcase the
many different use cases that you can actually use AI for as a video editor to land clients. If you are a video editor and you're not using AI, or if you just wanted to make money online, I do highly suggest you join. It's going to be the top link below in the description, but that's just context on what we're generating here. I gave it some assets for the kind of style that we want, and obviously there's a very long prompt, which I already showed you how to create. So let's see what kind of assets it actually creates based on the kind of style that we have for the editing evolution. Okay, so as you can see, we have now generated the brand assets. We have all the different colors over here that was actually used in the logo with the hex color codes. And as you can see down here, we even have examples. I mean, you can kind of see it by my camera of what to do and what not to do. So on the right, I guess just down here, you can see that we have a do not stretch the logo so that we have a positive and negative example essentially. And we also have different themes and different presets that we can select from, but I'm going to stick with the original one. And if we want to change anything, by the way, we can obviously click on the colors and change any color that we want. If you do have a different hex code, if you got it wrong for some reason. Same thing with changing the fonts, obviously, but I'm going to reset it back to the detected brand. Now you might be wondering, what is even the point of this? Well, the point of this is for my next use case, which is actually going to be creating lower thirds using the brand assets that we have now generated. But we're not just going to create one lower third. I mean, we could all do that by now. We're going to create 5 different lower thirds based on brand assets in one go. So down the bottom left, you can see the prompt. You can read it if you want. Now the 5 different lower thirds are going to be a lower third, obviously, title card, key point callout, step indicator, and a end screen, all of course in HTMLs. And as you can see, all of them are actually done up the top here. So we have the lower third HTML. Let's check it out. And yeah, that looks pretty nice. I mean, it just pops in. Simple lower third. It's not exceptional, but the point is that you can see the logo and that you can see the colors and the fonts that we have generated with the brand assets. And of course, on the right, you can see it is customizable. We can have it to the center, to the right, different duration, different speeds, different colors, fonts. You get the point by now. Okay, the next one is this key point call out. And yeah, this looks really cool. So for any key moment, we can see you can just mark it and obviously it creates a box with the position of that moment. This is actually really nice. And one thing I really like about this as well is the high quality of it. The text is very readable and the colors and the fade of everything, it's super smooth. It works very well together. Okay, the next one is this step indicator, which, I mean, this is actually very useful for a lot of videos. When I was working for VidIQ, we started implementing this where it basically kind of shows you the part of the video that you're watching. It's good for retention and it's also good to just signify what part of the video you're actually watching. Obviously there's timestamps on YouTube, but yeah, this is a really nice editing touch. And this actually does take a while sometimes. And then finally, we have an end screen, which don't worry, I'm not going to use this right now. But yeah, again, I mean, this reminds me of the times when I used to make YouTube videos way back in the day, where you would basically just download an image off YouTube or one of these presets that basically everyone had for free. But we're not in those times anymore. We're in times where you can literally generate this with one prompt with all your socials and you can actually customize everything. And keep in mind, we're at the very start of all these tools, so they're only going to get better. So if you do want to master them, you're going to have to connect them to other AI tools in order to essentially grow them exponentially. Because we have a good AI tool, but if you stack another good AI tool on top of that, you're not just doubling your output, you're essentially quadrupling, if not 10xing your output, which is what we're going to do now. Because I want to actually render these. And the issue with Claude Design is that you can't actually render the videos, or at least not transparently. You know, we can export them, we can save them as screenshots, whatever, but to export it as a video, we need to actually hand it off to Claude Code, as you can see here. And then we have 2 different ways to go about it. We can either do the local agent setup or send it to the Claude Code web. So I'm going to do it locally. So to do that, I'm just going to simply copy the command. Then I'm going to simply open up the Claude desktop app, open up Claude Code, and then paste the command that we just pasted into here. Obviously, I have bypass permissions on as well. And then I'm just going to say, convert this into an MOV file with a transparent background. And I think people are really underutilizing Claude Code in terms of what it can do. Like, you'd be surprised, a lot of the different websites that you might be paying for subscriptions. I mean, I don't want to say specifically what, because last time my YouTube video got banned. This is the kind of stuff I actually do only put into the editing evolution, because I already got my video blocked on YouTube when I kind of posted this use case. Anyway, disregarding that, there is so many different actual beneficial use cases that you can use Claude Code for that it's hard to explain. I mean, little things. My point is, just think of a use case, and if you're doing it manually, or if you're using a website for it, that website is basically just code. And Claude Code can create code, right? So connect the dots. Any website that you're using, you can probably use Claude Code to either help you with the use case or just actually do the whole thing for you. Look, if you want a full video on all the different use cases that I use Claude Code as a video editor for, just let me know, type it in the comments below and I'll be sure to make that. Okay, as you can see, we now have this generated. It only took 7 minutes, but it is what it is. And this is the lower third that it actually generated. As you can see, high quality, very nice text, exact duration that we had. And if there's anything I wanted changed about this, I could simply change it in Claude Design, get Claude Code to re-render it, and I have
a lower third that I can reuse in basically all my videos. Okay, so we're done with AI motion graphics. Now let's move on to AI animations, which is a bit different. Well, to create these AI animations, as I said, you're going to need these interconnected skills. So the first skill you need to learn is actually how to create AI images. Personally, I like to use Magnific AI because they have a lot of different features. Previously, they were called FreePic. So let me explain to you how to use FreePic or Magnific to create the best AI images. And also, I'm going to bring you around this platform to show you more things that you can actually do with it.
So when you open up FreePic, it's going to look something like this. Now, there's two main ways that you can actually access your tools. Number one, you can click up here to all tools where you can see everything that we can do inside of FreePic. Or on the left, you can hover over all tools and we have access to everything again. The four main categories are image, video, audio, and others. Every single one of these I'm going to cover in this video. So we're going to start with images. So hover over all tools and let's click on image generator. On the left is the box where you can actually generate images. And just underneath images, the first box we have is browse templates. It's basically just image effects that you can add onto any image that you generate, but we're not going to worry about that for now. The box right underneath browse templates says model, and this is where you choose the image model that you want to actually generate your image. So we can do auto, which I would never recommend. We can do all models down here, and there's 35 models available. Or, and this is probably my favorite FreePic AI feature, and this is why I recommend this tool, multiple, meaning you can choose multiple different AI providers to generate an AI image with different providers. If you want to experiment, and if you're not sure which models are good, choose the multiple options and pick a few models, see what's the best image, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to choose these three models and I'm going to choose Quen down here. Click on save. And then just underneath the model box, we have references. We can choose the style of the image. We can have some character consistency. We can import an object or upload our own custom assets. And just over here on the button add, we can add more stuff such as colors, different cameras, effects, or structure. So I've generated literally thousands of images on Midjourney. And one of my favorite tactics to use is to use styles inside of Midjourney. So I'm going to do the same thing here and I'm going to select on drop or select file in order to choose the style of the image I want. Now, as you can see, FreePic already has a bunch of different styles that you can choose from and pick one you like, but I'm going to use my own style. So I'm going to click on my styles and then click on reference image. Then I'm going to drag an image that I like to the right over here and I'm going to use this image as a style. So as you can see, we have the style now selected. I'm going to ignore character, but it's basically the same concept. You can drag in your own image and have any character that you want, but I do want my own object. So I'm going to select this. And as you can see, this table I imported, so I'm going to select that as well. Now, the big benefit of using FreePic is the fact that they have a bunch of different stock footage as well. So for example, this table I just imported is an image that I got from the FreePic stock content library. So whatever it is that you want, you can search it up and they're going to have multiple different images that you can download. But okay, we have the style and we have the object that we want included. Now I'm going to click on add and I'm going to select camera because over here we have multiple different camera styles that we can add, such as a drone shot, 360, portrait, etc. So I'm just going to choose panoramic. And if you're happy with all the effects that you have added, you can go back down to the prompt and now we can begin typing your prompt. So I'm just going to say a man video editing working on a laptop. Super simple prompt. And down here, we can also improve short prompts by selecting this over here, which is basically going to use AI to enhance the prompt that we have selected. And if you want to write a very long prompt and you want to see everything at once, just click down here to prompt editor, which will expand your prompt. And if you think you're bad at writing prompts, there's also this assistant that you can use to help you write a prompt. So we can select add variations, for example. And as you can see, it has updated our prompt. Everything in blue is the stuff that just got added. And if there's something you don't like, you can click on it and there's multiple different options that you can choose from. So for example, if I don't want a rustic wooden bench, I can click on this and I can choose modern minimalist table. When you're happy with the prompt, select apply prompt. And just before we generate our prompt, we can move down to the very bottom where there's just a few more settings. So firstly, this is the batch size, meaning how many images you want to create. Since over here we selected 4 different image models, the batch size automatically went to 4. Now the next setting over here is the aspect ratio. I'm just going to choose 16:9. And then over here is the quality of the image. So once you're happy with everything, you can just click on generate. And as you can see, all of our images are being generated over here to the right. If you don't see this box, by the way, you might be in community or templates. So make sure you just click down here to the left on personal. Okay, our first image is done generating. And as you can see, these are very different results that we got because we used 4 different models. So out of all these images, I think that this one came out the best because it doesn't have the transparent kind of background that we can see in all these other images. So this is the one that I'm going to work with. If you're curious what model this actually was, you can see in the settings on the right over here, this was Flux 2. And so once you're happy with the image, you can of course select it. And then down here, you can see use image. Now, when we expand this, we can see different options. So recreate, as it says in the name, is just going to recreate the image. Upscale is going to enhance the quality of the image. Variations, these are actually very interesting. I'll go over them in a second. Use as style, which is kind of what we just done, where we used this image over here as a style reference. So it's basically going to import this into this box and use as a reference. So I'm not going to recreate it. I'm pretty sure you can imagine what that looks like, but I am going to click on upscale. Upscaling your images is probably one of the most important things that you need to do to get the highest quality results of AI images and videos. And Freepik has some interesting settings that I don't see anywhere else. However, what I recommend all of you do is instead of using this box, I like to click on edit image just underneath it, because this has most of the settings that we just seen, such as upscale down here. And if you want to do more to the image, there's more options basically available. So I can click on upscale and we have the same window that you just seen. Now, when you click on upscale, you have creative and you have precision. Creative is basically going to use more AI features to enhance your image. However, it might sometimes take away some of the realistic details. So it might essentially hallucinate stuff that's not really there. So if you want to make sure that your image is as real as possible, you can click on precision. But I'm just going to select creative for now. Now for model, we only have one model inside creative. And down here, we can choose the preset, which is essentially going to change the settings down here based on what you're trying to get. I'm just going to choose wild, scale factor, meaning kind of how powerful you want your upscale to be, and then what you want to optimize for. So I'm just going to choose standard, ultra. Now, if you're unsure what any of these mean, you can simply click on this question mark down here and it's going to explain every single setting for you. But once you're happy with it, once again, you can just click on upscale. So our image is done. As you can see, this is extremely good quality. If you want to zoom out like this, by the way, you can just click on command and then use your scroll to zoom in and out. And if you want to drag around the image, you can just click and hold. But we're done with the upscale, so we can click off of that for now. Now on screen, you can see why it's so important to upscale. The second image came out so much crisper and so much nicer. And now this will allow us to make even better videos when we move on to that section. However, we're still not done with images because as you can see, there's still a bunch more stuff that you can do. For example, on the very left, if you click on edit, you can of course add any prompt that you want to change something about your image, or you can click down here on visual, click somewhere and then add a comment. And when you do that and send it off, it's going to then create another image with your comment in mind. And as you can see, we have the preview of what we wanted, which is a dog. It was a very basic prompt, hence very basic image, but you can see this is how you can start to customize your image now. But okay, I'm going to click out of that and I'm going to remove this. And now the next section is the one to the right, which is retouch. And you might have seen this a lot, which is basically where you can select something, then you can add a prompt with any change that you want. Or if you just simply want to remove something, you can click down here on erase, and then you can select something that you want to remove and just send it off. And once again, on the right over here, you can see we have settings, which will allow us to select the amount of images that we want to generate with this new replace tool. I kind of like my image, so I'm going to keep it as is. But the next setting down here is resize. I'm pretty sure you know what this is. If you want to extend any corners, you can just do so by clicking and holding, or you can crop it if you want. But to be honest, my favorite AI feature inside of Freepik is spaces, which I'll cover later in the video, which allows us to have this node overview of the entire project without needing to look through multiple different images all throughout your folder. But to finish off images, we have a few more settings, such as background, where we can remove the background over here. So let's say I wanted to turn this into a PNG, I can just click on remove background and it's going to do just that. Or once again, one of my favorite Freepik features, which is change camera. This is one of the best camera change tools that I've seen in any of these AI websites, because you can visually see how the final output is going to look like. So we have the vertical and the rotation that we can choose from, and this little preview window in the top right is the final output we're going to get. So I'm going to do this and I'm going to kind of position it like so. We can zoom out if we want, choose the batch size and click on generate. And as you can see, this was the before image and this is the after, which is the camera being positioned above the table, which is what we wanted. But okay, once again, I'm going to X out of that because I do want to keep my high quality table over here. Upscale, we already went over, but there's also skin enhancer, which I'll get into later. Now the final setting, adjust, is what you might see in Photoshop, because when you click on it, you can change the lighting, color, tint, grain, rotate it, or add any of these presets. So of course, these are just basic image adjustment features and you can edit them if you want, but if you do so with a high quality image, you're going to get this pop up because the max resolution they allow is 4096 pixels. So we have all these basic settings like exposure and brightness. Then under color, we have stuff like saturation. We can also choose a slightly stronger tint, basic stuff. But just before we move on to videos, there's still more features that you can do inside of images. So if we go back to this panel by just clicking on image generator, you can import a picture of yourself or of any person, click on it, and down here, once again, on use image, we have the same boxes as last time, but I want to touch on variations because this is very interesting. So if you select this, you can essentially generate storyboards, different ethnicities, different ages, different camera angles, etc. with the same image. So here we have the image selected as I just showed you, and underneath it, we can choose the kind of variation that we want. So reframe, storyboard, people, or custom. So I'm just going to select reframe. And then underneath reframe, we can see we have multiple different perspectives that we might want. So we can only choose 9 at a time. So I'm just going to enable POV, for example. And instead of extreme close-up, I'll just do a wide angle. Down here, once again, aspect ratio, the amount of images you want, and the quality, and just click on generate. By the way, the image of me we're using is just a selfie when I first started landing big clients, which, by the way, if you want to land clients for yourself as a video editor, I made some very comprehensive courses. For example, where I broke down step-by-step how I landed a $2,000 client in this 2-hour-long course, or where I broke down my entire strategy of how I landed all of these these clients, which by the way, you can see they're verified because of this badge, in the how to land top 1% client section. So if you're interested, click the link down below and you can find out more information about the editing evolution. But going back to FreePic, we can see that we actually generated the complete storyboard. So keep in mind, this was the image that we started with, and all of these are AI generated. Now, the one bad part about this is that I'm not sure what model is being used. I think if this used Nano Banana Pro, these would be way better. But unfortunately, we cannot see what model is actually being used to create these images. It's not even here in settings. And as you can see, the face doesn't look like me at all. And I think these could be much better if Nano Banana Pro was being used. Maybe it is, but I don't think so. Regardless, you can use this for anything you want, such as a storyboard. It's a very handy tool to use. So as you've seen, this is exactly why I like FreePic. It has features that no other AI tool has, and it allows you to create some of the best AI images out there. But now that we have the image, we need to move on to the next section of the video, which is AI videos. So moving on to the video section, you can access this section with a few different ways. Firstly, if you're already in this window, you can just click up here to video, and then you can start playing around with creating a video from scratch if you want. It's pretty much the same as images. The only difference is that you have the start and end frame, but you have your templates, you have your model, prompt, quality, aspect ratio, and all the other stuff that you basically had inside of images. But what we're going to do is we're going to turn the image that we just made, this table over here, into a video. And so there's a few ways to do that. If you hover over it, you can just click on this button right here, which will turn it into a video. Or if you open up the image into the bigger panel, you can click on create video just down here. So we're going to do that. And so what that done is that basically added this image into the start image on this video panel to the left over here. So I'm just going to choose VO 3.1 fast. And again, just like with images, you can select multiple different model providers, or you can browse templates and add any of these effects if it goes with the model that you chose. I'm just going to give it a simple prompt saying camera pans up while it's focused on the table, and just click on generate. So as you can see, our video has generated. If you click on it, as always, just some AI video. This looks really nice though. Very good quality as well. But okay, AI videos are nothing new. This is pretty standard stuff. What is cool, however, is the next stuff I'm going to show you, which is editing these AI videos and all of the different capabilities within FreePic. So if you're happy with your video, just click down here to edit clip, and it's going to bring up a similar panel to the one with images. And so once again, on the left, you have modify. The main difference between this and the image is that down here, we can select the model that we want to use to modify the video with. I think Lucy Edit is pretty good at the moment, so you can choose that. Now, if you click down here on extend, you can actually extend the video as the name suggests. Similar feature to Premiere Pro, nothing special. Upscale, once again, you can use Topaz or Sharper Pro to upscale, which is pretty sick. And you can also enhance the amount of frames per second that the video has. Now, lip sync, this one's interesting because this one never seemed to work for me. I don't know, if it works for you, let me know. But basically the idea behind it is that if you have some character, you can use lip sync in order for the character to talk. But again, this just did not really work for me. Maybe it'll work for you, let me know in the comments below. And while you're down there, be sure to subscribe, because 83% of you guys are not subscribed. And so if you want to see more high quality content like this one in your timeline, by subscribing to the channel, you're going to basically tell the YouTube algorithm, I want to see more content like this. Sound effects is pretty cool. I'm just going to say wind and see if it'll understand by just this little very short prompt. But the idea behind this is simple. If you have a man walking, for example, and you explain that in the prompt, it should in theory synchronize the footsteps of the man to the sound effect of the footsteps. This one actually works pretty good. I tested it with a few different videos. It might still be a little bit out of sync, so if you are trying to get the best quality results, I would just recommend you turn on the audio on VO 3.1, because that's typically very good. But this is also just a very good backup option. Okay, so let's listen to the sound effect I just generated. Okay, I mean, it is wind, so yeah, I guess I got it right. I probably should have specified whoosh, but you get the point. You can generate sound effects inside of FreePic. The next thing you can do is click on trim, which, as the name suggests, allows you to cut the video. Unfortunately, you can't make cuts in the middle, only the start and end. So if you want to do that, you should be using something more advanced like Premiere Pro. Color grading. This is similar to what we just explored in AI images. However, over here we have basically different kind of styles, and then based on the style that you choose, you can choose how much of that style you want, as you can see. But I have a much better way to do color grading for videos that I'll show you in a second. So I'm not going to apply these. I'm going to move on to motion shake. This is interesting. Basically, if you click somewhere, it's going to add a shake. So you can do organic, or you can do urgent, for example. And then if we send it off, that is going to include a shake into our video at the time that we chose. So while that's generating, I'm going to show you the next step, which is audio isolation. So here I have a clip of me speaking. So in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to show you, as you can hear, there's some sound effects in the background. So once again, I'm going to import this video, edit clip. And then when you click on audio isolation, this essentially acts as kind of similar to Adobe Podcast, where you can isolate the audio, you can remove background noise and enhance the audio. So you can write your own prompt, or down here you can just click on detected sounds. So for example, we'll choose male speaker voice, and we'll click on send. And so as you can see, we have different layers down here: background, isolated sound, and original audio. And I'm just going to enable isolated sound now. So in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to show you the entire process that you can use to... As you can hear, there is no background noise enabled anymore. We can obviously just choose background noise if you want down here and disable this. And then we have the sound effects with a bit of a whisper, which is kind of weird. But yeah, as you can see, this works very good. Those were pretty loud sound effects in this So typically if there's just some small noise in the background, this is honestly a good tool to use for audio enhancement. And then finally, down to the very right, we have effects. There's only a few effects over here. You can play around with them if you want. Fisheye stuff, motion blur, and a few other things that you can adjust in the settings down here by choosing the intensity and then clicking on apply. Okay, now the most comprehensive way to edit these videos inside of Freepik is inside of the video project editor, which you can access by hovering over all tools, clicking on project video editor, then you can just create a new project and we have an empty canvas. So firstly, we're going to click on add media and we're just going to add maybe this table, for example, by dragging and dropping it. You can do it straight into the timeline. Now what this allows us to do is basically it removes the need for Premiere Pro for very simple edits such as stitching clips together. So let's say I want to add this one and this one, I can do just that. Close the media section. And as you can see, we have the two videos right now. Now, if you remember a while ago, I told you I have a better way to enhance colors for our videos. And I was right, because up here you have way more adjustments that you can do to your video. So I'll get into those in a second. Firstly, if this is your first time inside of a video editing panel just like this, it's super simple. Down here you have the timeline where you can click and hold and scrub across your video. Obviously we have our two videos that we imported down here. We can right click on a video to get more options like duplicating it, muting it, reversing it, replacing it, or you can click on use this frame to, and then you can export one frame from this video as an image or create a freeze frame. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that you can do. It's pretty cool. Now, if you select one of these videos, you're going to get more settings over here to the right, like the volume options, the duration, the name, etc. And if you click on design, you can select opacity, for example. Now, one thing Freepik has that I don't really like is redundant features. So over here we have opacity, over here we have opacity. There's a lot of features in multiple different ways, in multiple different places, so you can access them however you like. But yeah, I think that's kind of confusing for beginners because there's just features everywhere, and it might just be easier to include them in one spot instead of having them in 3 different spots, but whatever. Over here you have clip, design, and then layout, where you can basically change the position of the video, but you can also do that by simply clicking and holding. Now, what's also interesting is you can change the order, meaning let's say this video is in front, this video is obviously going to be the video that's being shown because it's above this one. But if you click on the top video, go up here to layout, we can click backwards. And now it basically switched these two videos in the timeline. But once again, we can do that by simply clicking and holding and placing it above the other video. And the last thing in this panel is just the ability to hide or show the video if you want to see the one that's behind it. So I'm going to move this video somewhere like this because I'm going to add a transition in a second. But I want to show you some more settings because up here is where we basically can customize the look of our video. So opacity, you can do a horizontal flip, you can add some sound effects. And basically when you click this panel, you have the ability to add a prompt and generate your sound effect from scratch. And of course, you can import sound effects into here as well if you want. Then you have adjustments, which look a lot more similar now to what we had when we had an image. Brightness, saturation, contrast, etc. Crop, pretty straightforward stuff. Effect, filter, which I obviously don't really like, but if you want it, it's there. And blur if you want to add some sort of a Gaussian blur, for example. And if you select one and you don't know how to deselect it, all you got to do is just click on the blur once again, by the way. So yeah, these are some very basic tools for a video editing timeline, for a video editing software. But the thing is that Freepik isn't natively a video editing app. It was originally an app that allowed you to basically download vectors, PNGs, photos for free, and they also had a bunch of different assets. But now they're diving very strongly into video editing projects, into creating these node workflows and a lot of other interesting stuff, which is nice to see. But yeah, so one thing you can do inside of this video editor is when you click here and click on animation, you can basically add transitions between clips. So for example, slide. So when you click on slide, it'll open up this box, and then down here you have loop animations or out animations. So I'm going to choose out slide. And now if we scroll, you can see that it's going to start sliding out. So if I put this video above this one underneath, this starts sliding out and it just transitions to the next shot. And of course, if you're happy with your video, then you can just click on export up the top right over here. So yeah, there's a lot of features that you can do inside of Freepik Video. And next up, I'm going to show you more audio use cases that Freepik has to offer. So again, hover over all tools. This time I'm going to go to voice generator. And here it's pretty straightforward. You have your model, you have the speaker you want. So for example, we'll click on Adam and we'll click on Alexander. And then you have a prompt. And what's interesting is that it's not just a prompt, right? So you have basically the ability to add a pause, so short pause, then you can type something. And since we have two speakers, we need to make sure that we insert the speaker first, and then we can type in whatever we want. So like, hey, what's up? Then we can add another pause, for example, a longer pause this time. We can add a sound effect by clicking up here to a sound effect. Then we need to add the speaker again. And then after the speaker, we can click here, add some sort of emotion, then add more text, choose the voice style and click on generate. And so now we can see,
hey, what's up?
That was cool.
we have our audio. But yeah, that's just 11 Labs. You can generate custom audio if you want, of course. You can also generate custom music over here with 11 Labs or Google Lyria. You just describe the style, mood, etc. and the duration. And probably my favorite audio feature, which is sound effects, which as you guessed, and as I showed you earlier, you can generate your own custom sound effects. Now, the last tool I want to show you just before we move on to my personal favorite way to actually generate images and create workflows inside of FreePic is going to be remove background. Now, I found that this works very good for images, but just doesn't work as good for videos. Let me show you. If you click up here to tools, you can click on remove background, and then we can select an image like this by just dragging and dropping it. It's very straightforward. You can just click on remove background, and as the name suggests, it's going to remove the background. If, however, you want to remove the background of a video, I would highly suggest you check out Runway because they have a much more powerful background removal tool. So I'd only encourage you to use this for images at the time of this recording at least. But yeah, when you remove background, as you can see, it looks pretty good. So moving on, we have something that's very popular in the AI space, which is this node connection workflow. Let me show you. As you can see, it's a new tool, so you can click on it directly here, here, or by hovering over all tools and clicking over here. And what this is, it's called spaces. So we want to create a new space. Now, I really like how visual this is and how interactive the UI is. But yeah, basically you can choose your first node, pretty straightforward stuff. So we're going to do that. We're going to choose text. And so I'll get into how this works, but let me just type in video editor working on a laptop. We can expand this text, we can add a very long detailed prompt if you want. Now, the whole issue that this is solving is the issue of, let's just go into here for a second, the issue of just having all your assets, all your images all over the place. It's kind of a mess, it's kind of annoying. You need to have it in folders, or you need to just look through your old generations, and it's very hard to have a good grasp of what it is you're generating, how you're progressing moving forward, especially if you're doing a larger project. If you need a lot of images, a lot of different camera angles, a lot of different styles, color, themes, etc., and you want to just have a clean overview of everything. That's where spaces come in. It's a very visual and interactive UI for understanding what it is that you're creating, how you got to that position, what prompts you used. Let me just show you. So as you can see, we have our text over here. So now any node that you click on, you can see we have another output layer. By clicking, holding and releasing, we have three options: image generator, video generator, and assistant. So if you click on image generator, you can see it says prompt connected because this is now acting as a prompt to this node. So inside of this node, we can now choose the model, the aspect ratio, the batch size, and more settings over here, which I kind of already showed you. Same stuff as last time. And so if you're happy with everything, on the bottom right, you can just click on run, or up the very top, you can click on run, and now it's going to start generating an image with this prompt. Very nice UI. And if you're wondering how I'm clicking around, because if you left click, it just does this. If you want to click around, just use your scroll wheel, click on the middle of it, and that'll kind of bring you around. Or you can select the hand tool down here and also just click and hold around. And as you can see, this generated an image of a video editor working on a laptop. Now here's where it gets pretty interesting, because we can once again, import images of our own. So for example, this style that I use, and now out of this style, we can once again click and hold out of this little box over here, image generator. So that's going to create a new image. And then we can also connect this text to this box. So now we have this prompt and now we have this style. So then we can send that off once again, and now it's going to create the same image, but this time with this style. And as you can see, what's good about this is I can still see this image, I can still see what prompt I used to connect it, but now I'm trying to do the exact same thing with a different style. While that's generating, I can also continue working. So for example, I might click and hold, release, and I might want to do an assistant, for example. And in this assistant, I might say something like, create a color palette of the colors used in this image and send it off. And so as you can see, this is why I use styles, by the way. It just creates very nice, very visual images with insanely simple prompts. This is a very basic prompt, but it's a very good image. And yeah, I have a bunch of different styles inside of the editing evolution as well that you can just download if you want. But yeah, anyway, this assistant has generated now all of the different colors from a color palette. So now what we can do is we can once again click and hold, release, image generator. So now this is aware of the context of the color palette over here. And then we can, for example, click and hold and connect this to this box now. So essentially what I'm doing is just giving each new box context, and it's visual, so you can see what the context is of that box, of the new node. So this new node is connected to this very basic laptop, and it's connected to this color palette. So if we send this off, and so as you can see, now we have very similar colors to this kind of style over here, and a very similar image to this one. And this is the beauty of spaces. I mean, a lot of tools have released similar UIs, similar features, but this is probably one of my favorite UIs to use for creating more complex AI images. Now, the other settings you have over here are something like video generator, image upscaler, or change of camera. So this is once again this camera change feature that I showed you earlier. I mean, FreePic just has so many tools. It's quite cool to see how much they've evolved, as I said. I mean, just this camera feature alone inside of this nice UI is why this is currently my favorite AI tool in this sort of niche to use for creating AI images.
Okay, now you know how to create AI images and AI videos, so let's break this down into creating AI animations. We're going to start by showcasing this incredible Blender style animation.
So firstly, we're going to start by generating an image in Midjourney. I want to do something in the style of Fern. So what I'm going to do is screenshot the guy over here I want. And then when you drag the screenshot in Midjourney, you can use a style reference over here. So I'm not going to bore you by talking about this entire prompt. You can read it if you want. I'm essentially asking for a person sitting on a desk typing. And this is the image I got, which I really like. But look, none of this is new. This has been around for quite a while now. Now what I'm going to show you is the stuff that I'm actually excited about. And that's the new capabilities with Nano Banana. We want to add specific details to this. So what we're going to do is right click and save image. I'm going to open up Higgsfield.ai, get the Nano Banana edit. Once we do that, simply drag in your image and we can see it over here. Now for this specific animation, I want two different shots. I want a side angle shot and a behind him shot. So I prompted it basically to say, change the camera to be positioned behind him with a view of the monitor over his shoulder. So now that we have our two images, we can start adding details to this. Now what I want to do is add this Shopify dashboard to be on the monitor over here. So I'm going to drag and drop that screenshot into the prompt area over here, along with the image we just generated. And then I'll prompt it to add the screenshot onto the monitor. If you want, you can read the prompt and send it off once again. Now, the one problem with Nano Banana is that it's not the best for text image editing. Later in the video, I'll showcase the Red Bull animation with sound effects and long transitions to showcase the best possible use case to create these 3D animations. So as you can see, we have our image of the Shopify dashboard, but if you zoom in a bit, you can see that the text isn't the greatest, and this will come out even more in the video. But just to show you how far we've come, this is what ChatGPT generated when I asked it to do the same thing. These image editing and generation models are advancing so quickly. This is honestly such a good and lucrative skill to learn. Okay, so I basically done the same exact thing for the side angle. So now we have a side image with the Shopify dashboard and a back shot of the Shopify dashboard. Now, even though VO3 is an amazing model, it doesn't have image start frame and end frame video generation capabilities yet, which is why I'm going to use Luma AI's Ray Tree. Yeah, as you can see, this model is absolutely insane. And this, along with Nano Banana, is what is going to generate these amazing 3D animations. So if you go to Luma Labs, simply click on Dream Machine, go to Try Now, and then create a new board. Now, the UI is very intuitive and simple. So what we're going to do is drag our first image of the side angle and drag our second image with the back angle. And I'll give it a simple prompt, basically asking for a smooth transition from the side angle to the back angle. But before I send it, I'm going to click down here and make sure that Ray Tree is enabled. Now I'm going to send that off and we're going to let it load. While it's loading, if you are finding this video valuable, make sure you subscribe down below because you will be recommended way more videos like this that will cover up-to-date AI video and image generation tools. But anyway, our video is generated. As I mentioned earlier, the text isn't the greatest, but I would still consider this a success, especially considering where we were literally 3 months ago. Now I'll show you how to add sound effects with AI and transitions to make these way longer than 5 seconds, but I want to show you a different example that I generated earlier, which is with this can of Red Bull. Now I just showed you the entire process, so you can use your imagination. All you have to do is go on Google, find a can of Red Bull and use that as the reference image and tell it to add a can of Red Bull on the desk. I generated this start frame and then I generated this end frame of him drinking it. And as you can see, I added it to Luma and I generated this video. Now the reason this is so valuable is because you can think of any business selling products and you can sell this as a skill to businesses who are looking for high quality AI videos of their products. But anyway, to add sound effects to this, what we're going to do is open up 11 Labs video to sound effects. And then what we're going to do is drag a video into 11 Labs. It's as simple as that. It's going to analyze a video and automatically detect what sound effects are needed. So let's check them out. It's a pretty good keyboard typing, in my opinion. So now the final step is basically going to be extending this so that you don't have 5-second animations, because sometimes you want longer videos, right? But let's recap what we just done. We generated an image, we created different camera angles, then we added details to those images, turned those into a video, and now we have sound effects with our video. I mean, even this time last year, to create something like this, you would need to learn Blender for weeks, if not months. And this is obviously only going to get more powerful, which is why it's so important you learn these tools today. So now, in order to extend the length of your video, what you need to basically do is get the last frame and use it as the first frame for another video. So what do I mean by that? This is the first shot of him drinking the Red Bull, and the last frame is him with the Red Bull in his mouth. And this video starts with him drinking the Red Bull and putting it back. So now I'm combining 2 5-second videos in order to create a 10-second video. Now you can see where this is going. This can go on forever because all we need to do is use the last frame and then generate the next frame using our imagination to whatever we want. And just like I showed you, simply go into 11 Labs, add the sound effects, then open up Premiere Pro or any other editing software you want, and then drag those videos in. So then we have this video of him picking up the can of Red Bull, starting to drink it with a smooth transition into the next video. Now I accidentally downloaded this with a watermark. I don't really care though. You get the point. The second one doesn't have a watermark. But as you can see, this transition is super smooth. You barely even notice it. If it wasn't for the watermark, let's just zoom in, you wouldn't even notice it, as you can see. Now, if you are super picky, you might notice that there's one frame that is the same over here because we're using the same frame for the last one and the first one. So what you can do is just remove the last frame. And then you have a completely smooth shot without that one extra frame.
Now you might be wondering, what about educational animations? This works similarly, but you'd be surprised with how good some of these are. If you've heard of Kurzgesagt, he has incredible AI animations for all of his YouTube videos. So we're going to try to recreate that with AI with just a one-person team.
I'm going to show you multiple different processes. I'm not just going to show you how to create the images. We're going to go over ideas, scripts, image styles, visual prompts, voiceovers, image generation, and finally we're going to animate everything together in order to create these videos. Firstly, we have to go over ideas. And in order to do this, I'm just going to use Claude. And all I'm going to do is send this prompt. Give me 50 educational video ideas in Kurzgesagt's style. So I'll open up Claude, use Opus 4.6 and send it off. And while that's generating, I want to show you the results one more time because these honestly came out so much better than I could have imagined. I mean, these are all results that took me literally 5 minutes to create, and they created such nice animations, fully done by AI. This is honestly such a good skill worth having in 2026, no matter your career professional, and you can also learn this as a complete beginner. And okay, as you can see, we have our 50 educational ideas. So some examples are, what if the moon suddenly vanished tonight? Why can't we grow new teeth? Some animals can. AI doesn't think, here's what it actually does. What happens inside of a nuclear explosion? And I mean, we have 50 other ideas basically that we can generate in a matter of seconds. So that's how you get the idea for one of these videos. Next, we are going to need to create a script for the voiceover. Now look, I could show you like the lazy way to do this, just going into Claude, telling it to create a Kurzgesagt idea script using this topic. I went ahead and got the transcript of 5 different Kurzgesagt videos in order to essentially fine-tune the model on the actual script writing process so that it can pick up on certain trends, tactics used by the script writers at Kurzgesagt so that we can create the best possible script. If you want to do this yourself, all you have to do is scroll down a little bit, open up the description, click here on show transcript, and then copy the transcript. You're going to have vidIQ installed, which you can use completely for free. This isn't sponsored, by the way. I did used to work with these guys, but they honestly just have a really good tool. That's why I'm recommending it. So once you have it, you can simply go up here, copy the transcript, and then you can paste it into Google Doc. By the way, if you want these transcripts, I mean, you can do it yourself, or I'm going to leave these, and I'm going to leave every single prompt below the video, so just click on the link below. But once you have the transcripts, I recommend getting a couple just so that I can actually pick up on the patterns. The next thing we want to do is we want to send off this prompt along with the transcripts into any AI model of your choice. I recommend Opus 4.6 because it has personally the best copywriting. And so for context, this prompt just basically tells it about the transcripts, and then we're asking for the exact structure so that I can paste it into any AI model and it will give me an 8 to 12 minute story in the same style. So again, we're not generating the script right now. We are generating a format, a repeatable pattern that we can use for every single video moving forward. So all I went ahead and done is paste this prompt into Claude and pasted the doc, which is this thing you see here, basically 5 different transcripts from YouTube videos from Kurzgesagt, and we're going to send it off. And so this was the result. It's quite long, so I'm not going to go through all of it, but let me just break it down really quick. So at the very start, we have a very basic prompt engineering technique, which is giving some sort of a role to the AI, then giving it a task. And then further down, we have more context on what the actual script itself should be like. So we have the target length, structure, curiosity hook, we have a central question, and we also have timestamps to each one of these points so that it has some sort of a reference to go off. Then we have more context and setup, explanation of the journey. And since we gave it 5 different transcripts, it has a lot of analogies and a lot of examples, as you can see, for every single one of these processes. So look, I'm going to just scroll through if you want to just watch the video, copy it and paste it in yourself. But again, if you want the whole entire thing, then I'm just going to leave it linked below the video for you to be able to just simply copy and paste it into your own workflow. But anyway, the important part that you need to understand, I mean, all these topics are cool and all, but down the bottom, we have topic. This is the only thing that we need to actually customize in this prompt. And so I'll show you the actual generation process in a minute, but this is just the first part of the format that we need. The second part is going to be the image style. So the first thing I've done is I took a few screenshots from Kurzgesagt's videos from many different scenes so that it will understand the style better, as you can see. And then once again, you can use ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, Qwen, Kimi, doesn't matter. Just paste this prompt in along with the screenshots and then simply send it off. And so inside of the prompt, let me just read it real quick. We are giving context about the screenshots, and then we're telling it to define the animation style, and we simply want it to give us a prompt based on the idea that will allow me to generate AI images in the exact same style. This should be universal for every type of image idea. So again, these are super simple prompts, very short sentences in very simple English that you can paste, and then you can get this in return, which is a much more advanced, much more sophisticated, and just better overall prompt engineered prompt. And so once again, this is the result. You can read it if you want, and again, it's going to be linked below. And so once we have the image style and we have the script format, we now move on to creating the visual prompts. And so I tried to illustrate this in the easiest way possible. Basically, we have the style reference, which is this thing that we have over here, the image style, that will not change. Then we have the script prompt with your idea, which once again, it's this entire section down here with inserting your topic down the very bottom. And then we have a new prompt, which once again, as always, just link down below, which you can see on screen right here. And so the idea that I will go with is how many bones are in the human body. Super straightforward. And so let's craft this prompt. So once again, we can go back here and copy this entire thing. Then I'm going to go back into Claude and I'm just going to make a new chat just so that we have fresh context. Paste that entire thing in. Then I'm going to get the image style reference. So copy that once again. I'm going to wrap it in XML tags, image style. This just helps the AI model understand and break down the prompt better. And then I'm just going to copy this new prompt that I have over here and I'm going to paste that down the bottom. Now, one thing I forgot to do is change the topic down the very bottom. So make sure you actually change this because this is very important. So I'm just going to change this and then I'm going to send off this prompt. And once it generates, it's going to look something like this. We're going to get a result with a bunch of different visual directions and a bunch of different little scripts. Obviously, we can customize this to our own liking if we want, change some small stuff around. But in general, this is going to be 80, if not 90% done. Because there has been a lot of time put into actually creating this prompt. This isn't just an AI generated prompt. There has been lots of tweaks, lots of optimization and fine tuning of these prompts to make them as good as possible so that you can literally just copy and paste them. So again, AI models are not deterministic, meaning they're not going to give you the same result every time. They might not even give you the same exact format every time. So this might look slightly different. But in general, what we have here is the topic up the very top, the timestamp, the script, and then the visual direction for the script. So now if you can connect the dots, basically we're going to use this in order to create the AI voiceover, and we're going to use this in order to create the AI images. Now the AI voiceover, which is the next section, is done on 11 Labs, mainly because this is the best company for AI voice at the moment. And it is super straightforward. I'm not going to go too deep into this because I'm sure you already know how to create voices with 11 Labs. But for those that don't know, all you got to do is sign into 11 Labs, link down below. Again, not sponsored, obviously. Then on the left, you can click on text to speech. And then here, I'm going to basically add the first section, which is your body contains 206 bones, blah, blah, blah. Paste that into here. Now up here, I actually have my own voice because in one of my recent videos, I actually went ahead and showed you how to recreate yourself as a clone and recreate your voice. So look, if you are subscribed, you would have seen this. But regardless, on the right over here, I'll just move my camera. You basically have a bunch of different settings, speed, stability. I'm sure you understand what this all means. So change it to your likings, pick the voice you like. And then to the left of my camera, we can just click on generate speech, send that off. And then you have your voiceover. It's as easy as that. You can do this completely for free if you want. And so over here, I have the entire script, as you can see. So what we need to do next is cut this up into the different visual segments because we have the entire script here. Now I need to know how long each section is so that I can direct the animations later in the video to match the same length as the voiceover, because that's the part that nobody talks about. So I cut it down. I also trimmed it down a little bit because I thought it was a little bit long, and it looks something like this with some cuts in between here. So I know this is one animation, this is another, etc. Here's a better visual for this. So for example, this script might be these two cuts, this script might be this cut, and this script might be this cut. I colored them over here just so that you can see it visually better. But once you have the script laid out and labeled, the next thing we need to do is create the AI images. So I like to use Nano Banana 2 for this because it's very good at reasoning. It has consistency. It's very good at editing the images. You can use style references and it's good for many different styles. So which website? Do I use Google AI Studio, Gemini, Higgsfield, FreePic? I mean, I made videos on pretty much all of these. So which one should you use? It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to use Higgsfield simply because they had a really good deal at the moment and I had a bunch of credits, but it doesn't matter. You just need to use Nano Banana 2 Pro in my opinion. I would probably lean towards Google AI Studio instead of Gemini. So I guess I'll remove Gemini from here because it has watermarks, which we don't want. And so this is going to be the same process that applies as we've done previously. We basically take what we have here, copy it over and paste it as the visual reference. Now, again, I'm going to leave a link for every single tool that I am using, and they are going to be affiliate links, meaning if you do click on them, you're going to save yourself money and you're going to support me by using the affiliate link. It's a win-win, I guess. And so inside of Higgsfield, I'm going to go up here to image, create image, and down here we have basically the prompt box. All we need to do is change auto to Nano Banana 2. We're going to change the aspect ratio to 16:9, meaning it's a horizontal video. We're going to keep it at 1K quality and we're going to keep the batch size at 1. And then we're going to just go back to the result we had over here, copy the visual direction down here, which was basically the first animation, and simply paste that into Higgsfield. Click on generate, and then we see it loading over here. And so to save you time, I'm basically going to just show you the results I got for every single one of these. So for the first one, you can read the prompt if you want. I got this result of the blob next to the skeleton. For the second one, it was this baby blob. Then for this one, we had the baby blob, but as you've seen, I transformed one word in the prompt and it turned into this nicer blob instead. And the reason I basically turned it into this blob was for consistency, because if we're continuing with a blob like this, we don't want to just change it into a baby all of a sudden. So that's why Nano Banana 2 is so good, is because of the image consistency. Anyway, for the second last prompt, we had this one, which is the blob with a bunch of question marks and bones. And then for the last one, we had these bones next to a solidified bone. Again, this was super straightforward and really easy to do. All you do is just copy the prompt and paste it into Higgsfield. Now, for possibly the most important section of the video is the animations. I can't stress embarrassed enough how many people create good AI images, create a good voiceover, they create the script, the idea, whatever, but then they fail on the animations because of a few key steps which I'm about to show you. Firstly, which video model? Well, I recommend VO 3.1 Fast. It has very good prompt understanding, very good motion quality, a bunch of different styles, very consistent, and it's faster than VO 3.1 because when you're generating these videos, it's such a pain to just sit there and wait and wait and wait and basically ruin your flow state because you are trying to generate this video and all you're doing is waiting. It pisses me off, so that's why I'm using Fast, and it's also really good. And so again, going back into Higgsfield, this time I'm going to go up to video and then create video, and I'm going to zoom in a bit and let me show you what's actually important in here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down to model, click on model, type in VO 3.1 Fast with the audio, select that. Then we have the frames. So once again, we can go back and copy basically this image, add it as the first frame, copy the second image, and then add it as the last frame. I'm going to leave the prompt box empty because it doesn't really matter. Quality, I can leave at 1080p or 4K, up to you. Change this to 16:9 once again. And now this is important. The time here should match your voiceover as closely as possible. So over here, you can see that the first animation is roughly 5 seconds long, meaning I shouldn't generate an 8-second transition. It should be closer to 4 or 6. Now, since this is just over 5, so it's closer to 6, I'm going to go back and make this a 6-second transition. And then I'm going to just click on generate and send that off. Let's check out our animation.
Your body contains 206 bones. But here's the strange part. A newborn baby.
I mean, this is a really good animation. It's super high quality. We can also upscale this or create this in 4K. But I mean, yeah, this is really nice. Even the transition from blue to purple, the fact that it goes past the skeleton really nicely. I mean, this would take so much time to master and learn. I don't think you guys understand how long this would take to actually create with Illustrator, then pasting into After Effects, then rigging the whole characters. There's so much to this that used to take, a whole team and thousands of hours literally to create one of these videos. But now you can do this as a one-man team if you're obviously dedicated enough with these kind of tools. But anyway, let me show you now the major mistake. The major mistake people do is that they do like a completely new animation now for the second part. That is not what you should do. What you should do is you should use the last frame of the first video as the first frame of the next video so that you can continue this smooth transition cycle. And this is what I'm going to show you. So going back into Higgsfield, I'm basically going to swap these, delete these, and I'm going to go down here and use the third frame this time. Then I'm going to paste it in, and once again, same settings as before, click on generate, and then this is the transition that we're going to get. So I'm going to add a small default transition here. It's very small because there's a bit of a twitch with it, but this is what you're going to get.
A newborn baby has around 270 bones.
In my opinion, this is much better than just completely restarting from scratch a new animation every time. And you can do this for the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and basically throughout the whole entire video. And you can do this in two ways. If you don't have this last frame for whatever reason, you can just click on this button down here, export last frame, and then you can use this as the frame which will generate that image at the very end. But anyways, let me quickly show you the animation. So we have the start over here that I just showed you. Then we have this section of the baby going out. Then it transforms.
To pieces. So what happened to them? Did we lose them? Did they break? Or did something far stranger happen inside our bodies? How do 270 bones somehow become 206?
And keep in mind, this is also on point with the actual script itself because it has reasoning and it understands the context of the script. And since we optimize these prompts so heavily and since we went over everything so many times, this is honestly the best system I could find for creating these style animations. Again, you can use this for literally whatever creator you want.
This has been a pretty long video so far, but we still have more use cases to go through. If you need to take a break, go for a walk. But when you're back, we're going to jump into visual effects. Something like this used to be extremely hard to do, but as you know, the theme throughout this video, basically every aspect of your work can be helped or automated fully with AI. So let's use Runway Aleph 2.0 to create visual effects for our videos.
Now, firstly, what even is Aleph 2.0? Well, to best explain it, let me show you Aleph 1.0. So this is the original video that we decided to edit, and this went pretty viral. It's just Lil Yachty at a concert, and you've likely seen this all over the place. I mean, Lil Yachty getting deleted, then the whole scene changing, the weather changing, and it looks super realistic. And this was Aleph 1.0. So Aleph 2.0 is essentially an upgrade to that. You have basically more granular control. It's more realistic and it's just better in every way imaginable. So in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to set this up and how to actually use it to its maximum potential. Now here's one more example. Up here we have the original video, which was just a man walking his dog. And in Aleph 1.0 tried to turn that dog into a tiger, which was, I mean, it was okay, you know,
At the time, this is pretty insane, but obviously there's something weird going on with the leash. This kind of just looks more like an orange cat than a tiger, but it is what it is. Aleph 2.0 is much better. Obviously the face is still kind of funny, but you can see the physics of the suit work a lot better, and the complexion of the tiger is much more realistic. Obviously it's still not perfect, but you can see that this is a massive jump in quality from Aleph 1.0. And before I show you all the different use cases, the prompting guide and all that kind of stuff, I do want to continue to talk about the differences between 1.0 and 2.0 because there's much more than just quality. Number one, the max clip length went from 5 seconds all the way up to 30 seconds, which is absolutely huge. Because previously, if you wanted something longer than 5 seconds, which let's be honest, there's a lot of videos longer than 5 seconds they want edited, you would have to split the 5-second segments and then stack them on top of each other post-production basically. Now on top of that, another convenient thing they added was the resolution. It went from these two resolution aspect ratios to 1920 by 1080, basically native 1080p resolution. Now those are just the basic differences between 1.0 and 2.0, because previously if you had, let's say, a multi-scene shot, you'd have to cut each of them separately and basically edit 4 different scenes. Also, obviously since it was a 5-second clip, it was just much harder to include long multi-scene shots. But now you can do multi-shot editing where you essentially can have different scenes of the same video, upload it and get up to 10 shots edited in one video in one setting. And again, this is basically just a quality of life update, just like all other updates, and that's the preview. Obviously, as we know, to generate a video and to wait for the video to render takes much longer than an image, and in the old Aleph 1.0, we'd have to wait for the video to fully finish rendering before we get a preview, but now we get to generate the image first, and then we get some previews of the image and see if we want to continue with that before generating the actual video, saving us a bunch of time. Now, before we dive in and actually use this for ourselves, and before I show you how to actually use this correctly, let's dive into some use cases. Because you might be wondering, why do I even need such a tool? Well, number one, brand and product ads. This is huge for dropshippers. If you have your own products, even if you're doing some UGC ads, whatever, you can customize your clothes, you can customize the objects, your scenery, everything to make it more visually appealing, to attract more viewers, to make your videos seem higher quality. Whatever it is, there's a bunch of different use cases inside the brand and product ads category. Now, another use case, this one's going to be a little bit less known, is something like compilation videos. Let's say you want to show an example of like all the different foods you ate and you only have videos of 2. You can just use those 2 videos and just swap around the foods, for example, so that you have a compilation of all the different foods. And if it's like a fast moving frame, fast moving shot, you're not even going to be able to tell that it's AI, and you're still going to get your video across showcasing that, yeah, you did eat all these foods. And again, especially if you're a video editor, if you're uploading YouTube videos, all this kind of stuff, you will want to use tools like this to enhance your visuals, because a lot of editors are closed-minded. For example, if this was a video on the foods I ate when I traveled to Japan, some editors would probably just pop up icons of all the different foods here. But if you're a bit more creative, if you actually have tools like Runway Aleph, you're going to visually showcase this. You're going to use one B-roll clip of whether it's you or your client, and you're just going to swap around the foods during that video. That's what I do anyway. Next up is video styles. This one's huge because this is something I always do inside of Midjourney, but obviously with images. You can see here, I always use an image style, and my prompts are extremely basic because the style kind of just carries the prompt. And some of these images are absolutely insane, but the same will apply for video styles. Sometimes the style will work better as a cartoon or as a realistic style or as a 3D animation. You really never know, but now with Runway Aleph, you can change the style to see which one suits this video the best. Now, another use case is actual video effects. I mean, this is literally crazy. These are jobs that people have been doing for so many years that are now actually getting replaced. Video effects, VFX, whatever you want to call it, a car explosion in the background. This used to be only possible if you either had a lot of experience in Blender, After Effects, and all those different softwares, or if you have a real life car prop that you can blow up. But you can see here, it's not just adding fire to the location you want fire, it's also casting light onto the grass of the fire. Same goes for the explosion here. It's very nice and realistic, but you can do many more video effects. These are just 2 examples that I have here. Social media content is going to be a huge one. If you are in social media at all, you can, for example, take a viral video, like this video of the Bentley, and just completely transform it into a woman and a tractor. And this only takes like 5 minutes to do, and you can have a viral video like this. But how I would do it is I would just take these viral videos and then add your own tweaks to them of your own product, your own brand, your own specifications, so you can use the virality of these videos, but use it for your own products. Another use case is, of course, something like a background change. You can see here, this video looks much more professional than me just in my gym on my couch explaining to editors how they can make more money with editing. Right, so to begin, obviously I'll have a link to Runway Aleph down below. This is not sponsored, by the way. But once you're in Runway, you can just go to apps, type in edit studio. And when you're in edit studio, you can simply begin editing an image or video. So I'm going to start by dragging this Red Bull before video into here, and it's going to upload. And as you can see, we have the preview screen. So then down here, we can drag on the timeline to select the exact frame that we want to use to turn the image into another image, because as I said, firstly, we're going to change the image and then apply that image style to the rest of the video. So I'm just going to stick with the first frame. And if you're happy with the frame, just go ahead to the prompt box and we can say something like, change the Red Bull can that the man is holding to the can in the reference image instead. Okay, just like that. Okay, and if you're wondering what I mean by reference image, here I also attached an image of a Starbucks can instead. So this is just going to be a very simple product demo of changing a product in a video. So then if you're happy with your prompt and your reference image, we can go down here, we can actually select the image model that we want to use. So I'm going to actually select Nano Banana Pro. It's probably one of the best models. GPT image is also really good. And for now, this looks good. So I'm going to send that off. And while that's generating, let me go over the prompt guide for Runway Aleph 2.0 because this is where most people go wrong. You see, the three most important things in your prompt for these customizations is including a verb, a target, and a change. So these are the three pieces in order. And for the verbs, here are the 6 best verbs that you can start with. So this is obviously the starting verb that you always want to have. Since it's likely, you know, changing, adding, removing, a lot of them are add, remove, change. As you can see, I used the change one. Also, our video is already up here, so I'll check that in a second. But you can also do replace, restyle, and relight. Here is the difference of good prompts versus bad prompts. So a good prompt would be remove the red car. Very specific in what you actually want to accomplish. And again, these prompts don't need to be super long. That's my whole point. You do not need 60 different words to tell the AI to remove a car. You can just simply do a 4-word sentence. But don't do stuff like make it look better and man walks the sunset. This is pointless. I mean, I hope you know this by now, but just don't do like these kind of vague prompts that don't go anywhere. You're not going to see good results with that. The biggest mistake in general I see when people prompt is they don't think of AI as human almost. So they think of it as this super intelligent entity which just understands what you're thinking and they don't prompt it correctly enough. My biggest tip is just prompt the AI as if you were prompting another human and trying to explain to him and give him all the context on what it is that you want. This is very apparent when people start using Super Whisper. This is the tool I use for voice transcriptions. They turn it on and they just say, so what is, and then they don't give any context because they presume that the AI understands and sees. It's ridiculous. So make sure you give context as if you were speaking to another human. That's my biggest piece of advice for prompting. So if you're stuck in a loop of trying to change your video and it's not going anywhere, just change the verb. Try that and see what happens. Okay, let's go back to Runway and let's see our results. So over here we have the before and after for the image. I mean, yeah, this is a pretty good image. All the change is basically the cup over here and it's very realistic. So if you're happy with that, all you got to do is just click on generate video. So when your video finishes rendering, all you got to do is click down here and we can see we have the video. So let's click on it. Change any object in my hand. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty sick. You can see it masked it correctly. I can't see any more Red Bull like whatsoever. What's more important is the consistency of the rest of the video because, for example, in the old GPT images 1, it would basically redo your whole image, remake your whole image. It wouldn't just edit that little specific part that you asked for. And that's why even during ChatGPT images 1, when you prompted it to say, create the same exact replica, don't change a thing 200 times, you can see it is slightly tweaking and eventually turning the images into something completely different. And so that's why I'm not just looking at just the cup, I'm looking at the rest of the video to see, is it matching the original video? And for this, it is. And that's what's so important about these Runway Aleph generations. Okay, let me show you another example. So this time I'm going to drag in this video of a man walking at night. And this is going to be the multi-scene shot that I was on about earlier. So again, the prompt here is going to be super simple, starting off with a verb, of course. And we're going to just say, change it from night to day. And this time we're going to use GPT image 2 because as I said, GPT image 2 is also really good. So here we have a preview. I mean, yeah, this looks really good. So we're going to generate the video. But the point here is the multi-shot editing, right? While that's generating, I'm going to send off another one. So I have another video to show you. This is just basically me walking in Cork City. And I'm just going to do a classic change the man to a Yeti. We're going to choose a different frame though, so you can see more of me and it's more clear. Yeah, I think the first frame is best. I'm going to change the city style to a more neon city style. And again, this one is a longer shot, more than 5 seconds of me actually walking. So this is another feature inside of Aleph. Here we have a preview of a Yeti one, so I'm going to confirm that one. And here we have the neon light one. This looks sick. Your Cork City needs to lock in. If they added these neon lights, it'd be so cool. And what I'm showing you here is that we can do multiple different generations with the same video. So this is going to be the same video. And I'm going to say, set the buildings on fire with realistic flames and smokes, kind of like I showed you in the previous examples. And the fire one is now generated. Let's check it out. This one looks so realistic. And now just underneath my face cam, you can see the motion. I'm going to say intense flames engulf the buildings, thick black smoke that goes into the city basically, right? Essentially, I'm adding a prompt for the smoke because we have the image. We're going to click on generate. I want to make sure that the smoke is actually realistic. While that's generating, let me go over some open source competitors so that you can do this completely for free. Number one, we have WAN 2.7. As you can see, this is also a good model. But keep in mind, if you do want to run these open source models locally, it's going to require a lot on your computer. Like this generator generation took 7 minutes and 7 seconds. I don't know what computer you used, but if you do actually want to generate videos, I do recommend you rent out a Claude GPU. But regardless, this is a very good model right now. So if you do want to use it, you can see there's more examples down here, like turning it into a cartoon or changing the weather to be snowy. WAM 2.2 is actually a very good open source alternative to Runway Aleph 2.0. Another one we have is Kiwi Edit. This also has some incredible use cases. You can see here it masked out the man and completely changed the background. So you can use this literally as kind of a green screen tool, which I used to use Runway for a lot back in the day. Here's how it works. And lastly, another one I want to show you is called eDitto. This one is pretty insane as well. Once again, open source. And you can see by the example here, it's pretty good. Like for open source, this is insane, guys. And it hasn't been that long since open source is catching up. So let me know if you actually want me to show you how to set any of these up. And you can see down here, this example is really sick as well. And this is what I mean by styles. Like this style is insane. But if you try to do like the realistic style, or I don't know, if you try to do a different kind of cartoon style instead of this 3D chibi style, it might have been a much different. So definitely experiment with styles. Like I don't like this one as much, for example. It's okay, but like I would never use that. But the marble one over here is sick. The cake one, I'm not that much of a fan of, but it's actually still really good. And yeah, this church one over here is really cool. And once again, you can also do small tweaks like adding a lamppost in the background, just like in Runway Aleph. So yeah, you can experiment with this. There's a bunch of different examples you can see here. Again, I'm not sponsored by any of these tools. I just want to show you some open source alternatives as well. Okay, anyway, we have our generation now. So this is the multi-shot scene. As you can see, it turned it from night to day. This one's probably going to be my least favorite, but yeah, it is pretty sick. It kind of looks like Epstein. Nice, so it's looking around, multi-shot. Everything here turned to daytime. It wasn't just the first scene. Everything turned to daytime. And even though we only still chose one frame, so we only chose one frame to choose it from night to day, it went onto the other scenes and it done the same exact style reference of the daytime so that it actually feels like the same day. Because there's still a lot of different weather types in a single day. You can have a little bit of a cloudy day, you can have a super sunny day, you can have a rainy day. In the nighttime clip, you can see the road was already wet. But then you can see that there's consistency because in the close-up shot of his shoes, the floor is also wet with a puddle. This multi-scene changing is actually extremely good in Runway Aleph. But let's check out the other clips. Okay, here's the clip of me walking, turned into a Yeti, and also the backpack is still on me, so this is pretty cool. This is so realistic. This is actually insane. Yeah, this is super, super cool. So basically a Yeti. It looks more like me in a Yeti costume rather than turned into a Yeti, but that's fine. Let's check out the neon style one. Yeah, this looks so cool. Quality's a little bit meshy sometimes. The lights are sick though. Here, kind of, it's really bland here, but it's fine. The background is super, super cool. The first frame was the best. Let's check out the fire one now. Yeah, this one is probably my favorite. This one is so realistic. The ones on the left are pretty bad, but the building that's close up is pretty cool. But anyway, there you have it. That was the video. And as you already seen, it's very good at changing products, changing specific things about your video. So if you have a video with motion, with people, changing that video is really good.
Okay, so you might be thinking now, I know how to do all of these things, but I'm still doing everything manually. So what's the point? Well, the point is obviously the skill stacking, but now we're going to use AI agents to essentially do everything for us. OpenClaw and Hermes agent are two very powerful agents that dropped recently. And what if you connect all the different skills and tools that you've learned throughout this video into this powerful AI agent and help it edit videos for you?
So obviously the first step is to actually get OpenClaw running. And if you don't have OpenClaw set up, I recommend you setting up a VPS. Personally, I use Hostinger. And you can just follow along this article to see exactly what you need to do. And so once you have your OpenClaw running, open up the dashboard, go into here to channels, and we're going to collect WhatsApp. So then when you scroll down a bit, you can see this show QR code. So we're going to click on that in order to pop up this QR code. Open up WhatsApp, scan this with your phone, and just follow through the login steps. Okay, so once you basically have OpenClaw set up, the first prompt we're going to send is this. You can either copy it on screen or just click the link down below where I'll have all the prompts completely for free. So as you can see, we have everything installed. We have Remotion, FFmpeg, Chromium, and as you can see, everything is ready to go. It's much simpler than setting this up on Cloud Code because all this was just one message on WhatsApp. So I just recorded a very quick video and I'm going to drop it into WhatsApp. Now it's a very simple video of me just talking to the camera. I purposely stuttered a few times and then I added some basic text. So I'm going to send this prompt. Once again, it's in the description if you want it. It's a HD video. It's I think 1920 by 1080 or sorry 1080 by 1920. It's only 54 seconds. So I can just play a bit of it right now. If you're watching this video, welcome to the channel. If you're watching this video, Welcome to the channel. So as you can hear, I have pauses and I have a few repetitions in this. So if I just took a 1 minute video on my phone and I need it to be edited at 3 in the morning, all my editors are asleep, there's nothing happening. Let's see if OpenClaw can help us with that. Okay, I think potentially I gave it too long of a video because it says it doesn't see the video file. So I tried to resend it, it's typing, so we'll see what happens. But if this is a problem, then what I can do is just send it a Google Drive link. I think this is more so a WhatsApp issue than an OpenClaw issue. Yeah, okay, as we can see, this is a limitation with how WhatsApp handles video downloads. So it gave me some workaround options, which is nice. Upload the video somewhere, Google Drive, which is exactly what we're going to do, and then just send it again. Now, I already added Google Drive. If you don't have it, just type it into OpenClaw and it'll give you all the steps. It's super easy to follow along because I want to get to the fun stuff faster. So I already uploaded the video onto Google Drive. Now I'm going to send it a link and let's see if it gets this. So if you just give it the right permissions on the link for the Google Drive, I don't even think you need to connect to Google Drive. The only reason I have it connected is for actually uploading the videos somewhere later. So, okay, so we got our video back and what happened is it trimmed it from 54 seconds down to 27 seconds. It removed 3 welcome repetitions. It removed the best channel for AR segment. It cut out the dead air gaps between sentences and it added captions just like we asked. So again, the only thing I've done here is I sent it a Google Drive link and I told it to add captions and remove silences and remove repetitions. So let's see how this looks. Welcome to the channel. If you are watching, okay, obviously the captions need to be lower, which we'll mention in a second. This video, then you should subscribe to the channel. So make sure you do that right now. There is still a lot of mistakes. There is still a lot of things we need to change, but this is a good V1. Keep in mind, this is just one prompt so far. So yeah, we do need to tighten up the gaps in between sentences a bit more, and we need to move the text a little bit lower down. But Remotion isn't specialized in trimming and captions. This is, I mean, a very weak aspect of Remotion. Remotion is better at motion graphics and stuff. Maybe there's even something better we can use instead of Remotion, but whatever. Let's just mention what we actually want. So firstly, I need you to move the captions down a bit. I need them to be on the bottom third of the video. Then go over the transcript again and cut out the silences even tighter. Okay, so then I'll just send this off. I'm gonna give it a few API keys in a second. So 11 labs, Mapbox, and Replicate, because we wanna do more than just trimming and captions. This is kind of boring stuff still, but I just wanna see if this actually gets it correct after the first prompt, or after the first revised prompt, I should say. Okay, we got our video back. Let's just check it out. Let's see what I've done. Welcome. Okay, so the captions are a little bit lower. I mean, it's on 3 lines instead of 2. Still a bit clustered, whatever. This is another prompt if we do want to fix it. It's very easy, but it did move it lower. To the channel. If you are watching this video, then you should subscribe to the channel. So make sure you do that right now. This channel is the best channel. Okay, and it cut the dead air that I asked for. So yeah, I mean, that's good. As you can see, I just want to show you that it's really easy to do changes and apply changes to the video like this, because all this is right now is just me messaging back and forth. It's as if I'm just messaging my video editor and now giving him revisions. And the thing about this as well is that we can create .md files in order to save our preferences so that it knows what to do for future videos. So I'm going to say, create a new .md file called videoeditingguide.md. And with every round of revisions and all of my preferences, add everything that we're talking about so that you keep context and awareness of what it is that I want you to do for the video editing. Okay, let's send that off. And I'm also noticing that it's compressing the videos here to under 5 megabytes because it needs to send it through WhatsApp. So once we start adding motion graphics and stock footage and music and whatever else, then we're going to tell it to just upload it straight to Google Drive, which is why I recommend you connect more and more tools and make this even more powerful, because then we can also connect something like YouTube or Instagram and get it uploaded through WhatsApp as well. And if we're using a powerful model, like right now I'm using GPT 5.3 Codex, which is a little bit less powerful than Opus, obviously, but it's a lot cheaper. But Opus is really good for copywriting. So if we're uploading it to YouTube, for example, we could also tell it to create, some interesting caption for the YouTube video. And who knows, maybe even make a thumbnail with Nano Banana Pro. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities here. But okay, so it created the .md file and this is what it included. So the preferences, tight cuts, remove the repetitions, and the captions that we specified for. Bottom third positioning, to never change resolution. This is actually important, by the way, because when testing, this constantly started to change the resolution aspect ratio, so you need to specify not to do that. Then it also gave some technical references, and it also gave the revision history of what was actually wrong in V1, so captions too high, etc. And yeah, since OpenClaw is self-improving, it's going to update this over time so that it actually understands what it is that we want. So every revision we're adding is building and making our own video editor much more powerful. Okay, so next up, we're going to connect a few powerful tools to actually make the video a lot cooler and a lot more impressive. Firstly, it's going to be Mapbox, which as you can see on screen right now, basically just maps, Google Earth, all that kind of stuff in case we want to do some top-down shots. Then we're going to connect Playwright MCP, which will allow us to essentially take screenshots of websites so that we can use anything on the internet essentially as a reference or as an asset in our video edits. And as I mentioned in the intro, we are going to connect 11 Labs and Replicate as well. So in order to do that, I have prepared another prompt right here, which again is going to be in the description, basically giving it the commands and all the API keys. Obviously, I'm going to delete these so that you don't have access to them, but you can see I'm just giving it a simple command in English with access to my API keys with one command on what it is that we need to download. Okay, and just like that, everything is set up. Now, the final step before we have full creative control over doing whatever we want is to give this system instruction. This is for Playwright screenshots. So basically, it must use the Playwright MCP server to capture screenshots. It must not suggest alternatives like creating from scratch, and it must not skip the step even if it thinks that there's a better way, because it tends to not use the Playwright MCP when we actually wanted to use it. And so that's essentially what this long prompt is using right now. So I'm going to send that off as well. And one problem I had in the last prompt is that it never updated me when this was done. And so I had to like message it again. So I'm going to do another prompt. Oh, and by the way, this added everything I gave it to the video editing guide without me even specifying it. That's why it's so important to have these .md files, because you're going to personalize your OpenClaw to your own settings. So another thing I'm adding to memory.md is going to be telling it to give me a rough estimate of time and update me whenever I ask or tell it to do something. So I told us to add this to the memory, and now hopefully we should be getting responses for every single message that we sent. And by the way, breaking news during recording, KimiClaw came out. So essentially this is another way to actually host OpenClaw through Kimi, which is kind of interesting. So let me know if you want a whole video on this. I mean, I'm not going to do that right now, but this definitely looks very interesting and is a very smart play from Kimi, because Kimi K 2.5 is actually, I think it's like 20 times cheaper than Opus, and it is extremely powerful as well. So yeah, this is a very good play by Kimi team. Okay, now I'm going to basically send out a prompt saying, I'm going to give you another video. Your task is to upload the video into Remotion, tell Remotion to analyze the video, and generate a script with the video transcript and some notes in specific moments. Basically, I'm just trying to figure out what's happening in the video so that I don't need to watch it back, and so that I have everything in text in order to give it a better prompt for the animations and for the effects that we actually want to give it. So I'm going to send that off while I look for the link to the video. Okay, so I'm going to scroll up here and click on this dot and then just download the video that we have. And so as we can see, it's asking us for a Google Drive link, which is perfect. I'm going to send the Google Drive link, and yeah, as I said, it's going to update us by sending this to Remotion, getting context, and then sending it back. So yeah, it's going to download it and extract the audio and transcribe with Whisper, which is one of the best audio transcription tools out there, I believe. So yeah, even the prompts that we're going to give OpenClaw can be done with OpenClaw, which is kind of amazing. And yeah, as you can see, we have basically the entire transcript along with some notes. So now my prompt is going to tell it to generate a prompt, because I'm not really feeling creative right now, so I kind of want to get some inspiration, you know? Okay, so we have a rough prompt, so 6 scenes. We have some channel logos, animated subscribe pill, text, and a bunch of other stuff. Okay, so I'm going to paste that into Google Doc and look over the prompt first. So I'm going to remove a bunch of stuff. So slow zoom is fine, so we're going to keep that. And for the first 2 scenes, I'm just going to do zooms because we already have captions. Okay, so I just did some small tweaks, and now I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to send that off into Remotion. So now with the prompt I gave it earlier, it did already tell me that it's going to take 15 to 20 minutes. So that's why you need to start customizing your OpenClaw, because otherwise I would have thought that this is only going to take like 5 minutes or so, but now we're better prepped, you know? Okay, and just like that, it did remove the secondary text that we had in the background, and it did include some extra stuff, such as over here I actually found some of the logos for the animations. And once again, all these motion graphics were completely made by AI. I didn't do a single bit of editing for this. And so even the trimming, the transcripts, the captions, the motion graphics, the browsing the web, everything was done by AI. Obviously it's not perfect, obviously it's not that good. However, with all that being said, I would actually upload this video without motion graphics, of course. What I would do is I would just make sure that the captions are either 1, max 2 lines, and make them a bit smaller. But because this now understands how I want it to be trimmed and how I want captions, it's going to create really good videos. So in the future, all I gotta do is record a short clip, send it on WhatsApp, and I'm going to get a ready-made video to upload it onto YouTube.
So that was OpenClaw, but there's also been recently a very powerful agent that essentially updates itself and gets better over time, which is called Hermes agent. This agent is going to learn your preferences, learn your trimming style, and learn the way you edit videos over time so that it actually gets better over time. So next, let me show you Hermes agent. Now, what's cool about the agent that we're going to set up today is that you can actually be walking down the road, think of a video idea, quickly record it, upload it to Google Drive and have Hermes edit absolutely everything while you're still on your walk. Trimming, animations, captions, and even uploading. And if the first pass isn't perfect, you can simply send it some revisions in voice notes and have it apply that feedback. But the real reason why you should actually set up Hermes right now is because it gets more powerful the more you use it. Because Hermes is actually a self-improving agent. And look, I wasn't kidding in saying Hermes is really easy to install because it's literally just this command. All you gotta do is just copy it. There'll be a link for this below. Open up your terminal and paste it in. Now I'm going to go with the quick setup and I'm going to choose OpenAI Codex because I already have a ChatGPT subscription, which means that this will basically be free. So let's choose OpenAI Codex and we're going to say yes. Default model, of course, GPT 5.5. I'm going to run it locally. Then it's asking for the working directory. So I'm just going to drag a folder in here and press enter. Enable sudo support, yes. Password. And we are going to set up messaging now. So it's asking to launch it. I'm going to say yes. Okay, I'm just going to say hi just to test and see if Hermes is working. And as you can see, we have Hermes running locally on my MacBook. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up Telegram because, as I said, I want to be able to walk down the road, record a quick video and send it into Hermes. And if Hermes is running here locally on my MacBook, how am I meant to do that, right? So I'm just going to type in plain English, let's set up Telegram, help me step by step. And as you can see, we have super easy step-by-step instructions on how I can connect to Telegram. And so step 1, open Telegram. Step 2, search for bot fodder. So here we see bot fodder. Let's open that up. So we should go /new bot. Send that, choose a name for your bot. I'm going to say Hermes agent. Now it needs a username. I'm just going to say Hermes_agent_matcha. Okay, it just needs to end in bot, so _bot at the end. Then it's going to send you an API. Just copy that and send it back into Hermes. Then type in @userinfobot and copy the ID it gives you. And then just paste your user ID into Hermes as well. So we have Hermes now on Telegram, meaning you can just message it from your phone. Right, so next up, we're going to actually connect Google Drive to Hermes agent so that we can send larger files as videos and have those edited. So I'm going to send off our clone config into Hermes, allow. It's asking which cloud or storage backend that we're setting up. And we're setting up Google Drive, so obviously just send that off. Then it's going to just pop open a window for you. You don't even need to open this manually. And it's going to be a Google Auth sign-in. So just sign in to the account that you want to connect to Google Drive for. Once you do that, you're going to see this success screen. So just go back to Hermes. We're going to say it said success. And by the way, if the pop-up didn't appear for you, you can always just click on this link and then authorize to Google Drive. And there we go. Google Drive is configured successfully in our clone. If you want to test it, you can just send off our clone list remotes. And as you can see, we have Google Drive connected. So now let's just create an output folder for Hermes so that when it finishes videos, it's going to upload all the videos inside of a specific folder. Again, I'll leave a link to everything in the description below. So you can just copy and paste these commands or you can just see them on screen right now. Now, as you can see, we have the Hermes folder in my Google Drive now, and we can have this output folder here as well. So if you actually want Hermes to use a specific file in your Google Drive and then edit that, you can simply right click, share, copy the link, and paste it in and say, use this file, trim it down, add effects, add captions, whatever. It's basically already done. But now let me move on to actual use cases and show you some cool examples that you can use Hermes for video editing. So the first effect I want to show you is how to create these cool 3 blue 1 brown style animations directly from Hermes that you're seeing on screen right now. I mean, if you ask me, these are pretty sick, and honestly, I don't even know if I could do some of these animations myself. And I've been editing for quite a lot of years now. So now Hermes agent basically has these things called skills, which are like plugins essentially that you can download and import into Hermes agent to give it more powers. And so in order to create those animations that you just seen, we're going to use the Manim video skill. And installing skills is very easy because all you need to do is simply tell Hermes what to install. So we're going to say install Manim and its system dependencies, FFmpeg, MacTeX, tell me when it's done, and restart yourself. If you want, you can even copy the link from the GitHub and paste it in for extra certainty that it's downloading the right skill, but I trust it, so I'm going to just send it off. And as you can see, we have FFmpeg and Manim installed. There was one thing that wasn't installed, so I just had to add the password manually and I added that. And by the end, we have basically everything installed. So now it's time to send off our first prompt and actually get a video edit back. So we're going to use Manim to animate the Pythagorean theorem written out, then a right triangle drawing itself with squares on each side that morph into the equation. So I'm not sure how good this is going to be, but let's just send it off to Hermes and see what it cooks up. Okay, sometimes if there's approvals needed, meaning, you need to actually take over and let Hermes do something, you're going to get something like this. So I'm just going to say always allow, because obviously these agents have a lot of access, they have a lot of power, so you do sometimes need to be careful, especially if you're running them directly on your MacBook like I am. But this is why I recommend you actually use very powerful models. Oh, we have our animation. Let's pause this for a second. This is why I recommend you use the best models, because you don't want to risk your AI agent deleting important files, moving something, leaking some data. There is risks involved, so do be careful with these models. But by using these best models, you are essentially reducing that risk for yourself. And of course, you're going to get better results, which let's see how this came out. Nice.
Nice. Okay, this is really clean. I mean, I'm just considering like how long this would actually take me to create in After Effects. Obviously, there's little tweaks that can be made here and there, but I mean, yeah, this is pretty good. The shapes morph into the text. It's basically exactly what I asked for. And again, these visuals are going to improve. You are basically the 0.1% of editors right now, not even top 1%. Most editors aren't using these tools because they just look at the, bad aspects, things that need to be improved, the things that it can't do yet. But by being on the cutting edge, you're setting yourself up and your future up to actually be able to edit 10 times faster, 10 times better, and land 10 times more clients. And I'm not even over exaggerating. I mean, this is where the future is going. And keep in mind, this is just the start. I'm about to show you so many more use cases to use Hermes Agent for. Okay, also, I just wanted to upload this to Google Drive. Obviously, we have the preview here, but all you got to do is tell it, because remember, we have Google Drive connected. So I just said upload this to Google Drive. And as you can see, we have our output in Hermes output in our Google Drive. For the next use case, I want to actually trim a video, because a lot of times you might need to, record a video and there'll be a lot of pauses, there'll be a lot of retakes, etc. So what if we can just send some raw footage directly into Hermes and get it basically trimmed for us? Well, let's find out. So again, you can just copy and paste this prompt, which basically has a bunch of different dependencies that help our agent edit code. By the way, if you're wondering how long the previous output took, it only took 3 minutes, which was kind of surprising. I mean, the setup took longer than this. So it's not actually as slow as you might think. Like here, it took 1 minute to basically install everything. So that's cool. So I have a video already on Google Drive that I wanted to trim. So I'm going to paste in the link. And then I'm just going to say this prompt. Take this video, download it with Reclone, then trim it cleanly. Remove all silent pauses, dead air, any sentences or phrases that the speaker repeats, given it more context, like where they restart a thought or say the same thing twice. Transcribe the audio with timestamps so you can actually identify the repetitions, and make the cuts smooth so that the audio flows naturally without obvious jumps. And then instead of sending a second prompt to upload it, I just included that in this prompt so that it automatically uploads our video. So for context, this is the video before. Clearly there's a lot of dead air, me getting ready. Remotion is hands down the most powerful AI native video editing tool right now. Okay, as you can see, clearing my throat, pause, looking over at the script, etc. Like there's a lot of dead air, right? So this is going to be a video that I'm going to use to get trimmed. Okay, so we got a response uploaded to Google Drive with a link, and it cut down 90% of the video. So keep in mind, even if this video isn't perfect, it saved me about 90% of my editing work if I am to trim it myself. And also keep in mind that I basically didn't have to do anything. I just simply sent it the link to the video and told it to edit it. And also, as you can see, self-improvement review was just created, meaning this is Hermes basically improving itself over time. This is why the more you use it, the better it will actually get. It'll understand your preferences and how to actually edit the way you want it to edit. So if we check out the video, we can see it's 14 seconds long. So let's play a bit of it. Remotion is the most powerful video editing tool right now. But the problem is that 90% of people are using it wrong, or they just don't know its full potential. Yeah, I mean, it basically cut out all my editing notes and a lot of different pauses. So again, this saved a lot of time. But again, this self-improvement is actually OP, because even if this doesn't come out good the first time, the more revisions you give it, it'll understand your preferences. I'm not over-exaggerating. This is why you shouldn't give up on it first try. And this is why it's important to be on the cutting edge, so you understand this kind of stuff. Give it some feedback, give it some reviews, and then watch it actually implement that feedback next time around. Now, if you're wondering what's better than one Hermes agent, well, multi-Hermes agents, or multiple Hermes agents, I guess. This is what we're going to cover next. How to actually use the Kanban view inside a Hermes agent so that you can keep progress of multiple agents running at once, even if they're focused on the same goal. So what we're going to do is just paste this command into the terminal on Mac, and I confirm. Then simply paste in Hermes dashboard, and we can see Hermes agent opened up this nice desktop app. So on the left over here, we have Kanban, and this is basically where multiple agents will live in like this nice user interface. So you can see what's being worked on, what's in the to-do, what's ready, what's in progress, etc. Okay, so for the next use case, I decided to just basically do something completely from scratch, not even using my own footage. And I decided to go with a 30-second Instagram reel about how I use AI to create branded content for clients, and then just give it some extra prompt engineering. And then down here, as you can see, we have the link. It's obviously uploaded to the Google Drive, and it even added an English voiceover and some electronic music and some animations. So let's check it out.
I use AI like a creative production team. I turn a client's brand into a visual system, colors, tone, hooks, and format.
To be honest, the video in the background is actually kind of cool. I like this little animation, but I wouldn't use this for motion graphics. The reason being is because we have things like Hyperframes and Remotion. Speaking of which, this is what Hyperframes actually is. It is a way to essentially create motion graphics and edit videos using code instead of pixels. And as you can see, some of the outputs here are pretty insane. And what we can do
is connect Hermes agent to Hyperframes so that it creates these motion graphics and edits videos for us, which is what we're going to do right now. Now to install Hyperframes, all we got to do is say Hermes skills install official creative Hyperframes, and it's going to begin installing the skill. Just like that, it took literally a couple of seconds to install. I forgot why I'm not using Telegram, but we can use Telegram. Okay, going back to here. So we have the skill installed. So now I'm going to paste in my prompt. It seems like a pretty long prompt, but keep in mind, I do type these in plain English and then just tell AI to optimize it for AI agents. So again, I'm utilizing multiple different AI tools to help me accomplish my goal here. Okay, as you can see, we have a generation down here. So let's see. It did render it 60 FPS Hyperframes video. Let's check it out. This is much better than what we just seen, by the way. Okay, there's some small tweaks, but I'll show you in a second how to actually make granular adjustments if you want. But this is already much better. And this is why you need to understand what tool to use for what purpose. If you just seen the previous use case where I shown you how to create some sort of motion graphic just using Hermes, you would have been like, okay, Hermes is pretty shit. But now the fact that you can connect Hyperframes to it shows you that there is much more to it. I mean, look at this. This is sick. Even the gradient of the blue down here, very nice. Yeah, I mean, this is also, one-shot prompt, very straightforward. If you did watch my Remotion or Hyperframes video, you would have seen that this tool has a lot of potential, okay? And Hermes agent has multiple different skills to optimize some of these. The only issue that I find with basically every platform that uses it is the granular control. For example, right here, the text is obviously covering the other text. So this is so simple. It's literally just moving it down a little bit. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in the link to the trimmed video so you can watch my prompt right here. That's all I'm going to send. I'm just going to send it the link. I think it has access to my Google Drive, so it should be good. Okay, let's check this out.
Remotion is hands down the most powerful AI native video editing.
Okay, I mean, I'm not sure what happened here, but there's zero motion graphics. I'm definitely not happy with this result. I guess it over-optimized on the TV static old visual and under-optimized on motion graphics, which were far more important. Potentially was my prompt. I mean, I was very vague with the motion graphics. I just said generate full screen motion graphics. So, okay, so what I just done is I basically pasted in, I mean, you can read it here if you want. Basically me just telling what exactly is wrong. Because look, I'm not going to lie to you when something is not working out correctly. Like, this is shit. So let's see if I can make it better, So I'm going to send off this longer prompt, which Perplexity cooked up rather than just my plain English prompt, because this is a little bit of a harder use case. I'm going to interrupt it though, just so that it actually uses this video. Okay. But these use cases are a bit harder with these motion graphics and stuff, so maybe it is better to optimize it. Okay, so as we can see, we do have a lot more motion graphics, a lot more text. A bit overdone, but this is what I asked for. And as you can see, we have context on what exactly Remotion even is. Captions for the whole video. The CRT or CRTV, whatever it is called, effect on the actual video. This is pretty cool as well. This one's actually really good. Like, this is something I would download just as an effect in and of itself to import into actual videos. Just the little color scheme here and the pixels, pretty nice. And yeah, I think there's too much text, not enough visuals. That's one problem these AI tools have a lot, is that they overutilize text and they just don't use enough visuals. And there's small tweaks like the background here, which again, I should probably just use my app for this so I could scale this really easily. Well, yeah, overall, this is much better than before because of the prompt. Okay, since you're making it this far into the video, I assume that you are already familiar with skills, how to install them. I mean, there's a bunch of different skills that you can install. So just use your imagination for, what kind of skills to add and what you can actually create with them. But I want to kind of show you how to go a little bit above and beyond. This, for example, is a very cool skill that we could just install. It's very easy to do. But as you can see, there's not that many models. This is Fal AI. And it is basically a website that allows you to generate different images, different videos, etc. And as you can see over here, we have way more options for way more different models that we can use compared to the skill on Hermes. So even though the skill will be easier, the MCP, meaning kind of like a link connecting Fal AI to a Hermes agent, will be a lot more powerful. So if there are skills that don't have, for example, all of the models like we see here, or they just have less features than the actual app itself, I recommend you trying to set up an MCP, which is what I'll show you next. So firstly, we need to get an API key. So in Fal, you can just go over here to API keys and then add a key. So once you get your key, just copy it and then simply say add export file underscore key equals and paste in your key, and then just add this little bottom prompt down here as well. Okay, as you can see, everything is installed and we have to obviously /restart so that Hermes restarts and picks up on the key. And so I'm just going to say use the Fal AI API key to generate an image with XGrok Imagine of a video editor getting replaced by AI. Because as we can see here, we have obviously XAI's Grok Imagine inside of Fal AI, but we don't see it here. If I type in Grok, you can see that it's just not available. It's not a supported model inside of the skill. So this is actually a use case that
is valid because, as I said, it's just not here. And as you can see, we have an image generated with Grok Imagine, even though the Hermes skill didn't allow it because we used an API key. Now, I want you to actually understand what we're doing here, because this isn't just a tutorial where, you know, monkey see, monkey do. I'm trying to explain to you like my thought process behind these things and how to utilize these tools. Like connecting an API key is a very powerful method to get access to essentially any app. Like we can use Replicate instead of Fal AI. We can connect Comfy UI to create workflows. It's also a similar process for connecting Blender MCP. So you can use Hermes to create Blender compositions for you. I mean, the use cases are really endless. I mean, let me know if you do want a use cases video for video editors using Hermes, but you get my point. I mean, this is kind of what I'm doing on the channel, is showing you what's actually possible with these tools right now and what you should be using these tools for so that you stay ahead of the game. Like previously, learning something like Blender was extremely time consuming and required a lot of trial and error, required a lot of tutorials to create some, you know, good quality animations. And of course, it required a lot of time to manually tweak everything. And I'm not saying there's no space for something like Blender, but I'm saying that everyone understands AI is replacing video editors. Because let's be honest, everyone understands that AI is replacing all human jobs. So if you actually do believe that, why are you being arrogant in thinking it's not going to replace editors? And I don't mean within 20 years time, I mean within the next year or two, because this space is evolving faster than any other space in my opinion. Okay, that was a long video. If you've actually made it to the end, I appreciate it. And I hope that you actually learned something valuable throughout this video. If you haven't been taking action as I was doing these tools, I recommend you honestly watch this video in parts again for the parts that you're having trouble with. But also, I broke everything down in this video, which is a short 10-minute video, which will just be a good recap for your memory so that you can just watch it, take some notes and go back to the specific moments that you need to. So it's going to be on screen right now. So if you want a quick recap, just click the button up here somewhere and I'll see you there. Okay, that should be the outro.